The doors to the second grade opened, and the voices of teenagers could be heard discussing the upcoming exam and preparing for it. Suddenly, the boy heard a voice asking him to wake up. The guy opened his eyes and saw students in front of him who were actively discussing something. It took him a few seconds to come to his senses. He screamed that he had no idea what this place was. The guy grabbed his head. He needed to remember what happened before. He began to remember his stay on another planet, which was called the Blue Star. It was not much different from the Earth, especially from the outside. 100 years ago, the familiar world changed beyond recognition. Millions of monsters came to these lands. Countless people either died or were seriously injured. Fortunately, in this world, people with unique talents were born. They were called magicians, hunters, warriors, assassins, and supports. It was necessary to pass the awakening test, immediately learn about the available talent, and then fight the influx of monsters. This world existed only because of the awakened ones. They are the masters of this world. The setting of this world is not like the game he played before. What was around was more reminiscent of the aftermath of the apocalypse. And the main feature of such a space was that it merged with the game reality. During the game, he could easily defeat various kinds of monsters. Due to the cooldown of his skills and limited damage, he was unable to kill the final boss, who kept summoning new mobs. Then he was faced with a huge force. Tens, if not thousands of creatures simultaneously surrounded him. Then he found himself in a hopeless situation. He was just one step away from death, and from becoming a true god. Suddenly, someone's hand hit him on the back. It was his classmate. He was very nervous and afraid that he would not have enough time at all. The protagonist smiled, grabbed his classmate by the shoulders, and said that he was glad that he, too, had been reborn. The classmate grabbed his head and said that he had no idea what kind of reincarnation he was talking about. The protagonist looked at him attentively. His appearance, behavior, and character were the same as in his past life. It seemed that interpersonal relationships and the environment had not changed much. A classmate began to whine that his future fate would depend on the result of awakening, and if he failed the exam, his father would kill him. In the Apocalypse game, talent is awakened only after you touch the awakening stone in the secret kingdom. A classmate whispered in the protagonist's ear that the next day would determine his fate, and he was counting on his help if anything happened. The protagonist clarified what exactly would be required of him. He smiled and said that he had a request, since he was the best in the class. He needed help in awakening his talent. This was necessary so that his father would be pleased with him. The protagonist thought, even if he had accumulated enough combat experience in the game, he had no idea how things were in this apocalypse. He would have to see everything for himself. A classmate lay down on his desk and said that we needed to come up with some kind of plan. The main character smiled and replied that he would be the first to go to the secret kingdom and come up with something. If he succeeded, he promised to treat him all year long. At this time in the training room, he had to deal with the smaller ones first, and besides, it wouldn't take much effort from him. He stood in front of the entrance and raised his head up. He became curious. Is the game similar to reality? He entered the gate. He was blinded by the bright sunlight. A village of apocalypse newbies appeared before him. The game reported that binding to the system has begun. He was scared because he didn't understand what was happening. The game said that you can convert active skills into passive ones. If this is the apocalypse, then the system must be very powerful. 99% of skills in the apocalypse are active and have limitations. It is simply impossible to launch them on a permanent basis, so everything is very profitable. But passivity is not limited. It can be used on a permanent basis. As the level increases, the probability of success will increase. This is rare. The hero clenched his fist in his previous life. It was precisely because of his limited skills that he had failed to become a god. He had to choose a skill that needed to be transformed. Available to him were jumping, cutting waves, sliding, changing weapons. He chose the wave cut. A first-level sword appeared in his hand, giving him the ability to attack the enemy with a shockwave 3 meters away. With passive transformation, there is a chance that a wave cut will be released during a direct attack after a strike is performed. Thus, he increased his attack power. Behind him, he heard the sound of a rattling chain and turned around. In front of him was a huge minotaur holding an axe in his hands. He understood that the creature in front of him was no less than level 3, and on the training ground he posed quite a danger. The minotaur rushed at him. It's time to try out a new skill. The minotaur flew to the side. There was an explosion. The main character tensed up. The minotaur emerged from the fire without a scratch. Then another explosion thundered. The creature rushed to attack again. The main character dodged several attacks. Now he was only at level 1, so he couldn't defeat the minotaur right away. The boy cursed when he saw the tip of an axe above him. Grabbing the sword with both hands, he held back the blow. The axe was a few centimeters from his face. Suddenly, the passive sword skill was activated. Within a few split seconds, his body would be invincible. The strength increased by 1.5 times. The Minotaur hit the player with an axe. The player dodged and activated the passive skill again. He struck, and the creature was unable to stay on its feet. The Minotaur roared, and fragments of fangs flew in all directions. The main character looked closely at the enemy. Then the shockwave caused an explosion. The guy stood and looked at the charred body of the monster. After that, he looked at his hands, happy about the transformation into a passive skill. Not only was he able to expand the damage area, but he also increased the attack power. The main character turned his head to the side. An unknown insect of enormous size attacked him and splashed an incomprehensible slime in his direction. The protagonist took out his blade and struck. After some time, he killed all the creatures. He stood and thought that it was worth it. He had already spent several hours here to remember the past. He needed to find out where exactly the exam would take place. Then he would definitely be able to help. The game required him to select a second skill to transform into a passive one. Usually beginners die precisely because of the lack of attack power and too long skill recovery. Since the first skill was aimed at attack power, the second will be for recovery. A skill called Level 1 Weapon Switch was acquired. The time to switch weapons was reduced by 30%, and the skill remained active for 30 seconds. The backpack contains quite a lot of basic weapons for beginners. There is a passive weapon change skill. Now he could switch faster. He smiled. The problem with changing weapons was solved, so there shouldn't be any problems. The hero saw a portal in the tree. All that was left was to wait for tomorrow's exam. The day of the exam arrived. One of the players saw him take the medicine and said that he had 9 whole compartments occupied. A student called out to him and said that he had asked his father to use the power of money to get the map. The hero replied that it was better to speak more quietly, otherwise, who knows, others might find out what methods he uses. He pointed to the flaming rift. They said that the professor himself chose this secret requirement, so it would not be easy. The hero held a rookie card in his hands. The distribution between the monster levels varied within a certain range, so it would take some effort. The hero turned his head to his classmate and asked what his limit was. The classmate smiled and said that he was level 5. The hero didn't expect that he was so weak. It seemed that all he could do was run after him. He then said that he had some money at home, so he was forced to resort to underhanded methods. At this time, the gang saw them. The blonde man intervened in their conversation. He asked why they didn't just refuse to take the exam. The guy rolled up his sleeves, ready to give them a beating. The main character began to calm him down. One of the guys said that there was no need to stop him. It turned out that he was familiar with him. The blonde boy insulted him, and the hero couldn't stop himself from doing so. The guy suddenly lost his balance. He didn't even understand what was happening. The protagonist tripped him up and told him not to talk like that. The blonde guy was angry. He rushed at him with his fists. The hero stopped his fist with his hand. He did it easily and casually. He looked at him intently and told him not to forget himself. The main character asked him if he wanted to make a bet with him. The blonde guy said he could bet his success would be no worse. He had no reason to refuse a bet that he was 100% certain to win, so he had to agree. The loser runs 10 laps around the court naked and then shouts the opponent's name 3 times. It was much more interesting what would happen at the end of the exam. The difference between them is colossal. A classmate tried to stop the protagonist, but he replied that it was necessary to trust him. The main character looked at him, he was nervous, and said that he just wanted to pass the exam. Then he lifted his classmate from his knees and asked him to listen. He whispered in his ear about the map, and looked at him in the hope that he understood everything. The boys were shouting that someone was going to escape. Suddenly a man appeared and coughed. The head of the academy, a second-rank specialist, stood at the podium and announced that the exam had begun. He asked the students to take turns walking through the teleportation point. A classmate asked him to wait for the performance. The main character entered the portal. Suddenly a glow appeared in front of him. At this time, in the blazing rift where the volcano was located, there were orcs and demons, after passing which, the boss should be waiting at the top. The main character smiled. He experienced a feeling that was unfamiliar to him before. Suddenly, something caught his attention and he had to turn around. Behind him stood a second-tier follower of the Blazing Blade. 2 ugly orcs rushed at him. One of them had a blade in his hand, and the main character barely dodged it. He took a step back and retreated. He managed to jump away, but the orcs began to pursue him. The 3 of them surrounded the main character. The guy said that they are fundamentally different from the monsters in the training arena. It is difficult to attack 5 at once. He looked at them tensely. and the game reported that the owner had been found to have a lot of experience, so it would be converted into physical instincts. Thus, he received a passive skill. The experience is transformed into a physical instinct. He felt uneasy. He started running. The guy armed himself with a sword, and lightning began to sparkle in his eyes. He threw his head back. An explosion occurred not far from him. He kicked one of the monsters. There were quite a few of them, and they looked impressive. He could control every muscle in his body while holding the sword, and he thought that his physical instincts were now similar to those he used in the game. The guy smiled and told them to attack. The orcs growled in anger. The guy stood and watched as these creatures rushed towards him. He did a trick that helped him dodge. You need to lead them in your own direction. Several orcs began to move and attack. The main character squatted down. The monster's eyes were glowing and they looked terrifying. This was his chance. The main character used the sliding skill. He reached his hand to the ground. Then I applied the wave cut. After that, he used his passive skill. He was pleased that his speed had increased. The guy didn't expect that the passive attack would be so powerful, that activating the passive skill was a wave cut. The protagonist prepared for the next attack. Having killed them all, he headed in the other direction. Thanks to the kills, he received 50 experience points. The game congratulated him on his promotion. The guy was glad that by killing monsters he could raise his levels, for 5, by 2 levels at once. He rose up and headed in the other direction. Now he has quite a lot of skills and weapons. In front of him was the tournament table. One of the guys said that the leaderboard had changed. The first 7 were in front of him. The guy started discussing the leader and how he managed to raise his level to the 3rd in a matter of minutes. At this time, the director looked at him. He was interested to see what else he would show them. The main character started running between the rocks. Something caught his attention. He slowed down. Stopping at one of the rocks, he turned his gaze to several people in robes. It turned out that they were 2nd-level warlocks who had the initial stage, as well as a good hunting dog. The guy remembered that there was some kind of mistake with them. To defeat them, you didn't need to kill them, but you had to attack them all at once. He pointed the grappling hook pistol that every rookie carried. The hero fired the hook. It went high up. Thanks to the weapon, he was able to rise above the warlocks and assess the situation. He pulled out a shuriken, which was also in his rookie arsenal. The weapon was quickly approaching the warlock. Then it hit one of them in the head. They turned around and glared at him, and they had to go into combat mode. The hero pointed at them. The warlock activated the shadow arrow. He thought that the warlock who attacked him was of low rank. He would only be able to use him and the hound he had with him. That's what he did, activating the arrow once more. Then he returned to normal. The hero hid between the rocks in such a way that the warlock would not see him. Besides, he couldn't attack when he was out of sight. The first step was successfully completed. Between his fingers, he held shurikens with which he wanted to attack the warlock. He smiled because he understood that a bug was waiting for him. The skill of summoning a hound was more important than releasing shadow arrows. Then he called the hound. He was surprised that everything worked out for him. The warlock suddenly began to summon hounds. Thus, he used the skill to make them as numerous as possible. He looked out from behind the rock. He thought that if he killed the enemy, all the hounds would die too. Thus, he was able to get a lot of experience points from killing the hounds. The hero lay down on the ground to rest. The observers gathered in the hall. 8 hours passed. A player rating appeared in front of them. One of the guys caught the attention of the other and asked him to look away. They saw the girl who was the first to hit the target. She was in 2nd place. It turned out that she had reached level 10. A swordsman who had also participated this year appeared in front of them. The principal stood at the podium, thinking about the outstanding students of the school. Unfortunately, the main character was not at the top of the tournament table. He was unhappy that he was in last place. The students discussed his successes, especially since he showed himself so well at the very beginning. But towards the end, he completely stopped showing himself. The secret realm is available for 12 hours, according to his current speed. He will hardly even reach 6 levels. One of the guys pointed to the table, and the score began to change instantly. The director couldn't believe his eyes. He screamed, not understanding what the main character was doing. A minute before this, the hero woke up. He finally got some sleep. He cursed, not understanding why there were so many of them. There were at least 300 or 400 hounds. The hero took out a machine gun. He did not experience any difficulties in using it, so he easily directed it towards the targets. He smiled, wondering how many levels he would rise to. A crazy smile appeared on his face. Bullets rushed towards the opponents. He began to laugh madly. Each bullet flew at such a speed that the warlocks would not have been able to survive. The game reported that he killed the warlock. The blow was so powerful that it left a pit behind. Then he killed the hound. The game congratulated him on his promotion and informed him that he could get 4 free attributes. Now, he had access to weapon change. which was elevated to the second level. It turns out that with the increase in level, passive skills also improved. The growth was quite decent. He was glad that he had increased his level. Whether he would be able to activate the new passive skill, he didn't know. Finally, he reached first place in the tournament table. The others began to discuss how, in just 1 minute, the 10th level was passed, where such a genius came from in their academy. One of the teachers began to say that he was proud of his student. At this time, the teacher approached him. He wanted to know what kind of behavior this was, because such a student should have been warned about in advance. The teacher lowered his head guiltily. He was also getting old, since he was so easily impressed. He could safely be told that the main character was the most talented among all the students. At this time, in the valley, the hero rose to level 30. He could choose a specialization after passing level 10. He had to make a choice. It was necessary to choose a specialization. In the previous life of the apocalypse, he closed the cells and reached the top, almost becoming a god. But there was something that he never chose. He got a specialization that didn't really change anything. Freedom-loving people could use any attributes. They would not fall under restrictions, so he did not have any restrictions. He also had access to equipment, but there are also disadvantages. Low damage. The number of skills is extensive, since it is not limited by anything. The range of skills consisted of agility, endurance, strength, spirit, and damage. In the early stages, he could still enjoy this specialization, but in the later stages, no longer. He pointed to the chosen specialization. He was automatically assigned a spellcaster. He had to wait for it to load. The air around him began to swirl, acquiring a blue color and the shape of a funnel. The first place was taken by the main character. With the freedom-loving specialization, no one understood what was wrong with his vision and how this was possible. In this specialization, there is not even a hint of talent. The school principal screamed. He didn't understand what it meant. The teacher said that the previous students received the warrior specialization. Choosing such a specialization is tantamount to giving up a bright future. One of the students suggested how the free-spirited could be so bad. Maybe they had some kind of trick. The greatest advantage of the freedom-loving was considered to be that they were not limited in their choice of weapons at an early stage. They could even create entire combinations, combining skills in accordance with the skills of the enemy. There are advantages only in the early stages. As for the middle and later stages, it is already quite difficult to develop skills here, and the damage is generally not enough, so it will not be possible to win anymore. Therefore, all hopes will collapse. And why is there a need for specialization, which cannot be developed in later stages? At this time in the valley, freedom-loving suits him the most thanks to the transformation system. He was able to compensate for all the shortcomings of low damage. Based on the experience of my past life, he could increase the strength of freedom-loving. The guy looked thoughtfully at the window, which told about who the spellcaster was. Specialization gave the ability to influence the speed of critical strikes. He could not learn skills in educational institutions, only those that drop from bosses. For the apocalypse, it's not that bad. It still has quite a few advantages. The caster was very good. The most important thing at the moment is to increase passive damage by adding attack speed. At this time, the orcs were waiting for him near the volcano. Their attention was drawn to the main character. He held a sword in his hands. Increasing the attribute greatly simplified the battle. Attack speed, fencing, frequency of critical hits. For him, all this was very interesting. The game reported that a special attribute called the Book of Demons was dropped. He touched an old book. It looked like it could help him complete the mission. The guy looked at the book. He almost forgot. It's better not to rush to fight the bosses. The main thing was to collect the attributes. There was an hour left before the end of the exam. The exam was drawing to a close. The students were gradually approaching the boss. What awaited them would be the final test. A monster appeared before him. Only by killing it and awakening to the awakening stone could he truly complete the exam. For this, the awakening stone was needed. The foot stepped on the hot ground. The player thought that if he defeated the boss, he would be able to touch him. Clutching the weapon in his hands, he rushed forward. The essence of his strategy was sacrifice. This is continuous damage to enemies, moreover. The curse of the ancestor is randomly released, which reduces the damage of the attacker. Once the boss has used the technique, there will be no more doubts. But if you rely on your speed, you might still be able to deal with the boss. However, the blow caught the guy. He couldn't stay on his feet and fell on his back. He clenched his teeth in pain. Then he cursed. The boss smiled and looked at him furiously. His warrior approached and raised his weapon over him. At this time in the examination hall, a body flew out through the portal. Someone asked if this guy was in the top 50 and why he lost. Even the elite lost. In previous years, the boss was level 10. But this year, the students will have to form teams to defeat it and break through it. This secret realm was not hidden due to its extreme difficulty. How come the committee opened it again? The protagonist thought about how it took him an hour to collect the items that would open access to the hidden mission. Luckily, he got to the boss in time. The orcs rushed to attack. They had no shortage of speed. He shouted that there would be no problems, and then he fell to the ground. The orcs growled in anger. The fight began. He dropped to his knees. It was clear to him that the boss was defenseless without his orcs. The creature activated the sacrifice skill. The hero, at this time, rushed forward, and he attacked him, shouting that he was his living target. He armed himself. He had little time. All the bullets aimed at the boss. The monster roared. When the machine gun magazine was empty, he realized that he had spent all the bullets he had on the boss. Apparently, nothing good would come of it. The boss began to fall rapidly to the ground. Then, he went into a state of rage and began to move around him very quickly. He used a skill called weapon change. The hero used weapons skillfully. The impact was so strong that their bones were translucent, as if they had been through an X-ray. He gritted his teeth as it was time for them to hit the ground. The difficulty of this kingdom is that when casting a spell, the boss himself could not interfere with it. He thought that as soon as he was attacked, all the equipment would immediately be dropped. The main character pounced on him. The boss called him a weakling and smirked. He easily dealt him a critical hit. At this time, an explosion was heard. A young couple came out of the portal, a guy with glasses. The girl who was next to him said that this time she would take first place. He replied that he made a mistake and that losing was inevitable. Suddenly something caught their attention and they turned around. They looked at the standings. They didn't understand how this was possible. The girl was surprised that she lost to some guy. The guys crowded around her and began to console the beauty. The guy with glasses said that people from the ordinary class sometimes use rather mean methods. The girl folded her arms across her chest. At this time, in the academic affairs office, the guy said he was just taking part in the battle. The menacing man said that if he continued to lie, he needed to be told what skills he needed to use. He asked the student if he wanted to be the first to be expelled from the academy. The student was scared, and the man said that they would find the person who helped him pull off the whole deception. The guy lowered his head and replied that he simply asked for help. It was made clear to him that when he reached the end, he would need to turn right, so he would bypass all the monsters and end up in front of the final boss. The protagonist held a map in his hands and said that he would not be in their field of vision. He would need to touch the awakening stone as quickly as possible. The academy's leadership was ready to listen attentively. The director started talking about the record and reaching the 30th level. Then he handed him a tablet with a video. The man's pupils widened in surprise. He smiled and said that he had a very bright future ahead of him. Suddenly, the portal began to glow with flames again. Several people quickly came out of the portal. The guy with glasses and his sister were discussing that they deserve to be in the elite squad. And that student with the 13th level has not yet come out. One of the participants of the game said that there are only 15 minutes left. Regardless of his level, he has already simply failed the exam. The hand reached out to the ball. As soon as he touched the awakening stone, the main character would be immediately teleported back. The main character now has such artifacts as a book, fire obsidian, dead wood, transparent crystal, and a broken sword. He knelt down and touched the skull of the demonic dog, and he received a total of 6 attributes. The hero said that it was possible to make a call. Suddenly, a pillar of light appeared and writing appeared around. A voice arose and asked who dared to awaken him. The hero thought that he would finally see the secret boss. The boss was an elite level 12, was blood red in color, and was a demon warrior. He turned to the protagonist. The boss screamed at him to die. The ground began to open up under the protagonist's feet. The stones burst into flames. Lava began to gush from underground. The guy rushed in the other direction. The boss looked at the main character. He deserved the secret title of boss. The advantage of the boss was high durability. The disadvantage was the lack of flexibility, while the main character could limit his attacks. The boss looked closely at the main character, preparing for the game. The monster began to move. He took a few steps towards the main character. He started shouting that he was ready to kill him. He struck. Then he quickly moved to the main character. The protagonist bowed and took a breath. The boss used a skill called sand throwing. Then he fell into a state of blindness. And he rushed towards the hero. Throwing sand at the enemy reduced his speed and impaired his vision for 3 seconds. The protagonist said that throwing sand is not particularly difficult. It is an ideal technique to distract the boss. The boss covered his eyes with his hand. Then he activated the passive skill, but it went out of control within 1 second. The guy hit the grenade with his hand, thinking that he deserved to be the boss here. He needed to take advantage of this. The hero began to attack, thinking that the boss's defense could not be easily broken through, so he had to act for sure. He struck with his hand. The boss must lose his vigilance. The guy grabbed it with his hand, hoping that he would have enough strength to tear at least part of it out. The hero used a dagger and stabbed him in the back. He delivered the main blow with his foot. The boss approached the grenade. The grenade beeped. The hero smiled. A second later, there was an explosion. The boss fell to the ground. The main character rushed towards him, clutching several daggers between his fingers, like Wolverine. He released them towards the enemy. The boss opened his mouth wide and began to roar. No matter how strong he is, it is clear that there is no way to stand against him. The hero took out his weapon, smiled, and said goodbye to the boss out loud. The main character rose to 14th place in the tournament table. The others began to demand an explanation, realizing that he was still in the secret kingdom. The leader thought that in any case, as soon as the test came to an end, everyone would be automatically thrown out of the secret kingdom. He said menacingly that the children were behaving ignorantly. The director was surprised that the head of the academy was acting so nervously. There was 1 minute left until the end of the test. All monsters in the secret kingdom were killed. The reward was activated. The hero received 50% additional strength, and the game informed the hero that he received plus 200 to experience. The main character's level was raised to level 14. He put his hand to his face and said that he had to waste so much time on the secret mission that it was terrible for him. But he received a new title. It would be useful. He didn't know whether the Awakening Stone would be useful. He needed to touch it. As soon as he did this, ancient writings in an incomprehensible language appeared around him. The game congratulated the main character on successfully passing his exams. His eyes lit up and the writing began to encircle him. The transformation system was upgraded to the second level. The number of transformations available was 2/3. He could add a passive skill and get new rewards. He was glad that he had 2 transformations available to him. The passive transformation was successfully completed. When using any firearm, the attack power increases by 25%. There is a chance that 10 bullets will be fired at the target at once, with a 100% hit rate. The guy thought that it was very timely. Now he could kill several monsters at once. When fighting a monster of a higher rank, all attributes are suppressed, including speed, critical hit. Most often, the monsters are killed before they can do anything, all thanks to the passive skill. He was glad that he could kill as much as he wanted. He crossed his arms over his chest in displeasure, since the number of transformations was limited. He needed to transform his passive skills. He chose a knockdown, a normal strike that would cause a subsequent shockwave within 2 meters. Compared to the levitation skill, which requires a lot of energy, the energy required to knock down is not that great. The attack range is wide, and the number of deaths is also not small. The system opened a table. The protagonist smiled. The combat power was supposed to reach 10,000. After that, he planned to go to the active continent of the apocalypse and start a real battle. The gates began to shine brightly, and it seemed that the test was over. The bright light made their eyes hurt, and no one understood what had happened. A hand appeared from the gate. This is the main character back. The head of the academy was surprised that he succeeded. The others started shouting that he was a liar, and they asked the gentleman to cancel his results. The leader took a few steps forward. Then he shouted for everyone to be quiet. Those present fell silent. The leader turned to the main character. He wanted to know how he passed the test. The protagonist turned around and said that he had managed to do it. The director said that he was number 1 and had a limitless future. He grabbed him by the shoulders and said that he had obvious problems with why he was the last one to leave the secret kingdom, but still retained primacy. The others demanded proof and said they could not be fooled. They demanded that the director expel him. The man did not understand how he had managed to achieve such results so quickly. The man put his hand on the protagonist's shoulder, saying that no one else could take the lead. Besides, it was about the secret boss. The guy with glasses and his sister were surprised. They had never heard of anything like that. At this time, a class teacher appeared in the rocket class. A girl in a dress landed near them. She thought that an ordinary student from a simple class took first place. Even from the rocket class, no one took it. She thought that some kind of deception happened to the boss. Everything needs to be checked. The girl asked who could have summoned the hidden boss. The main character was surprised. He did not plan to explain. The boys looked at her. In front of them was the youngest class teacher in the entire history of the rocket class. The guy with glasses looked at her carefully. He grabbed his sword and asked why someone was talking to his teacher. Pointing a weapon at the protagonist, he challenged him to a fight. The main character looked at him. Then he asked if he was sure he was worthy of this. The others began to shout for him to take the initiative and offer to engage in a duel. The sister placed her hand on her brother's shoulder and said that they needed to join forces. The main character asked who it was. The girl tensed up. She was offended that everyone except him knew perfectly well who she was. The guy with glasses screamed that he needed to stop behaving like that. He then shouted to the protagonist that he wanted to fight him. The teacher looked at her suspiciously, because the duel was a forced battle between awakened ones. It was not worth refusing something like that. It was unknown whether they would be able to stand up to each other. The main character said that if he was in a hurry to die, he was ready to accompany him to the next world. The head of the academy thought that the protagonist had a large reserve of strength, so through the battle, he would be able to assess his potential. Then he announced that they needed to prepare for battle. For this, they needed a stage for the battles. And besides, both sides accepted the conditions. Suddenly a wall appeared. The head of the academy turned to the guy in glasses and said that he would watch and hope that he would not regret it. The hero said that he would not waste his time anymore. Suddenly a glow appeared in front of him. The guy suggested starting their fight. The opponent gritted his teeth in displeasure and said that he was ready to begin the fight. He activated extreme speed. A glow and lightning formed around him. This helped him activate attacks by another 50%. One of the three guys said that he didn't expect it to develop his skill so thoroughly. He didn't even have time to follow the movements. The guy with glasses smiled and said that he was finished. Someone approached him from behind. He shouted for him to die. He had a sword in his hands. The main character dodged the attack. A smile appeared on his face. He found it funny that this was all the enemy could do. One of the guys asked if he had the skill of additional dexterity. The guy with glasses said that he was a little mistaken and frowned, and he certainly won't dodge his combo attack. The main character used the knockdown skill. He squatted down holding a sword in his hands. Then he accelerated and used the charge skill. The main character used a jump. The guy with glasses raised his head high. The main character looked at him and opened his mouth in surprise. Immediately, he saw that the shape and shadow changing skill had been activated. The guy shouted that he had won and used a skill called Reflect Attack. Suddenly, there was an explosion. The management and teachers stood and watched, and the sister said that he was a deceiver, and it would be better for him to die. The guy with glasses paused for a second, holding a sword in his hands. He said that no one had ever been able to cope with his speed. Suddenly, a blow landed on his jaw. He rushed to attack him with his feet. The teacher and head of the academy said he didn't even see what happened. The main character activated a passive skill. He used a passive skill called Wave Slash. The game began to incinerate the enemy's body. The main character said that his extreme speed is not up to par. The teacher said that her eyes were apparently deceiving her. The protagonist responded with displeasure that he was ready to fight if there were any volunteers. The boy's sister with glasses raised her head and opened her mouth in surprise. She bowed her head and said she wasn't worthy of this. The hero said that they were two hypocritical guys, and he was too strong for them from the very beginning. The girl looked at him and didn't think that he would be so strong. Besides, she wanted to get closer to him. At this time, the head of the academy was assessing the hero's ability to become a legend of the 5 circles. He said he would like to make an announcement on behalf of the academy. Considering his outstanding abilities, he will be rewarded with 1 million coins. The others were surprised to learn that he would be given the title of student leader. The teachers gasped simultaneously. The protagonist thought that, judging by their reaction, the title was quite impressive. He was more interested in whether it was possible to exchange such a title for money. The director said that in his city there had not been a single student with such a title for more than 20 years. The last student had only 4 circles. Ordinary students most often had only 2 circles. Only a few from the education committee had 3 circles. The class teacher thought that at this rate he could easily reach 4 circles. She took a few steps forward, thinking that she had to take such a talented student into her class. If she could get him, she would definitely become famous. She took him by the arm and asked if he was interested in transferring to the rocket class a month before the exam. She personally promised to prepare him. The other guys were angry. They would give anything for such a goddess to pay attention to them. The main character pulled his hand away and said that he didn't need to be taught. It wasn't just him. He said no one from the academy could teach him. The game showed a list of attributes and a state. He had running shoes in his inventory. The class teacher clarified the reason why she could not teach him. After accepting the specialization, the director did not have the original skills. He believed that he had enough experience in his specialization. The hero said that no one in the state was able to teach him. The director replied that in the future, he would definitely not regret his choice. Besides, he was blessed with a transformation system. The protagonist replied that this was good, since no one was able to teach him and he himself would give permission for independent study. He hoped that in a month he would shine on the exam. The single important national talent selection examination is where awakened people all over the country will compete with each other, then receive corresponding resources and rewards. Self-study will be the only option. The protagonist smiled. He said that this is also a problem. The head of the academy replied that it does not matter. The main character was more interested in the reward of 100 million. The headlines were full of his successes and the fact that he was at level 14. Journalists started asking him which university he planned to go to, since there are so many specializations. At this time, in the Management Association, when he entered the back, the identity recognition system was triggered, and the entry into the apocalypse system was complete. 100 years ago, ferocious beasts from oblivion descended into the blue abyss. Having committed murders, they retreated. In order to somehow fight the cataclysm, humanity discovered the so-called apocalypse in the cracks leading to oblivion. And then people entered unhindered. A transition occurred. To get to the Broken Islands, he needed a sufficient level, the same place as in his past life. He was asked to join a team to clear the monsters faster. The only way for newcomers to fight monsters was this. The main character had knowledge from his past life. Of course, he also knows that it is best to do the hidden task first, as he will get the most points. At this time, in a half-destroyed village with traces of human presence, in one of the houses he found something. He managed to discover a secret name that was related to fishing. The task was called Vanishing Shadow. Difficulty: 3.5 stars. Having cut off the tail of a mutating turtle, they were able to catch a mysterious monster. It was necessary to give it their all. The main character said that no one but him could complete this task. It does not require much experience. At this time on Hernan Beach, mutated turtle, strange location, level 14. People hunted turtles. One of them used the fireball technique. Another one repelled the attack. The red-haired guy replied that the academy said that fighting was prohibited. How dare he break the rules like that? A demonic swordsman appeared in front of them, accompanied by 2 mages, level 14. He said that he only lost a little. The red-haired boy said that this was a public place, not the private territory of the Demon Academy. The guy got a cut and blood appeared on his cheek. The magician said that he promised him that not a single monster would fall into his hands. The others said that they needed to take care of him and not waste time. Another shouted that they were students and needed to leave quickly. The pink-haired mage shouted that there was still one enemy left. Apparently he was a little lost too. He got angry and said that he would teach him a lesson, so that he would not dare to kill their monsters again. The hero said that he would kill all the monsters with one blow, so that none would fall to him. He said he wanted to use the high damage output of 2 mages to get rid of all the monsters. In the apocalypse, there is such a parameter as monster ownership. The one who first destroys a certain number of monster life points will be able to take possession of it. The rest of the players will not receive a reward for the kill. The protagonist grabbed the dagger and said that ordinary people know about this. He used a flash step which was called an assassin skill. If his damage is 3 times greater than theirs, he will get all the points from the kill. It is necessary to reduce their hit points without changing the object of their hatred, because as soon as they change the object of their hatred, inevitable death awaits him. As a hand-to-hand combatant, he didn't have many ranged skills, so he had to use his skills wisely. The 2 players were puzzled. They didn't know what he was planning to do. The blue-haired mage suspected that someone was trying to take over his turtles, and it just so happened that this was a group attack by mages that was only available to him. A magical sign appeared in the air. It was a snowstorm with an additional freezing effect. The movement speed of the frozen object became significantly slower. The game reported that if he dies in the apocalypse, his level will be reduced, and if he dies several times in a row, they will lose the ability to be resurrected. The head of the missile class said that nothing good came out of it. Suddenly there was an explosion. It is not clear what exactly happened. The snowstorm killed him. The class teacher stood surrounded by boys and could not understand how he survived. The magician said that they should activate the storm and kill him quickly. The snowstorm starts to activate, and it was thanks to the passive skill of cutting the waves that the damage from the storm was avoided. The probability of the machine gun going off was 25%. Each bullet had a certain probability of going off. The machine gun has an active life of 8 seconds, so how he managed to use it is unclear. They cried out that he had taken their prey. The system reported that the snowstorm was ending. Suddenly, all the turtles exploded at once. The main character sat down on the ground and began to look at the mutated turtles. He smiled as he received 32 mutated turtle tails. The magician shouted that they had robbed him. The red-haired guy laughed and said that all they could do was hide behind each other. There was no point in rebelling on the continent of the apocalypse. It was time to experience everything for themselves. The girl grabbed the headman by the clothes and shouted that he shouldn't do that. This man is much stronger than us, so it's not worth it. The magician turned around and said that he remembered their name, so they should leave. The guy shouted that he didn't allow them to leave. Well, they have fully realized their mistake and are not going to attack him anymore. The main character gave them exactly 1 minute to hand over everything they had managed to get here. Otherwise, he would have to level up again. The guy shouted that he would not give up. Fireball technique is when the only one who is worthy is in the top 10 academies. Are all their students really that cool? The guy made a fireball and played a very strong attack. With an attack of this level, he is not able to resist. The main character said that he is a brat who is afraid to move. He attacked him with a weapon and said that he was just showing off. Changing weapons is gloves. The hero used a boxing skill called dodging. The main character used a skill called evasion. The body flew to the side. The hero used an explosive fist. The guy gritted his teeth. Then he used dodge. The enemy took to the air. The enemy's body flew upward and the man let out a scream. The guy asked what exactly happened. If he understood correctly, he dispelled his technique in the blink of an eye and immediately attacked with his own. The main character said that he takes his words back. Now he needs not only the attributes, but all the coins of the apocalypse. He didn't understand how he dared to mock, and besides, they weren't finished yet. The main character asked him to calm down, unless he was planning to embarrass himself even more. The guy suddenly got a bag. The magician held a small blue bag of things in his hands, and said that this was all they had. The protagonist was pleased that they had done their job and saved several hours. The hero said he was ready to form a team. A slight smile appeared on his face. He thought that the most important thing in the world of the apocalypse is strength. No one should collect attributes. There are still 239 tales left. It looks like the day will be boring. A new day has dawned. The hero finally completed the secret mission that took up a lot of his time. The game showed a notification with the status and combat power. Finally, agility surpassed the 100 mark. Combat power amounted to 10,000 points. The guy said that since everything was ready, it was time to complete the task. At this time, at the Demon Academy, the magician asked his team if he understood that his physical skills were much lower than his. If we wanted to destroy him, we had to act carefully. The girl turned to the headman and said that she had found a person who could help him with this. The headman replied that everything was going great. There was still one thing left. He meant the champion. It is said that he has a high-ranking talent, full of magic. The magician laughed. In just 1 year, he rose to level 21 and became the best. There are rumors that he doesn't bend over backwards for anyone, but the village elder replied that it was about money. If someone says that he is not interested in money, it means that he was simply offered too little, after which an explosion was heard behind him. The headman didn't even flinch. It's no wonder that such a person became the best in our academy, releasing such power using only the fireball technique. The red-haired guy lowered his head. He hadn't been here for several months. He didn't understand what the richest man in the country was doing here. The elder said that he had a battle plan and he would like to invite him to participate. Before the headman could finish speaking, the red-haired guy rushed in the other direction. The elder replied that he was going to break through to the second circle soon, and he could help him with that. He shouted that he wanted to teach the scoundrel a lesson, especially since he had been cruelly mocked the day before. The red-haired guy grabbed his neck, and the guy said that he was very strong. Even 3 of them couldn't handle him. The headman gritted his teeth in displeasure. Moreover, he was freedom-loving. The red-haired man looked at him suspiciously. He said that he was wrong in thinking that people with this specialization are complete scum, and that he had finally found a truly worthy opponent. At this time, in the fishing tackle store, entering the store, the guy asked to show his best fishing rods. The main character now needed fishing gear. Fortunately, he had some money left. He planned to use the winnings to buy some. A plump man in glasses was holding a notebook with the word "Apocalypse" written on it. Lowering his glasses to the bridge of his nose, he answered the guy that all the prices were listed in the price list. The goods could also be found there. It seemed he had money with him. The most important thing was to sell him something most expensive. The hero turned to the owner, noting that the quality of fishing depended on the rods and tackle, and he did not understand this very well, so he would not refuse a little help. Then he asked the owner for an exquisite fishing rod made of purple bamboo and 10 daphnia. The owner shouted that he had made up his mind so quickly that, judging by what he had said, he must be interested in more expensive goods. The owner could not have imagined that he was an experienced fisherman, but even if he was ready to go fishing in his mother's womb, it is impossible to have such extensive knowledge. He asked the guy if he had anything to do with fishermen, or if it was just his hobby. The owner replied that he would give him a discount and take only 10 gold pieces. If in the future he catches something worthwhile, he can bring it to him to sell. He said he will not leave it. After some time, the guy returned to the beach. He looked at the tails, the gear. There was only one thing left. From his past life, he remembered that on the opposite island, there was a boss that appeared there every 72 hours. All he needs is a small part of this boss. After killing him, he was able to breathe underwater. This is an important piece of the puzzle that allows him to solve the mystery of the mission. The rest watched closely the one who jumped into the water. The limit of staying in the water for everyone was 2 minutes. If you exceed the limit, the blood itself will begin to leave the body. 10 seconds after exceeding the permissible time, they will part with life. In addition, the drowning person will begin to be attacked by sea creatures, so it is better not to go into the water. They crowded at the edge of the shore, not understanding where the newcomer got so much courage to take risks. Nearby in the bushes, 2 guys in masks were discussing whether they had enough money and for how much. One of them said that he didn't think there were that many bloodthirsty monsters here. In any case, they should have moved away from crowded places. After some time, on a small island in the middle of broken islands, the guy in the mask said that the island was small, so even 10 minutes should be enough for him to explore it. All that was left was to watch. The main character approached the totem. As soon as he tried to get closer, a light shone under his feet. At this point, a monster appeared in front of him. Looks like he's having some luck today. This time, he had to use the novice staff, a weapon of one of the basic weapons of the novices. The monster in front of him was an elite, had an 18th level and had life points of 3,500 units. The hero rushed towards the monster. He managed to deal a fair amount of damage. The monster turned its attention to the player. Then he released green slime at him. It was a corrosive mud that increased the area. If you remember correctly, when attacking, the hero will slow down by 30%, and such damage can be applied over and over again. With his current strength, he can afford it. The hero activated a passive skill called Wave Slash. He managed to withstand some amount of damage. The monster was oozing slime. Then it began to disintegrate into small pieces. The last thing he wanted was to get exposed to radiation. Otherwise, he would lose hit points. Although the boss is good, he will have a hard time against ranged attacks. He needed to activate the machine gun. He activated the passive weapon. The monster did not attack. He stood still. Suddenly, there was an explosion. It was incredibly powerful. The guy fell to the ground. In front of him, among the stones, a staff shone. It was an item of excellent quality that raised agility, spirit, and strength. The special feature was that its owner could breathe underwater for an unlimited amount of time. He grabbed it in his hand and said that this was just what was needed. He needed to move on. A great step would be to fight for the title of first among the newcomers of the village. The guy looked away. His attention was drawn to the surveillance. He chuckled and thought that their patience should make them wait. Suddenly, he threw himself into the ocean. Thanks to the staff, he was able to breathe underwater. The guy in the mask reached out to him and said that he couldn't do this anymore. It had been 4 hours and he was soaking wet. The second brother replied that no one would pass by them. They searched the entire island, but the main character seemed to have disappeared into thin air. One of the brothers stood up and said that things were bad for him. The hero rushed forward. Several people rushed towards him. A water monster appeared in front of him. He was armed, and he was ready to attack him. The monster plunged into the water. In doing so, he dragged several people under the water with him. And the main thing is that the main character also ended up under the water. At this time, in the fishing spot on the Broken Islands. After all the preparations were completed, the hero planned to start fishing. He saw a male figure on the shore. The game has hidden the introductory information. He opened his eyes wide because he did not see the attributes. A person could not see the damage of another, only if there was a difference in willpower. The man turned around and said that there was a place for him too. The hero squatted down and thought about sitting in place for a while. The character thought that he was not afraid of anything at all. 2 minutes passed, during which time he caught his first fish. He was glad that he caught such a heavy weight at once. In his past life, he upgraded his fishing skill to the highest level. The man called him lucky. The game congratulated him on catching a fish weighing more than 8 kilos, and the man shouted that he hadn't caught anything in half a day. The game notified that the main character had caught a fish weighing more than 10 kilos more than 6 times in a row. The man with the beard said that he did not expect to meet a wizard like him one day. The guy thought that if this man had been here for many years, but still hadn't gotten the hang of fishing, then that was strange. In that case, the protagonist wanted to say something, and it was necessary to choose a better bait. The guy grabbed his beard and said that he was quite strange. At such a young age, he already knew so much about fishing. Talent. The man looked at the protagonist and said that he needed to try something. His eyes glowed red and his hand reached out towards him. He wanted to know the reason why he chose his specialization. The guy grabbed the machine gun and said that he had his own path ahead of him. The man said that he was ready to offer him to become his mentor, but the main character rejected his offer, as he wanted to go this path on his own. He had no intention of forcing anyone and said that if he changed his mind, his doors were open. A ring appeared in his hand. The brothers began to communicate with each other and send each other messages about the results of the surveillance. At this time, at the Demon Academy, in the Management Association, there was a day at the academy when a group of students competed. Quite a rare thing. The classmates decided that they could count on each other. The fair-haired guy in uniform thought that they should start first. If everything was so serious, then it would be necessary to act. At the same time, the association management staff, who were level 34, activated the second circle and informed the boss that they were heading to the Apocalypse continent with a group of 20 people. The boss gave orders to keep an eye on them and report if anything happened. At that time, the leadership was in the middle ranks of the City Management Association. He hung up and said that this guy from the family would drive him crazy. He hoped that nothing would happen to him today. The hero being discussed was fishing at the time. He caught 39 turtle tails. In total, he needed at least 400. The headman with the magicians appeared on the horizon. They said that they would not let him fish. The main character replied that it was very much in the style of the academy to attack one person altogether. The red-haired guy recognized in the hero the same freedom-loving guy that everyone was chattering about. The opponents immediately armed themselves. The headman took out his blades and said that it would not be possible to escape after insulting the spirit of his academy. The hero grabbed the fishing rod, because at that moment it was his only weapon. Suddenly, a wave rose, and some unknown creature rose from the water. The Academy gang's mouths dropped open. They had never seen anything like this before. It seemed like it was a hidden boss. The game informed them that they were facing a level 22 elite boss with 6,000 health units. The red-haired guy was worried there was no way he could deal with such a creature alone. Someone from the team said that this is a rare boss. The protagonist said that he would have to sacrifice his lives, and the turtles' tails flew into the air. The monster began to attack. The attack sent them flying in different directions. The red-haired man used the freezing technique, and he ordered to attack the boss. The headman shouted that his classmate was a good boy, and only with him could they resist the monster. 3 of the Demon Academy decided to stop his plans. It was necessary to change weapons and fighting techniques. He used the clearing skill. The magicians raised their wands and changed weapons. The assassin used a shuriken. Suddenly, their use of skills was interrupted by another force. The monster dragged them under the water. The hero armed himself with a blade. He was now level 15, but the attribute bonus allowed him to reach level 17 skills. He switched his weapon to a 2-handed sword. Then he rushed to attack with all his might, hitting the monster in the head. The monster roared that it would kill him. The hero realized that he needed to change weapons and use a machine gun. Gritting his teeth, he opened fire on the elite monster. Even in water, the bullets quickly reached their target and caused damage. The monster had very little health left. All that was left was to finish it off. There was only 101 units of damage left. It was time to finish. But the monster made one last attempt, opening its mouth and trying to devour him. While underwater, the hero said that everything depended on whether he could reach it alive. The monster used rotation. The game congratulated the player on completing the hidden mission and awarded him more than 95,000 points. The main character was happy to see a chest under the water, at this time on the beach. The main character opened the chest. Inside, a ribbon with an inscription was waiting for him, congratulating him on receiving an epic attribute called the Tide Amulet. The hero decided that he could now easily kill monsters. He just needed to use the amulet, but he needed to understand that there were still certain restrictions on its use. In any case, for players of his level, he is invincible. He can fight face-to-face with enemies who are a dozen levels above him. The man with the cigarette crossed his arms. He belonged to the second round of turnover. He said that our city's record had been broken. A brunette sat in front of him. He said that he recognized the hero as a real genius, but he didn't even really have a specialization. Before him was a representative of the third circle. He said that he was leaving only 1 quota per year. Why they should give it to him is unclear, especially since he is against this proposal. The man stood up from his seat and started shouting that no one knew about his dealings, especially since it looked like he wanted to cover everything up this way. The men shook hands. The blonde man with glasses said at the last discussion that they had decided to send a quota from the school. He said that he had not only reached level 12, but had also awakened a high-ranking talent by choosing the wizard specialization. But their choice was not particularly important. The brunette in the turquoise jacket said that he was ready to offer them a fight, and the winner would receive a quota. The owner apologized for keeping us waiting. He said that he had counted his catch, and it was a whole 734 kilograms. The main character asked how they managed to handle so many fish, and said that he would return 30% of all his purchases. He stared at the box. The reporter greeted the audience. He was reporting from the City Academy. The guy took the bandage off his head, and the owner said that recently all the headlines were full of only these events. The main character asked why no one had told him. The reporter said that the competition would consist of 2 parts. Namely, 10 points would be given to him for the team competition, and 20 for the battle of attrition. In turn, the academy that scored the most points would receive a quota. He said that it was now necessary to welcome the participants. The team from the city academy consisted of a fighter, a magician, a shooter, a priest, and a warrior. The team from the academy consisted of a rider, a swordsman, a spellcaster, an assassin, and a boxer. The rest chanted the name of the strongest fighter, who was the main character. Someone said that he definitely could not compare with his classmate. The head of the academy thought that it was too early to compete. The blonde guy with long hair said that scum like him could give her competition. The girl bowed her face in displeasure and asked where the main character had gone. They were talking about an important quota. How could it be possible to miss something like that? She began to complain that it was necessary to analyze the strategies, because the magician must protect the priest from knife blows and cover his back. A guy with a cigarette in his teeth announced that the competition was beginning. The players began to attack. It was not worth expecting anything else from her sister, relying on the firepower of her rank. A talent, she increased her strength by 25%, quickly suppressing the enemy in front of her. The fighters rushed at each other. It was unlikely that they would be able to get close to the enemy. The fist was already flying towards the blonde girl. The skills of a rider are support and protection. The shield allows you to push back your enemies. The killer's special skill is visibility. The girl said that it was necessary to monitor the priest's protection. The brother warned her that someone was heading in her direction. She was attacked in the back. Blood immediately gushed from the girl's mouth. She screamed in pain. The girl tried to turn around and see who did it. With the last of her strength, she tried to grab the weapon and attack, wiping away the remaining blood with her fist. She was most interested in why she had been targeted, and not the priest. The blonde said that the shooter is the basis of their formation. The magic caster used demonic magic and activated the thunder bomb. It shouldn't take about 5 seconds to cast such a powerful spell, and the onlookers couldn't understand how he managed to reach such speed. The brunette smiled. He didn't understand why everyone was confused. While they stood there looking at each other, the casting time for all spells was reduced by 30%. The brother warned his sister and used a spell called Shield. Spell, Shield, casts a shield on allies, reducing damage taken and helping teammates move to a safer distance. The girl began to attack. There was no point in running. The thunder bomb would sooner or later reach its target anyway, which made the girl grit her teeth. A bright glow appeared around. After some time, the girl, exhausted and wounded, fell to the ground. Seeing this, the class teacher became worried about what she could do. She said that she couldn't fight anymore. She needed to heal the girl as quickly as possible, otherwise she would die. And besides, they had lost. The blonde said that his leader had been defeated and the protagonist had not dared to come out. It seemed that the city's academy was going to be disgraced today. Points for the battle of attrition were awarded to the city academy. The red-haired guy appeared before the 10th level warrior. The remaining observers had already lost 18 battles in the battle of attrition, leaving the academy with only 15 people left. This is all because the player is too strong. He defeated 8 people on his own. Even if the main character appears, he will not be able to help in any way. The head of the academy said that there is no need to rush things yet. The brunette didn't think he believed in him so much. He smiled and said he was ready to enjoy the academy's brilliant performance. At this time, the director of the academy was trying to call an unknown number. It was unclear whether he was afraid to go on stage. At this time, the others were fighting. One of the players said to get out. The girl flew to the side. The hero held her. The rest began to watch closely to see what would happen next. The main character was also watching what was happening, and the red-haired girl was standing next to him. The hero gently took her by the shoulders and said that they still had hope. All that was left was to avenge ours. One of the players turned to the main character and said that there was the main hope of the academy. It was a pity, but luck was not on their side. The player held a weapon in his hands that looked more like a huge cleaver. The main character grabbed the machine gun and aimed it right at the target. The fire rushed towards the enemy. He fell to the ground. The protagonist asked him who was next. The others didn't understand how it was possible to use such an attack in just a few seconds. At this time, the freedom-loving one's level rose. Now he reached 17th. Observers began chanting his name. The third circle representative shouted that he did not understand how it was possible to reach such a high level in such a short time. The head of the academy said that he himself did not expect this and hopes that he did not cheat anywhere. The guy with a cigarette in his teeth noted that he even saw a smile when he arrived. The enemy appeared in the arena in front of the main character. In front of him was a level 10 assassin. He introduced himself and asked for some guidance, as he had never encountered such a strong opponent before. The protagonist thought about having to fight monsters, then said that he had little time. The killer rushed forward, thinking that all that was left was to hope for a miracle. The enemy used an assassin skill that helped him disappear. The hero jumped into the air and used a skill called Eagle Step. One of the observers began to shout that it was impossible to catch someone who was invisible. The hero looked at the enemy he had killed with one blow and thought about why his teacher hadn't taught him a technique like his. At this time, the director of the academy looked at the guy and thought that he was helping the students to raise their spirits. Now, all the students would look up to him. 10 minutes later, a guy burst into the break room and said that things were bad for him. The headman said that he was already resting, and it would be better if he didn't shout so much. The guy told about the main character and said that he showed up at the last moment. It took him only 15 minutes to even the score. His students were about to attack. The headman was surprised and dissatisfied. The next fighter appeared in the arena. The 10th level boxer stood in front of him. All he could think about was that he had to calmly wait until the main character defeated him. The headman came out into the arena and said that intimidating people was not normal. Then he looked at the main character and asked if he would risk fighting him. At the same time, the school principal appeared. The rules were established in advance. He had already taken a break, so he had no right to enter the fight. The elder asked if the hero was afraid of him, considering that he was level 12th. The main character looked closely at the headman and thought that he was like the others. The main character said that in this case, it is worth attacking him. The spectators began to shout that 2 against 1 was unfair. The guy with the cigarette turned to the head of the academy, who was watching everything from the stands. He couldn't refuse such a spectacle. The director felt a gaze from the podium on him. It was definitely the head of the academy. Then he announced that in that case, they would have a doubles match. The elder stood in front of the boxer and said that he was ready to deliver one single blow. The director raised his hand and declared the fight begun. The boxer rushed towards the main character. The main character changed his weapon to boxing gloves and successfully dodged the blow. Then he applied an uppercut. The boxer flew into the air from the force of the blow. The hero used the dragon style. In a matter of seconds, he attacked the enemy. The spectators chanted the main character's name. The elder decided that he would not get into a fight without magic, so he used a thunder bomb. The main character thought that he had a problem. The headman said that he saw him too late, and he shouted at the main character to die. The main character put his hands forward and used the spell to summon a thunder bomb. It took 5 seconds. He only needed 3.5 seconds for the air dome to work. He managed to calculate how much time the enemy was behind him. The headman watched as the blow hit the target. There was dust all around, from which the protagonist's voice was heard. He said that he would not let him deceive him. The hero pointed his finger at the elder. He must have received some kind of reward in the secret kingdom. The headman ordered the hero to shut his mouth. Someone from the podium said that it looked like some kind of secret baptism. It was divided into 2 types, from the 1st to the 10th level. They could expect their specialization and various kinds of talents. But when passing levels from the 10th to the 20th level, you can get a secret baptism and special bonuses. Obviously, with the current level, he would not have passed the secret kingdom on his own. The crowd began to chant. A man with a cigarette in his teeth approached the head of the academy. The manager said they didn't suspect anything. But if you think about it, problems can be noticed too, and why not contact the management association? The long-haired brunette said that they don't understand what kind of enemy they can handle. Those who were watching the fight began to talk from the stands, and someone even noted that the main character was going beyond the bounds of what was permitted. The hero raised his head and thought that he had clearly decided to turn attention to him. The brunette smiled slyly, thinking that a third-year student couldn't reach level 17. He must have been on the wrong path too. The protagonist replied that it was most likely because he saw the flaws at first glance. The dark-haired man screamed that a simple boy could not see this. The protagonist stood and looked at him, thinking that the students could not be so knowledgeable about the specializations, and human energy is limited. There are too many techniques in the world. It is impossible to remember everything for one specialization. The man said that if he was so brave, then he could be tested. But if he couldn't stand it, then first of all, he would like to discuss the Blue Fist Holy Messenger. The watching crowd became indignant. The brunette said that he would crush him. If he hadn't encountered him in his youth, he wouldn't have known anything either. The main character said that the main skill is mind control. The man began to scream so loudly that drool flew out of his mouth. The observers looked at each other, thinking that the elder was talented. The elder said that if he understood the specialization, then he should be able to answer his question about the hidden characteristics of the caster. The observers chanted that it was worth going straight with the trump cards, especially when it came to hidden characteristics. The hero looked at his fingers and said that the hidden characteristic of the spellcaster is not to simply embody it into magic, because the spells are divided into 5 elements: gold, wood, water, fire, earth. In addition, they are fundamentally different from each other. The results from using are also different. The elder looked at him and opened his mouth in surprise, apparently. The thunder bomb was so powerful thanks to technology. He took a few steps and said that this couldn't be. Suddenly, the headman fell. The brunette in the circle sat next to the guy with the cigarette, then said that he was very sorry that he had decided to use his talent incorrectly. The man lowered his head guiltily and said that he was sorry that everything turned out this way. An announcement was made in the hall that the academy would lose all of its achievements acquired during today's event. The hero realized that they had managed to win today. The head of the academy turned to the main character and said that the only quota would go to him. The main character said he wanted to know about the 10 universities that had taken over the secret kingdoms. Soon they returned to the principal's office. The main character was leafing through a directory of universities when suddenly, one of the universities caught his attention. He wanted to know information specifically about him. The man put the cup on the table. 50 years ago, there were many secret kingdoms at the university. Everyone was happy. It was the first in the country. But over time, other universities also began to develop their secret kingdoms, which became much more progressive. Their students became much stronger. For some reason, the secret kingdoms in the city were much more difficult than in other institutions. So, over time, it became too difficult for students to pass them. People began to give up, and gradually expulsions began. The hero looked in the directory. This university has what he needs, even though it is not in the top. But the academy can give the quota to someone else. The guy smiled and said that he himself wants to pass the entrance exams and go where he wants. The man couldn't believe what he was hearing, because such a chance only comes once. The head of the academy said that there are reasons why he chose this particular institution. And besides, they have no right to make any demands on you. The hero wanted to know if the academy would be able to provide the necessary letters. The director replied that there should be no problems. The manager picked up a piece of paper. The hero said that they had downloaded the data on the beach area. He thought he could get a better look at the person, and then handed the tablet to the person sitting in front of him, asking him to take a look. The man thought that he could not even imagine what kind of educational institution would decide to take him on. In front of him was the personal file of the main character. His combat power was impressive. It's no wonder he was able to kill 22 rare bosses on level 15, as well as kill 21 humans. He also had an unknown level of combat power revealed. The man was surprised. Besides, this place was full of people from the university. At this time, in the reception area, many women were waiting for the man. They all wanted to know why their sons had dropped in level. A gentleman appeared. The executive vice principal of the Demon University, 3 circles. He is also the Red Flame Mage. He asked to provide him with data on the main character. The vice director said that he would think about his question. The magician said he would insist. The man in the suit replied that in that case, he would protect him. At the same time, both men's magical powers were activated. The vice director laughed and said that before he came and asked for advice, he had been given all the necessary instructions. The man gritted his teeth in displeasure. In any case, he was on his side. He thought that the director at headquarters would appreciate their efforts. Suddenly, a widget appeared in front of them with the word refusal written in large letters. The director did not expect to be refused. The man in the suit thought about the information that no one wanted to spread. Then he said that if he tries to help, the women said that they respected their superiors. It seemed that their children had done it themselves, and it was not worth blaming the main character for everything, so there should be no more trouble. At this time, the vice director turned to his brother and said that he had a misunderstanding. Since the women he had just seen trusted him, he also decided that this would be a great option. And he asked me to say hello to the main character. The man in the suit had cards in his hands. He said that this was a generous auction card. Moreover, the opportunity to exchange the card for level 60 armor was also worth a lot. He looked at it thoughtfully, finding himself thinking that it would be great if he wasn't disappointed or let down this time. Light filled the room. The man with the cigarette apologized and said that he could only give a third of what was needed. The main character was surprised. Then he stood up, bowed and thanked, and besides, he remembered some things to do. The man with the cigarette asked the hero to wait. He had a feeling that he was planning something dangerous. As soon as he headed for the door, the head of the academy called out to him and said that it would be better to abandon this idea. They could settle everything except killing people. The hero said that he was going to create the most powerful weapon of all time. At this time, at the academy, the head of the department was sitting in the middle of the office. He announced that it was necessary to read a message from the Education Bureau. The man with the monocle turned out to be the director of the academy. He was an awakened second circle and had a level 49th. He announced that the student was deprived of his academic status and was suspended from participating in the entrance exams to the university for the next 5 years. All teachers involved in this incident could no longer be employed. Further measures will be taken by the Discipline Quality Committee. Those present began to discuss the information received. Someone present said that the best students were suspended, so there would be no success this year. They said that other students would transfer. The director said that things would be difficult from now on. Suddenly, someone burst into the office and announced that the main character had arrived. Everyone stood up from their seats and began to worry. A man in a business suit said that he would come to him. It was necessary to find out why he came. The hero thought that this was the same monster, and it would be good if he had the opportunity to transfer. The director of the academy said that he recognized the main character as the culprit, and asked why he had come. The protagonist smiled and replied that he had returned to begin the battle for the Secret Kingdom. The director did not understand what was being discussed. The others began to discuss what the Secret Kingdom meant, and why the director was so excited. For example, if the Secret Kingdom is in the hands of his academy, they will control it. Men in business suits started shouting that level 17 was too much for such a guy, so he needed to return to his academy. He wasn't welcome here. The hero asked why they were afraid of him. It seemed that no one was able to challenge him. The director said that he was not afraid. He was even interested in what rate we were talking about. After some time, at the entrance to the Secret Kingdom, the hero stood and looked at the scoreboard. The academy controlled only the 4th level of the kingdom. As soon as one level was passed, after 3 attempts, it would be possible to immediately set a new record. The first place is the Mine of the Dead. You could choose the Secret Kingdom yourself. This location had a record for passing. The next moment, he was given a choice of Screaming Caves. It was necessary to choose between easy mode or normal. The next place was the Dark Fang Fortress, which was affiliated with the academy. The last location that awaited him was the Dark Abyss. One of the men crossed his arms over his chest in displeasure and said that even in the simplest location, the minimum time to complete it was over 2 hours. So he doubted that the hero would be able to cope, since the teacher had to spend 2 months to set the current record. Then he said that he would go into the Dark Abyss. The director turned to the hero and said that he would bear responsibility. The terrain is difficult. It is impossible to set a record given his capabilities. But the hero replied that he is confident that he can handle it and smiled. The director reached out his hand and said that he needed to get ready. Everyone needed to turn on their screens. Everyone needed to watch the main character. The men in suits said their morale would not be broken and they had to see failure. Dark Abyss, inside the Secret Kingdom, the hero landed on his knees. The main character took a few steps. He remembered that in his past life, the Dark Abyss was like a labyrinth, and the monsters were mostly people who looked like fish. They flocked in packs and were level 16. As soon as they noticed the main character, they turned their attention to the guy. The hero said it was time to go fishing. He was the first to attack them. He immediately managed to deal damage to all opponents. Then he rushed forward, and he smashed one monster's head. The guys were sitting at the table. One of them said that he definitely wouldn't be able to cope with these monsters. The protagonist rushed forward. He looked at the monsters carefully and thought that if the vortex did not affect the attributes here, it would be difficult to find them. Fortunately, he had a specialization of a freedom-loving person, so there should be no problems. Then he used a common skill called jumping. The guy landed. The 2 men looked at the screen, where they could see what the main character was doing. They did not understand who he was. The head of the academy asked how much time had passed, since even a teacher would need 25 minutes to complete it. The vice principal of the academy screamed. The main character took a few steps forward. An unknown monster appeared in front of him. It was a lobster lord whose life level was several thousand points. The boss's stats weren't the highest, and a blue flame appeared in the protagonist's hand. It dealt residual damage and the impact caused an explosion. The lobster lord appeared before the hero when one of the men in suits said that he decided to attack the monster on his own, which surprised him greatly. Another said that he deals more damage than his peers. He still doesn't have much combat experience. He said that he can achieve success here. They looked at the screen. It took the teacher more than one attempt to achieve the result on this level. In addition, the lobster lord used piranhas to attack the teacher. Although he lost a lot of time and health points, he was still able to pass the level, avoiding a direct battle. The vice director sat in his chair, thinking about how he was about to witness a scene in which the main character would be eaten by piranhas. The hero rushed towards the lobster. He used the sliding skill, then a skill called takeoff. The attack caused the monster to fall to the ground. His eyes glowed red. He began to speak like a human being, answering that water was his element and he would not be able to resist it. The hero changed his weapon to a glove and said that everything depended on whether he dared to dive under the water. The main character struck the lobster. Immediately, the piranhas flew to the lobster's blood. Now they began to attack. Omar immediately screamed that he was in pain. The main character told him to rest. Then he said that he would not leave it like that. Suddenly, he struck the lobster again. He used a weapon change and had to take a grappling hook. The hero said that he is still a little lacking in development. The guy immediately started running in the other direction. The head of the academy asked him how he had come up with this idea. It seemed to him that the teacher's efforts were now in vain. The vice director of the academy opened his mouth in surprise and said that he continued to advance. He was amazed that he chose the cave. The man in the suit pointed at the screen and said that the labyrinth could have many dead ends. The teacher had been through it at least 20 times. The director stood up and ordered them to stop misleading themselves, as the dark abyss had always been under their control, and this was the first time he had come. The vice principal said that his academy's dungeon was about to fall into the hands of a senior student. The rest began to discuss the possibility of seeing the record. At this time, the main character entered the hall. He stood in the middle and thought that every time a brazier was lit, 4 level 18 snakes would appear, and once all 4 braziers were ready, the final boss encounter would begin. With his current strength, there shouldn't have been any problems. In that case, everything would have ended very quickly. The hero at that time raised the torch above himself. He lit each torch in turn. The others began to discuss that it was impossible to plan to deal with all the monsters at once. The men in black business suits discussed how much weight was on their shoulders, and his defeat was only to their advantage. The director of the academy folded his hands in front of him and began to think about what to do next. At this time, level 18 snakes appeared around the main character. He used the destruction skill and reduced the enemy's attack power and increased defense for 30 seconds. Green energy began to spread around. Then he used the jump and a napalm bomb. The snakes began to clump together. The 2 men in suits couldn't understand how he could do this without any skills or equipment. His actions could reduce attack and increase defense, and napalm bombs could help with ignition. The man pointed his finger and opened his mouth. The hero grabbed the staff and began to read the spell. The stone summoning technique worked, and suddenly there was a sharp explosion. The men realized that he was definitely an ammunition expert. Otherwise, he would not have been able to create such a chemical reaction. The vice director grabbed his beard and said that this combination of techniques was impressive. Suddenly, a monster appeared that looked like a cobra. He spoke in a human voice and asked about who could dare to summon him. It turned out that in front of him was an Akumal, a monster from the 20th level Hydra clan, who was an elite boss and had about 5,000 life points. The hero grinned and said that he was ready to see his strength. The monster screamed that he would make him pay for summoning him. He then used a technique called corrosive poison, but the hero successfully dodged it. The game reported that the left side of the head was damaged, and the hero himself was thinking about how he wanted to get rid of the snakes. He quickly changed his weapon to a dagger and launched a move that belonged to an assassin's skill. It was called a backstab. Suddenly, the snake was hit again, right in the head. The hero activated a skill called hook. He sped up to pull the hook. Then he changed his weapon to a long blade and activated the blade cut skill. The effect of using it was to strike in a semicircle. The activity lasted for 1.5 seconds. The snakes tried to attack. The game announced that the boss had been killed and congratulated the player on successfully completing the mission in record time. The game reported that a chest with newbie attributes was received. The hero could open or leave the chest. The game congratulated the player and informed him that he now had a Hydra tooth, a sea turtle shell, and a void tentacle. He thought that this was all he needed. The others watched as he broke the record. He was almost twice as fast as the teacher. A record like that would not be available to anyone in the near future. At this time at the gate, one of the men in the suit, the one with the beard, said it was all over and the dark abyss was his. The vice director said they had been wrong to think their achievements were indestructible, and besides, they had paid a high price for a decade spent in comfort. The hero replied that since he had broken the record, they should keep their word and fulfill their promise. The vice principal said that the academy would not go back on its word. He promised to get everything he wanted within a week. The hero said that he needed 3 secret kingdoms. The rest began to complain that if you continue playing with the main character, you can lose everything. The director yelled that they were fools who considered themselves very weak, according to the rules. They could not refuse to fight for the kingdom. The director of the academy said that if he could take all of their secret kingdoms, he would double the amount of materials he promised. He raised his finger and said that he needed to do something. The headlines were full of information about the upcoming merger of 2 influential academies. At this time, the director of the other academy was sitting in his office. He understood that this could only happen if the academy lost its kingdoms, so merging was the only possible option. An employee ran into his office and started shouting that things were bad for them. The director answered the red-haired teacher that it was absolutely not worth making such a fuss over trifles. The teacher asked the director if he was ready for the guest's visit. The director replied that, judging by his performance at the academy, the main character is not so simple, since he encroaches on our secret kingdom. He turned to him and said that they needed to do everything so that he could simply pass it. At this time, at the entrance to the academy, a guy in orange clothes appeared in front of him. He introduced himself and said that he was on the 22nd level. He was a Qigong master by specialization and would like to fight the main character. The protagonist asked how he was going to stop him. There were two elderly people standing nearby. They didn't understand why the teacher decided to fight with the student. Besides, it was illegal, considering his level. At this time, in the academy's conference room, the director sat in a chair and shouted that they should look for the main character's weak points. The master answered the main character that he could only blame himself for not going to the academy. A moment later, he used Thunderstep. Thanks to the gloves, the main character managed to block the master's technique. It took him a split second to throw it aside. The main character jumped up and headed towards the enemy to attack him from above. He used an eagle kick, then another blow. Blood began to flow from the master's nose. The hero turned and saw a figure walking towards him. Several kids who were watching the fight through the glass started yelling and pointing at the level 24 teacher, wondering what would happen next. A fair-haired man in a jacket walked towards the main character. He said that no one is invincible, so he is here to show true strength. Besides, he did not believe that after so many battles, he would still have the strength for the secret kingdom. The protagonist said that it was necessary to end this as soon as possible. In that moment, the title spell was activated. For 4 seconds, thanks to this skill, it was possible to put the enemy into a stupor. The hero took out a machine gun. A hail of bullets rushed towards the enemy. The men in suits watching on the screen couldn't figure out what kind of skills he was using. And where does such power come from? After the main character called his opponents to him, the image on the screen went out. The director of the academy stood up and ordered everyone to come down. The main character was calm as usual. The academy's leadership headed towards him. The hero was waiting for them and smiled. At this time, another enemy was flying towards him with fists. But at that very moment, several bullets were already flying in his direction. The hero got ahead of him. He raised his weapon and beckoned the next one to him. 3 of them attacked the guy, shouting that their level allowed them to deal with him. After some time, near the academy, the main character scattered all the opponents. The principal bowed his head, thinking that there were no more teachers in the school below level 38, according to the rules. He could not restrain him. All that was left was to deal with it personally. He wanted to understand who was to blame for this. Also, the director understood perfectly well that if he did something, he would lose not only his position, but also his life. The director smiled and said that he would not bother anyone anymore, otherwise his status as director would be broken. He told the hero that he impressed him, and he invited him to follow him forward. The newspapers were full of headlines with information that all 20 academies had been invaded by students. At this time, in the conference room, the head of the academy said that now everyone realized the difference in their strength. The main character was armed with an axe. At this time, the heads of all the academies gathered in one place to discuss something. They were planning to confer the title of honorary director. It was necessary to vote. The director of the academy said that it was necessary to wait for the return of the main character. One of the representatives said that it was strange for him to disappear after causing such a sensation. He was on the Apocalypse continent, on the coast of Lano, where the monster levels ranged from 17 to 26. First of all, he scattered all the monsters, successfully reaching level 20. His skills required level 3. When using any firearm for attack, there was a 25 to 30% chance that 10 to 15 bullets would be fired at the target, with a 100% chance of hitting. He could use level 3 clearing. The attack probability was 10 to 15%, creating a long-range attack that spread over a 2 to 4 meter area. Then the game congratulated the hero on raising the skill, which was called Wave Cut. When attacking, there was a 35% chance that a shockwave would be used, the hero thought. After improving his passive skills, the hero's damage increased significantly. Now he had to carefully think through the next 2 steps. Fortunately, he had already visited all 20 academies in the city, so now he had everything he needed to create a weapon. He saw a blacksmith. He needed to clarify with him whether the blacksmith could teach him to forge and create weapons. The blacksmith named his price and said that if he did not have money, then it was better for him not to waste his time. The guy thought he had spent all his coins on improving production. The blacksmith replied that he had not changed the price. The hero smiled and thought that he was sorry that he would never see his weapon blueprint. The blacksmith became interested, and he moved towards the hero. He was excited and surprised that he had a drawing. The blacksmith said that he would definitely help him with his training. Right there, he said that he didn't need to pay. He could start studying at any time. A tome appeared in the hero's hand. 10,000 experience was needed to achieve an average level of working with silver. The blacksmith grabbed the drawing and said that the one who created this drawing was a real genius. He had been working with iron for 30 years, but had never achieved such success. The hero said that he personally improved this drawing. The weapon is capable of combining several others, but ordinary people cannot understand its manufacturing method. The blacksmith begged. Although he didn't fully understand, he wanted to at least understand the principles of work. The hero replied that he had one copy of the main material, and if nothing worked out, he would have to collect everything again. He handed him a few sheets and said that he had the rest of the drawings, and that he would not refuse his help. 2 hours passed. The blacksmith said that he could look at his work, as he tried very hard. The hero looked at the glove that appeared in his hand. The gloves with sharp claws were of fine quality, and had a type of leather armor. Then he offered him to look at the silver chest armor. He also had a dark cloak at his disposal, which added strength and endurance, and he also had troll greaves of excellent quality. When he tried it all on, he felt the quality of a true master. His stats immediately increased. The hero saw that he now had 16,000 combat experience points. The blacksmith smiled pleasantly and said that apparently he had passed the test. Sir, he collected all the necessary materials, and today he could begin. At this time, a second-year student appeared. He was a swordsman, and he was level 28. Despite the fact that he doesn't like people, he is still considered the best of the masters of the apocalypse. The guy heard someone's voices in the utility room. He came closer. The hero and the blacksmith argued about types of forging. The guy was shocked that someone dared to criticize the master. He interrupted them with his greeting. The hero glanced in his direction. Then he smiled. The guy tensed up. His gaze seemed strange to him. The hero did not expect to meet this particular person. In front of him stood the famous swordsman of the apocalypse, who was level 98. The blacksmith said that he would help him dig up the weapon, but another time. The hero said that he remembered that he had not prepared everything yet, and besides, he would like to see how they handled the weapons. The blacksmith asked him if he was making fun of him. His skills are much higher, and he has no other choice. The blacksmith returned to his work. 2 hours passed. The swordsman admired the work of the master, who was able to create a level 24 weapon. Few could surpass him in forging. The swordsman immediately appreciated the high speed. He glanced at the protagonist, wondering why he had decided to help him. Now that they had demonstrated their abilities again, it was time to get down to business. Somewhere around 2 o'clock in the morning, in the blacksmith's workshop, a first-rank umbrella spear shone. At the moment of completion, a golden glow always appeared. It was interesting because the spear was only rank 1. Yet it dealt a decent amount of damage and increased attack speed. The hero grabbed the weapon. He understood that the base damage was 25% higher than in his past life. The hero wanted to change this weapon to a machine gun. A second later, a beautiful weapon appeared in his hands, shining with a golden light. The swordsman and the blacksmith were surprised that the weapon had been transformed so much. Then the hero ordered the weapon to change shape. The weapon obediently took on the graceful shape of a spear. The game congratulated him on receiving a high-class weapon. Now no one could dodge his blows. At this time, in the swampy area, in the secret kingdom of the middle level, players and teams gathered. The hero understood that he had about 10 minutes left. He thought that everything would be the same as in his past life. He decided that in any case, he needed to prepare for battle, no matter what happened next. First, he had to try to transform the elementalist sphere of nothingness. A sphere of nothingness appeared in his hands when used. There was a 15% chance that his attacks would be strengthened for a few fractions of a second. The hero pressed the transform button. As a result, he obtained a skill called Dazzling Pattern. When used in battle with an enemy, it had a chance of increasing attack for 2 minutes. He thought that now he finally didn't have to launch other skills. If he can transform other skills in the future, he will be unrivaled in combat. Although, he understood that everyone wanted to grab their share. Before him stood a gang of players who recognized the freedom-loving one. At this time, the swordsman was also greeted as a living legend, because the young player was level 28. No one understood why he came. There was only an assumption that he came for the sake of the kingdom. The swordsman addressed the freedom-loving one as a god, and invited him to continue on together. Several people were surprised that such a strong player called the main character nothing less than a god. At this time, the game showed where the swamp was located, deep in the thorny jungle in the northwest of the Newbie area. According to legend, the formation of these two secret kingdoms is associated with an ancient demigod named Nirukam, an immortal giant boar covered in vines. In battle, Nirukam joined his brethren to take part in the destruction of the Burning Legion. His battle with the Lord of the Abyss, named Manos, engulfed the entire continent of the apocalypse, and from his blood thorns, plants and animals emerged. Eventually, a group of wild boars gradually came to enlightenment and became loyal followers who waited for the god's rebirth and guarded these lands. The swordsman and the freedom-loving ones stopped. The red-haired guy said that the hero could get rid of the mobs, but he had to remember about safety. The hero suggested that they split up. It was necessary to choose a path and see who would be the first to deal with the boss. The swordsman replied that the mobs here were already level 26. It was strange that he wasn't afraid of them. Besides, they gathered in groups of at least 4 creatures. The hero smiled. The swordsman said that if something happened to him, it would not concern him. The swordsman looked to the side and saw a place where there could be many monsters. That was where he planned to go. The hero got ahead of him and headed in exactly the direction the swordsman wanted. The swordsman looked at the retreating figure with displeasure. A noise was heard somewhere nearby. A flock of 4 wild boars appeared. The swordsman carefully assessed them. It was necessary to understand how dangerous the pack could be. He grabbed the weapon that was behind his back. It's time to destroy its formation. He rose into the air and found himself above the monsters. The guy rushed forward. He scattered all the creatures with lightning speed. And he said that he had already covered 2/3 of the distance in less than 10 minutes. At this time, the main character had covered 2/3 of the entire distance. He saw a huge herd of wild boars. A purple spark appeared in his eyes. He instantly activated the weapon and said he was ready to try out his new spear. Suddenly, he activated the weapon transformation and the spear turned into a machine gun. Freedom-loving took aim. The bullets successfully reached their target. It took a few seconds, and dozens of wild boars lay before him. He said that one shot releases about 50 bullets, the damage of which reaches 170 units. He thought that he had spent so much effort not in vain. The main character used the ghost blade technique. The swordsman said that he had done it in literally 27 minutes. Now he had become much stronger. The time spent demonstrated this perfectly. The guy was worried about whether the main character was dead, given the number of boars that he could encounter along the way. A tree and the main character were visible ahead. The swordsman asked why he was here. The hero stretched his lips into a smile. The swordsman, without waiting for an answer, said that escape was the best possible option, so there was no need to be embarrassed about it. He turned around and said that the hero could rest, as he could rely on him. The guy noticed that there was something on the path in front of him. The swordsman stopped. He did not understand why a mountain of corpses appeared in front of him. He didn't understand how he managed to deal with so many monsters at once. Even he couldn't do it. His head was filled with thoughts about the freedom-loving being much stronger than him. He said there should be about 27 elite wild boars here, even if their bodies were dead. The hero said that it was necessary to pay attention upward. The swordsman raised his head. The body of a boar hung from above. The swordsman was shocked that the boy had single-handedly dealt with a level 27 boar. Then he turned to the freedom-loving one and said that he was very strong. The swordsman wanted to know whose handiwork this was. The hero replied that in fact, it was not difficult. He could have done it too. It was necessary to resort to the help of skills. The swordsman said that they needed to continue on their way. The boars rushed at him. One of them attacked the swordsman from behind. The swordsman managed to successfully parry the blow. The main character had to shoot. His attack speed was a split second slower than the swordsman's. One of the boars paid attention to him. After he saw the hero's abilities with his own eyes, he realized that he had something to strive for. What shocked him most was the cold-bloodedness and indifference to everything that was happening. The swordsman looked carefully, assessing the situation. It took him a few seconds to realize that his skills were not enough. However, he did not stop attacking. The hero put up a defense, but the swordsman fell to the ground from the blow. The guy tried to lift his morale with a sarcastic joke. The swordsman said that he was too strong, and he was able to kill one monster and his brother. It took a long time, but he was far from him. The hero said that there was a reason why he still couldn't reach the top. The swordsman smiled weakly and replied that, as a warrior, he often ignored the injuries he received. The hero replied that his strike depended on accuracy, not speed, which is why he was unable to achieve the desired result. He said that the swordsman would still need his knowledge. The swordsman replied that he needed to calculate everything. The freedom-loving man smiled and said that he was coming to his senses. Then the thought came to the swordsman's mind that the hero wanted to become the first swordsman of the Apocalypse continent. The hero replied that he still had a lot to learn from him. The guys shook hands. He understood that he would become the first swordsman of the Apocalypse, and besides, no one would defeat him. A red flame appeared in the eyes of the armed boar. The swordsman grappled with him in battle. He immediately noticed a weak spot. The game told you that the enemy would change their attack position if they started moving. You just had to wait until the enemy couldn't change their direction anymore and then dodge. The swordsman thought he would have to wait a little longer. He dodged the attack. Several boars were pierced by an arrow of light. The guy smiled because this method of fighting worked. The protagonist stood and watched how the powerful swordsman of the Apocalypse behaved in battle. The swordsman approached the protagonist and complimented him, as he believed that he would be an excellent teacher. The hero replied that the next lesson could be his last. Soon Kalga appeared, the great shaman of the Wild Boar clan. In total, he owned 4 basic skills, but the purification technique, which is active for 2 seconds. The purpose of his lesson was to try to interrupt his skills, but for the rest it was necessary to rely on him. The battle will be fast, so you won't have time to get tired. The blow hit the shaman right in the face. The hero changed his weapon to a spear. He rushed towards him, saying that his blood would make an excellent decoration for his spear. Kalgi's chest had a high recovery ability, so attacks from a distance were not suitable for him. He would have to act directly. The hero attacked the great shaman. He dealt blinding damage, a critical attack, and a glancing attack. The hero thought that the spear form was the best weapon at the moment, as it not only provided fast strikes, but also helped deal dark and blinding damage. The shaman shouted that he would destroy him. The hero looked at the swordsman behind him with displeasure and said that it was his turn. The swordsman ran forward. He successfully interrupted the shaman's attack and laughed. The shaman hit himself in the ribs and restored 1,500 units of health. The swordsman said that he was interrupted, and this was too much. He concentrated and struck. It was impossible to miss the chance and give him another opportunity to restore his health. The swordsman used a skill called Demonic Slash. It interrupted his recovery. The shaman still hit him in the ribs, which managed to restore his health. The swordsman thought that he had only one way left. This is to apply a piercing blow. The hero said that he was quite smart. He held the spheres above his head, and besides, it was time to show him the skill of reducing health units. He launched a blinding strike. The shaman couldn't stay on his feet due to critical hits. He screamed that he could die. The hero raised his hand and used the skill. Another attack was directed at the shaman. The shadow became more vulnerable, and the damage became fatal. The swordsman said that he had eliminated the only enemy. He expressed his confidence in the future. If he succeeds, he will also acquire students. Every time he killed someone, he praised the swordsman. If he can unite all his friends in the near future, then he will be able to cross the entire continent. The swordsman pointed to the map. There was the last level on it, where 100 elite boars were located. Once they got to that place, one could say that the task was completed. So far, it took him 2 hours. The swordsman said that they could beat the record. The hero turned to the swordsman, and he said that he hoped for his courage. After that, he pushed him forward with incredible force and speed. At this time, in one of the tents where the boar garrison was located, there was a creature lying on the ground that needed help. After some time, the swordsman arrived at the scene. He immediately dealt damage to the wild boar. A small green creature, tightly wrapped in something, suddenly spoke. The swordsman grabbed the creature, and he started running as fast as he could. The boars immediately rushed after him, and the swordsman screamed. A block of ice appeared in front of him. The swordsman asked the protagonist to protect the goblin. He realized that there were 100 wild boars in front of him. The swordsman said that he was ready to sacrifice himself. The guy started running. The main character stood surrounded by armed boars. He smiled and said that he would finally destroy them all in one place. All he had to do was change his weapon to a machine gun. The cannon fired and threw the hero a great distance away. He managed to use this to move through space. The swordsman shouted that if he was here to save him, then why didn't he get out with the herd of boars? The hero wanted to show off his techniques and changed his weapon to a staff. He activated the sphere of nothingness. The attack reached the enemies. The swordsman knew that the ball of nothingness was accompanied by a large explosion. It only lasted for a few seconds, but the recharge time was 15 seconds. As soon as the ball dissipated, the boars could run again. The hero used magic bullets. The swordsman screamed that his technique would soon wear off and he didn't know what to do. The ball of nothingness worked successfully, but the hero told the swordsman not to rush. The spheres dealt critical damage. The swordsman did not understand where he got 2 new balls of nothingness from. The hero replied that the balls of nothingness act for too short a time. Ordinary people can only use one of them. But after the passive skill is triggered, the ball of nothingness changes. It can be used several times. The hero called the swordsman to follow him. Swordsman and freedom-loving set a new record. They managed to raise the level of the team. The game congratulated the protagonist and informed him that the umbrella with thousands of blades had been successfully soaked in the shaman's blood. A treasure chest appeared in front of him. Opening the chest, he gained access to the ghost cloak, which increased agility and endurance. The swordsman boasted that when he opened the chest, he received level 35 shoulder armor. Then he said that he had a second circle, and also a form of conscription if he was going to exhibit it. Then it would be better to do it for 50 million. The green creature began to thank them. It told them that it was captured because it revealed the secrets of the boars. It wrote down the contents of the letter, indicating the coordinates, and then asked for help in completing the mission. It left a letter on the ground and evaporated. The hero grabbed the piece of paper. He couldn't believe that this was the same legendary mission. The task required a huge amount of effort. The current level will not be enough. The swordsman smiled and said that they needed to hurry. The hero grabbed him by the shoulder and said that he wanted to show him something. It took them some time to get to the place. Soon, they arrived at the dragon cut. The swordsman had to make his way through the rocks using his weapon. He destroyed the wall to get inside the cave. The swordsman asked what this place was and how he knew about it. An altar appeared before him. The guy opened his mouth in surprise. He had never seen anything like this before. Then he turned to the freedom-loving one and began to beg him to share valuable information with him. He started to squeeze him and say that he was ready to do anything just to gain valuable skills. The swordsman activated the power. A new skill began to be passed on to him. He got a flash of anger. The boy turned to his friend and said that he had studied the warrior's outburst of anger. He called him over to him. He was interested in what he would find. Of course, level 26 players could only master one skill. The hero touched the altar. Something surprised him. He saw a list of different skills in front of him, meaning he had a choice. He had to decide between a tombstone, mountain destruction, and a quantum bomb. But he could only choose one thing. In the end, he settled on a level 1 quantum bomb. The quantum bomb created an explosion that spread over a decent distance and reduced health, breaking equipment. After the skill cave, the protagonist returned to the village to the blacksmith's house. The blacksmith greeted him with a question about why he had returned. He was surprised that the guys were able to set a record in the team mission. The hero replied that he would like to borrow his furnace, since he needs to bring forging to at least an intermediate level in order to continue his studies. The blacksmith clarified what course he was on. He turned him down and said that it would be better for him to just practice. The blacksmith said that he had very powerful skills. He never thought that he would do such a thing. Besides, it would take 10,000 points to reach the intermediate level. The guy said that he understood everything. He handed him the shaman's bloodstones. The blacksmith could not believe his eyes. The guy smiled and said that there were at least 50 of them, despite the fact that the rate of stone drop was quite low. His critical hits did their job, and the sphere of nothingness could help him. The blacksmith said that he would allow him to use the equipment to its full extent. With such a quantity of stones, one could do incredible things. It was getting on towards evening when the main character finished the first weapon. There was a sword in front of the blacksmith, and Freedom Loving not only created the first part at a high level, but also handled the rest perfectly. The boy smiled at the blacksmith's joke that he himself could learn from the boy. 3 days passed. During this time, the guy constantly improved his forging skills. The blacksmith was surprised now. In order to move to the next level, he needs to gain 100,000 experience points. He didn't expect that he could gain experience in 3 days, and besides, the guy made 46 items out of 50. The blacksmith grabbed his head. He didn't know what to say. The hero turned to the blacksmith and said that he wanted to give him something. And as soon as he passes the entrance exams, he will immediately return to it. The hero returned to the academy. He was met by the director, who reminded him that entrance exams were coming soon. He wanted to clarify with the gentleman whether they had set up an ambush for him, but the director replied that they needed to clarify the details first. The man said that the exam would be moved to another location. They walked down the red carpet. He said that the secret kingdom had a 20th level. He said that since they were proud of him, he would like to surprise him. Then he opened the door. A full hall of guests awaited him, including the heads of other academies. The manager raised his finger and said he wanted to explain something to everyone. After many discussions, a unanimous decision was made to award him the title of Best Director, and his colleagues approved. The guy was flattered and embarrassed. He was an ordinary student, and here he was, appointed director. They began to shake his hand and greet him. The hero exhaled. He would never let the academy down. The director in front of him said that he had previously refused the quota, so the academy transferred it. He asked the sister of the guy with glasses what university she planned to go to. Suddenly, a guy in armor flew up to the main character and said that the girl was clearly in love. The hero pushed him away from himself and told him to think about himself. There was a girl standing in front of him. She bowed her head. Suddenly, the main character's phone rang. A member of the association committee called him with an offer to meet. On the day of the entrance exam, he arrived at the rental. He was sitting with a classmate who kept telling him all about the girl who liked him. The hero thought about it. He had to weigh the pros and cons. He frowned and thought that he couldn't have handled it himself. It was unclear why so many cars arrived from the academy. The student looked out the window and asked what was going on. It turned out that there weren't enough parking spaces. The management arrived at the scene and ordered everyone to wait until it was necessary to find out the number of people. The director of another academy accused him of allocating only as many parking spaces as the budget allows. And next to him stood the man who was responsible for educational work. The vice director tried to object and turned to the head of the academy. At this time, a man appeared and intervened in the conversation. He said he came on personal business. He was interested in talking about the main character with the manager. The director and the person responsible for educational work opened their mouths. He said that they would have to give up the parking spaces to their academy. Soon, the main character appeared. The man handed him a box and said it was a gift from Demon University. Everyone's mouths dropped open in amazement. The guy smiled and said he was very grateful. The man replied that he would be happy to convey his gratitude. The leader understood that such a gesture was an honor for his student. Coming soon to the monitoring center, the men began to discuss what needed to be done. First of all, it was necessary to look at the rating of candidates who could pass the test. The leaders discussed the number of students. First, a personal file appeared of a student who could have claimed second place. The head of the academy wanted to know that he could become the first. It turned out that the main character came first. The man couldn't believe that level 20 was waiting for him. Nobody could believe that it was possible to achieve such characteristics. The director turned to the head of the academy whose student was on the screen. He said that such a pompous guy could let them down. At this time in the arena, it was necessary to start. There was a transition ahead. This time the main character would have to demonstrate his true strength. He put on the ghost cloak. He didn't want to lose everything again. It's time to take action. They could renew the secret kingdom in the blue star system. Also, only one boost could be used. Luckily, he had upgraded all his skills in advance. He was planning to take the basic growth. The game congratulated him on his choice of enhancement. Now he had access to 5 main attributes. His attack speed as well as his movement speed were increased. A status table appeared in front of him. The action took place in a city called Morrigan, a city of wonders, a place where the most advanced technologies were invented. Now this city was contaminated with radiation, leaving only mutated monsters. A monster appeared before the player. The candidates were teleported to the entrance of the underground palace, and the exam began. At the end was the first boss. The stairs were full of mutant mice the size of wolves. The hero thought that he should have removed them as he went down the steps. He didn't want to waste any time. He ordered the system to open his equipment and took out his umbrella-shaped spear. After some time, the hidden equipment was supposed to be activated. The guy took a few steps. A monster appeared in front of him. He recognized him as the boss he had encountered before. The monster greeted him. The sticky mess was level 20 and had about 4,000 hit points. This sticky mess is much stronger than the previous one, so the hero changed his weapon to a machine gun. He had a 50% chance of winning. It only took one shot to deal with him. At this time, the results were being discussed in the assembly hall. At the moment, only a quarter of all participants have shown success. One of those monitoring pointed to the board and shouted that he couldn't believe his eyes. It had only been a couple of minutes since the kingdom had opened, and they couldn't understand how he had managed to do it. Robots appeared in front of the hero. One of the observers wanted to know if everything was okay with the main character. Apparently, the student had a high rank. The guy had to find a way to escape from the robots. At first, he dodged one attack. The hero rushed into attack. Observers watched what was happening. One of them said that the second boss would appear very soon. The head of the academy asked him what his plan was. The main character rose up and began to run through the air. A creature appeared in front of him and began to weave a web. A level 20 elite monster used a stun gun. The freedom-loving man stopped and looked carefully. Then the monster attacked the robots. The hero landed on the spider, which gave him the opportunity to release lightning at a distance of 5 meters. Immediately, he activated the bomb release. Then the main character changed his weapon to a staff, so it was time for killing. The magician's signature skill is shape-shifting. The hero used a skill called Nearby Mountain. He then activated a powerful attack. An explosion appeared in front of the hero. Debris appeared on the screen. One observer said that he only used 2 weak skills, but the boss and 100 mobs were too much. The head of another academy suggested switching the main screens. Then he said that one should agree and closely monitor the actions of the protagonist. The person in charge of educational work said that the glory should have belonged to the members of the academy, but some scoundrel deprived them of this opportunity. However, now he was being watched by hundreds of eyes. He had no right to make a mistake. He wanted to understand how to cope further. The hero moved forward. In front of him was a level 22nd group attacker, a superb killing machine. The reason why he was given such a cool opportunity after the murder was precisely because of his skills. He armed himself with a spear, and he ran towards the mechanism. He struck several blows sharply. Then he applied the slide. Then he struck again, and he used a technique called a turn. The camera instantly transmitted the image to observers. They didn't understand what was wrong with the main character and why he didn't use the basic knowledge about the monster. The man with glasses shouted for the others to look at his condition. He was not hurt at all. The others opened their mouths in surprise. The monster's skills had an effect on him. The head of one of the academies lowered his head. The main character smiled, as he understood perfectly well that in order not to give him first place, he needed to calculate his course of action. When certain skills are activated, an invincibility period is applied. The man folded his arms across his chest and noted that each specialization of the awakened had a specific skill. The hero attacked the enemy within a radius of 3 meters, using a technique called an arc. Then he used the next attack. There was an explosion. The freedom-loving man had to use a spear. Suddenly, he used 4 attacks one after another to deal more damage. He pointed his spear at the robot and activated the boost. The system notified him that he had received a 5-second boost. He then changed his weapon to a long sword. The onlookers screamed that this was a martial art of some unique rank. Besides, he was only at level 20. Where did he get access to such a weapon? They did not understand. The second man assumed that he was working undercover. He grabbed his head, seeing what was happening on the screen and how he had used his invulnerability. The old man bowed his head, considering the precision of his attacks and his ability to predict. It was difficult to believe that he would cope. The hero smiled and decided it was time to finish. He shouted that he was launching an attack. Several powerful blows were directed towards the robot. The protagonist stopped and paused, watching what would happen next. One of the representatives said that only 24 minutes had passed. The previous record was 2 hours and 31 minutes. Another began to scold the guy and say that invincibility would help him a lot. The man in the suit said that he thought that very soon the main character would take a completely different path. Perhaps the specialization of the freedom-loving would become more popular. At this time, the last boss, who was called nothing less than the mechanical Mani Yori, he became the strongest not only due to his 24th level, but also due to the amount of health equal to 6,000 units. It was important that their numbers continued to increase. To defeat the boss, you need to hit both him and his minions at the same time. If you show even a drop of carelessness, he would immediately be sucked into the crowd. The hero said that the others had failed, but he was different from them. And besides, he only planned to spend 2 minutes on them. The hero used the call of counterattackers, Flissendel, Volko, Lewis, then the call of magicians and a goblin, puppets. He needed a self-detonator, a crown, a cannon, a trap, a hunter-pursuer. Soon he had everything he needed. He held the spear out in front of him and began to call upon the blessing of light, the voice of the heavenly torturer. One of the leaders of the academy said that he wanted to summon a huge army to block the entrance to the mobs, and then deal with the boss. He realized that the hero could handle it in a couple of minutes. The freedom-loving man changed his weapon to a machine gun, then moved forward, saying that it was time to begin. He aimed his sights at the enemy. Several explosions went off around the mob. The hero's eyes began to emit a bright white light. Then he directed about 7 attacks towards the enemy. Observers saw a guy with a machine gun appear on the screen. At the same time, the participant who occupied the second place in the top was also not far behind him. He wondered how he had managed to win so quickly, and several of them at that. The system reported that the guy had successfully passed the entrance exam, and the test took only 30 minutes, and he had also managed to set an absolute record. The only thing he didn't understand was how anyone could be better than him. Also, a guy appeared who was in 6th place. He was surprised. Suddenly, a girl with a machine gun appeared and began to destroy mobs. She decided that she would try her best. The guy in golden armor thought that he had performed a miracle again. It seemed that now his academy could become famous. Some people in the audience were also rooting for the main character. The girls were wondering if he had a girlfriend. At this time, the person responsible for educational work at one of the academies came to the head and said that he had bad news. It turned out that many fans of the main character wanted to study in the same place as the main character. The man in the black suit thought that God should bless their country because he was a true messenger. One academy taught another academy a lesson. The manager said that sometimes trump cards could change the course of the game at the last moment. Thanks to the creatures summoned in time, he managed to achieve victory, even in the conditions of such a difficult kingdom. He opened the first reward. There was something valuable inside. The hero didn't expect that his experience gained in the secret realm would be so high. It was only a 20-level secret realm that could bring a chest of diamonds as a reward, and the entrance exams were aimed at something more than just getting results. He then managed to obtain a high-ranking skill book. Due to his limitations, he could only read the books in the academy, so he was glad when he got his hands on the book. Plus, the effect of increasing attack speed made up for his low agility. The so-called agility limit. This meant that as his agility increased, the attack speed value would immediately drop. But the book with the technique should have helped the hero. Besides, the thing was quite useful. The hero was glad that his attack speed was now superior to any other people with the same level as him. It was even higher than those with the 30th level. He had one last reward to open. He took the holy water in his hands. If he remembered correctly, this boss could drop a mask. He got the mask of leprosy. The one who got it could change his appearance, height, and weight, which also changed, and it took about 12 hours to recharge. Then he planned to start applying. At this time, in the hall, the academy congratulated the main character on his victory. The guy appeared in the middle of the arena. While the main character stood in the portal, the others were discussing something. Some of them began to congratulate the main character and say that he deserved this victory. The hero looked carefully at the others, thinking that he was worthy of becoming a human. They began to tell him that the future of his country depended on him, and that he was needed to overcome all obstacles, and the men chanted that they hoped he would continue in the same spirit. The hero thought that these people from the government wanted to portray him as a patriot. If in the future monsters overtook the country, he would have to fight, gritting his teeth. The main character smiled. He said he was offering to give the floor to his teachers, who raised him. The man in the fuchsia suit folded his arms across his chest and said he wanted them to understand what they wanted from him. The main character said that it was nothing special, and he just wanted to meet his teammates who would fight side by side with him in the future. He said that he knew that no one would ask his opinion anyway, because everything was done for the good of the country. But he needed like-minded people. The hero looked at him with a bewildered look. Since all the teachers were happy about his victory, he hoped that they could help him in future battles. The men were confused by the fact that their chances and strength were not very great. The hero replied that their words were very careless. The guy replied that, following their logic, he was just a student, and the teachers of the 30th to 40th level were really so weak that they considered him powerful. He looked at them and said that they were clearly hiding something. The hero folded his arms across his chest as the others chanted that they were not cannon fodder. The head of one of the academies said that on behalf of the education department he would deal with him. The rest began to ask for another chance. They were ready to admit a mistake, because their families needed something to live on. A man in a business suit approached the main character and praised him for a job well done. He approached the head of the academy and said that he hoped that they could prepare a meeting room for them. At this time in the meeting room, the man picked up a glass and asked with a sign whether he was with the top management. The hero thought that this was a serious matter, and he was curious about what would happen next. He closed his eyes and lowered his head, then said that in fact, he met one man. But he was not sure about his identity. He happened to meet him while fishing. The man raised his head and asked what kind of fishing they were talking about. Then he put the ring on the table. The man jumped up from his seat and said that he had received a gift from the elders. Among the top management, there was only one person with that surname, the only battle mage who possessed the 4th rank. It was a person with the 75th level. Despite his fighting power, the elder had a strange character. He never made friends because he was an ordinary student. How he could win his favor was unclear. He closed his eyes, thinking that he had nothing to worry about anyway. The man responded that he could not reveal information about his identity. The freedom-loving man replied that he advised wearing the ring he gave her, as it could help in the future. At this time, the satellite TV started showing the news. The presenters reported that the exams had recently ended, in which the absolute champion was a student of the academy. Thanks to him, the academy took 2nd place in the province. The head of the academy shook hands and congratulated the teachers and students on their victory. And the class teachers and representatives of the association personally greeted each other. At this time, at the entrance to the academy, strong guys in school uniforms stood and looked at the cars, of which there were a lot here. About 300 of the best students had the right to join. Judging by the logo, representatives of 16 of the 30 best universities in the country have come here. And now the 5th best university has also come. At this time, in the conference room, in front of them stood a man who began his speech by saying that he wanted to welcome everyone on behalf of the academy. The large screen displays information about the best students. It was necessary to choose the student you liked through the panel next to him, after which an interview would be organized. One of the men tensed up and said that there were more than 20,000 units of combat power. The man with the mustache said he had never seen anything like it. And his biography is also clean. Even if he can't recruit him to them, at least he should get rid of all the past misunderstandings. The class teacher smiled and thought that he had asked to pay attention to this guy. Most likely, he had chosen him for a reason. Half an hour passed. The leader announced that it was time to begin voting. He looked down and said that everyone wanted to talk to him. Since everyone was so enthusiastic, it was impossible to focus only on him. One of the men in the suit said that they were making fun of him and that it was wrong. The representative of the Demon Academy also said that they agree. The man with the perfect mustache and hairdo said he deserves change to happen for him. Another said that the university also agreed. It offered to hold an open interview. It was necessary to find out whether they could bear the consequences. Many universities also agreed. The gentleman said that the results were received. 28 people would be admitted to the academy, and the percentage of applicants exceeded 60%. The director handed the head of the academy a paper and named the girl who had been admitted. He stared at the piece of paper, completely unable to believe his eyes. It seemed that they were also fighting for the main character. The man looked at the conference room and said that he needed to see what he would choose. 16 universities were applying for him at once. He could not help here. Regardless of his choice, from that moment on, his reputation would skyrocket. The protagonist appeared before the council of the academy's leaders. One of the representatives of the academy gave his name and addressed the main character. There had been a misunderstanding between them earlier. He hoped that he did not hold a grudge. The protagonist slightly lowered his head and thought that the Demon Academy intended to put an end to the civil strife. A man appeared before them. He gave his name and said that he was a representative of the university, then explained that he had an acquaintance studying at his academy who highly recommended him. The main character asked where exactly he studied. The others shouted that they had already said a lot. It was not surprising that they rushed at him like that. The representative of the Oracle Academy didn't expect that even the Oracle Academy would stoop to such a level. One of the representatives suggested starting the meeting. He said that there were 16 academies gathered here, and each one wanted the freedom-loving one to enroll. Then he asked for what purpose he had chosen his specialization. The guy responded to lead the apocalypse. He realized that they were acting too arrogantly. The level 50 Ice Mage said that his youthful maximalism was surprising, but he needed to be more realistic since he was so confident in himself. The others thought that even he had a limit, so that was the main reason why most of them didn't dare to bet directly on him. The hero said that anyone who thinks he is weaker can check everything himself. The guy in the suit immediately stood up and called him pushy. If he can defeat him, he will not only take back all his bad words, but will also treat him with honor. The man in the suit said that since both sides had agreed on everything, then the battle could begin. The men were sitting at the table. One of them lowered his power to level 21, so let him not think that he would try to mock. A purple fire appeared in his hand. He was ready to show him the difference in power between the same levels. The elder was very strong. His speed and skills were amazing. He decided to demonstrate his strength. Then he used a move called Ice Shards. The hero didn't even dodge. His attack looked too impressive. A machine gun appeared in his hands. The hero said that he could show what real speed is. The freedom-loving man fired several shots. The enemy didn't have time to dodge. Several bullets hit him. The body fell down dead. The hero looked over his shoulder. The others opened their mouths. They were very interested in what kind of speed this was. The weapon in his hand turned out to be unique. The guy with the mustache bowed his head and said that this is how he would test him. This is definitely a representative of freedom-loving people. His academy was willing to provide 2 high-rank skill books, and the representatives folded their arms and said that once the hero entered their academy, he would provide 10 high-rank skill books. The man raised his finger up, so as soon as the main character joins them, he will have access to a whole library with high-ranking books. The guy with the mustache yelled that it gave access to all the high-ranking books. It seemed like he was much better. One of the men said that they were the only ones who had not spoken out, so they could put forward their own conditions. They were just conditions. He turned to the main character. He threw words towards the guy that the Oracle Academy provided the right of access to the Secret Kingdom, and also, help in strengthening might be needed. The man said that not everyone would want to accept such harsh conditions. The hero smiled. He thought that unlike others, all books do not have much meaning. But the Secret Kingdom of the Oracle Academy is just what is needed. The hero replied that he understood their serious intentions. The men waited for his answer. One of those present exhaled heavily compared to these academies. His Oracle Academy meant nothing. Suddenly, a realization came to him. He screamed in fear. At this time in the blacksmith's house, The master was indignant about the reason why the provincial champion chose the worst academy. The hero addressed him as a lord, then said that he shouldn't worry and everything was fine. Then he said that they needed to get down to business. He was interested in how much equipment they had sold recently. The blacksmith replied that he sold 46 pieces of equipment, which brought him 920 gold. The boy handed him a bag of gold and asked what he would do next, since he had little time. He looked at the guy and said that he wanted to hit the road and do some business along the way. The blacksmith replied that the journey would take 3 days. And besides, he sometimes needed to look at the outside world. He handed him a gold token and said that he would still need it. It occurred to him that this was somehow suspicious. A game window appeared in front of him. Except for the 120 gold coins he left for the master, he had 933 coins in his account, and now he needed to buy additional materials. A number with the number of gold coins appeared in front of him. Then he decided to continue on his way. The hero raised his hand up and activated the summoning. He said that before leaving the rookie village, he had to spend a lot of money to master the following skills: pill gathering and refining, mining, summoning, and leather refining. In the past 8 days, all he did was hunt and gather the necessary materials. So his skills in pill gathering, mining, and leather refining had reached 90%. He held the skin of a lion in his hands and said that at this rate, by the time he arrived in the city, all basic skills would have reached their peak. He looked into the thicket. A very rare boss in the apocalypse appeared in front of him. Despite his 27th level, the volume of blood reaches 8,000 units. It is quite difficult for ordinary players to defeat this monster. But if you hit him at least once, the probability that his level will jump to 40 is very high. The hero smiled. It seemed to him that luck would be on his side. He thought that it would be difficult to deal with such a monster. He came closer and saw a girl opposite the monster. The girl, a low-level mage, said that it was impossible to kill. And besides, she was not that resilient. The boss started moving towards her. She started running away. The girl shouted that they needed to stop chasing her. Several magical blows flew at the monster. It's time for the meteor strike. The hero studied what he saw. Despite being level 24, his attack was higher. His abilities were very impressive, but unfortunately, she couldn't kill the boss. Suddenly, she used an earthquake. The girl cursed in fear. Then she lowered her head and said it was over. Suddenly, the main character appeared in front of her, blocking the boss's attack. He used a double punch, a team dance, and a slash. Then a blinding blow awaited him. The system reported that he had reached level 22. The girl said he was cool. The hero held a magical item in his hands. The system congratulated him on receiving a weapon and a staff of consonants. It was a two-handed weapon that increased agility and constitution. The effect increased damage and the healing process. The hero thought that the staff of consonants was a rather rare and valuable weapon, an early option for increasing the rank of abilities. Usually a mage gets it, despite the fact that he himself cannot use it. It can at least be sold. The girl magician asked where he got such strength from, because even being several levels higher, she could not defeat the boss herself. She said she hoped to become famous and defeat the rare boss herself. The freedom-loving one looked at her and said that his talents provided high attack speed. The guy put his hands in his pockets and said that according to the most conservative estimates, they were above 38%. The girl asked how he knew all this. Besides, she didn't say that his high-level talent was high attack speed, which could reach 40%. The hero replied that his ability was still weak, but his close combat techniques were very good. His tactics were not bad, but he did not yet fully understand the essence of his own. The freedom-loving one understands the specialization of a close combat mage. He closed his eyes. The girl asked the guy to wait, but he attacked the next monster. He impressed her very much with this. The girl bowed and thanked him for his help. She didn't raise her head for a few more seconds. The guy coughed, lightning flashed above him, and then he turned around. Suddenly the sky became overcast, and an inverted moon appeared in the sky. The system reported that the blood moon has crossed the horizon. Monsters will arrive within 5 minutes. The girl thought that she would not be able to cope with the monsters, since there was simply no time to retreat. The hero replied that monsters are usually divided into 3 levels: small, medium, and large. And besides, there shouldn't be strong monsters in a small town. He saw a secluded place where he could hide. Suddenly, he grabbed the girl by the hand, and he dragged her on himself to a secluded place where she could hide from the monsters. The sorceress began to be indignant, but the freedom-loving one replied that he was saving her life. Suddenly, he turned her over to face him, and his hands were on her ass. She became indignant. The tramp of a herd of monsters was heard. The girl felt that he was truly concerned about her safety. She said that the two of them could handle it better, but the guy replied that it was better for her to keep her head down. and that all that was left was to influence the speed with which he drew his sword. The hero assumed that she was a representative of the demons, but he had absolutely no time to think about what to do with her. He moved forward with her. Then he showed her the best place to hide and said that all he had to do was buy time faster. The girl watched him go, thinking that she didn't understand where he got so much strength to deal with all the monsters on his own. She didn't understand how he could just sacrifice himself, especially since they had only just met. The girl rushed towards him and hugged him tightly. He hugged her back, and they continued to fall into the hole together. He somehow managed to stop his fall. She asked him to control the situation. The girl hugged the guy even tighter. Then she said that after it was all over, she asked him not to talk to her about it. The hero said that he still doesn't know her name. Then she asked him why he was following her. The hero closed his eyes and asked where so many questions came from. The girl looked up at him with her blue eyes and asked him again what he meant. The guy said that the monster was too raging and wouldn't be able to withstand questioning for long. He managed to hook himself onto the ground. With one hand, he held onto the grappling hook, and with the other, he held onto the girl. He landed on the ground. He looked at the girl, who had almost nothing left of her clothes, and said that they had finally gotten out. He became embarrassed and said that he would help her change her clothes. He then said that his leather processing skills were still lacking, so this was all he could offer. The girl began to chase him away, catching his gaze on her. The freedom-loving man sat down on a stone nearby. The girl asked him whether he did it on purpose or not. The game congratulated on the production of simple clothes from animal skin. The girl said that he did it on purpose, then asked why he didn't give the cape back earlier. Men are the worst creatures on the planet. My mother always said that there is not a single good guy in the world. At this time in the city, when the hero and the sorceress entered the city, the girl asked where they needed to go next. The guy saw a sign that said auction and said he needed to go there. The girl said that she could take him there, since she knew the place. The hero replied that he was ready to compensate for the cost of the clothes. The girl was delighted, then said that her clothes were not the cheapest, and he did not look like a rich man. The guy said that he would not run away from her anywhere. They got to the tailor's. Entering inside, the girl was delighted with what she saw inside. They were greeted by a woman with bright lips. The main character narrowed his eyes. The girl grabbed the dress and began asking the hero how it suited her. The woman standing nearby said that if she tore the dress, she would have to pay the full price. The girl saw a price tag that said 35 gold pieces. She had the required amount of money, but the girl still suggested going to another place where they could make purchases a little cheaper. The guy replied that if she liked it, he would pay for everything. She looked at him with fear and surprise. Then the girl said that it was very expensive. It said gold coins, not silver ones. The guy threw a bag of gold on the table and told the girl to choose. The woman took her hand and asked her to walk with her. The girl tried on the items. The seller named the price and said that she would pack everything. The seller realized that she could have sold more outfits if she had been more attentive to customers. The guy picked up the dress and said that the quality of the items left much to be desired. And considering the price, they could have tried to make something truly valuable. He said they were not professionals. Then the saleswoman replied that there was no point in talking nonsense, and that her store had been operating for over 20 years and no one had ever complained. The guy asked to call the owner and demonstrate how to sew clothes. A woman in a hat and a tight dress came out to him, then said that her client was not the easiest one. The woman said that she was the owner of this store and a tailoring studio. The guy said that the ratio of material in the products must be 50% silk and 40% leather, and also 10% wool. The guy got angry and said that the dress had a crooked seam. Even he could see it. The woman was shocked that he made a claim to her that the price and quality simply did not match. The girl took a deep breath. The owner said that she had encountered a real pro, and if others found out about this, the store would close. She apologized and said she didn't know he was into that kind of thing, and they had missed a couple of defective items. The girl replied that her employee had just looked at them with arrogance. The owner yelled at her that her behavior was completely unacceptable. The saleswoman tried to object, but the owner shut her up and said that she was fired. Then she turned to the main character and offered him to take from the store whatever they liked, then handed him a box and said that it was a sign of attention. The guy was embarrassed, but accepted the gift. The sorceress began to rush around the store and touch things. The hostess looked at the girl as if she already regretted allowing them to take whatever they liked. After the girl had chosen 8 outfits, they left the studio. It turned out that he had received 300 coins for his silence, and now his capital had reached the sum of 1,070 gold coins. The girl pointed her finger to the side and asked if he would like to be at the auction. At this time at the auction, the guy thought that he would be cooler than he expected, and he looked up. The girl took the guy by the hand and said that she was ready to take him inside. She asked when the auction would take place. The man greeted the VIP client with the silver card, then announced that the auction would be in 10 minutes and that they had one last luxury room left, which needed to be registered in his name. The hero looked carefully and thought that he had long ago guessed that this girl was not as simple as she seemed. She even had a silver card, and it was given mainly to elders. He was told that they had some luxury rooms left and that they would also take part in the auction. The sorceress looked at the guys, and the receptionist asked for forgiveness, then said that this respected guest just happened to occupy the last one, since she was the owner of a silver card. The guy raised his hand and said they considered the silver card a VIP, just by looking at the color. The administrator held a gold card in his hands. He handed her the card and said that he apologized and that he needed to prepare a regular room. The girl glanced towards the main character. The guy standing behind said something that almost ruined the whole experience. The girl turned to the main character and said that they had arrived earlier, so the reception desk had promised to give them the room, so it was worth putting their brains in place. At this time, about a simple number, the freedom-loving man began to calm the girl down. Suddenly, something caught their attention. According to his observations, one of them was level 26. It seemed that they were an elementalist. With this information, it would not be difficult for the hero to find them. It was necessary to show the difference. The girl screamed that he had a lot of good things, and besides, she had never seen this type of ore. It amazed her. At this time, a man appeared in front of the hall, who turned out to be the host of this auction. He wanted to present the goods. It all started with 10 roots of the lancia grass, which was considered an indispensable material for the elevation of elementalists. At this time, in the 414th VIP room, a participant immediately bought the first lot. The presenter struck the table with his hammer and congratulated number 414 on his purchase. The man who made the purchase said that he was willing to pay 1.5 gold pieces for each root. The host announced the next lot, which turned out to be Lanxi grass, but there were 4 times as many of them. The starting price was 4 and 6 gold coins. The bid increase was to be no less than 50 silver coins. The buyer from number 414 was going to buy this lot as well. At this time, the system reported that participation was prohibited. The seller refused to sell to the gentleman. It was necessary to wait for the next lot. The man did not understand why this happened. The protagonist replied that they were sitting in room 414. The first time, he sent Lancia Grass there, but restricted access to the buyer with the last name, from which we can conclude that the elementalist was sitting in room 414. The girl happily replied that the hero was smart. At this time, the gentleman who was in the room was angry. His eyes were bloodshot. He needed a manager. The host announced the last lot in this round. In front of them was a staff of consonants. It added attributes to the spirit and constitution, and also the damage received, which was immediately reduced by 50 units. The buyer said that he could not even dream of such a thing. He simply had to buy it, because no one else was stopping him. The auction sent a message with an apology and information that the bid should be raised by 100 gold. It was unknown who it could be. The guy stood up and shouted that they were kidding him if they expected him to spend 10 times more than usual. He said that everyone else would understand that he had no problems with money. Then, throwing his head back, he had to voice his thoughts about spending all his savings on one weapon. The hero thought that if he added up all the purchases and sales, the net profit would be 2,660 gold. A man in a suit opened the door to the room. He thought that he had spent his own money, but since there was no other way out, there was no point in blaming himself. The elementalist stood in front of the main character and asked him if he had thrown prohibitions at him. The guy asked if he knew who the gentleman was who was in front of them. The freedom-loving man stretched out his hands to him and called him a real hypocrite. The man became indignant. He said he was ready to fight him. The guy was happy that he had agreed to the fight. They prepared for battle. The enemy said that he himself went for it, and it would be his big mistake. The rest stood and discussed them. The enemy pulled out a staff and activated a fire strike. The hero received words that he would deal with him with his own artifact. The freedom-loving man appeared behind him. Then he attacked him. The opponent did not understand how this was possible. He understood that he would no longer be able to leave. The hero took up arms. Then he directed it at the enemy. Someone watching started saying that he could handle it with just one blow. The girl stood still and looked, thinking that she expected nothing else from the guy she liked. The staff of consonants of longevity was ready to break at any moment. The hero said that if someone likes to suffer, then it is better for him to do it to the end. He activated a blinding blast, and the staff immediately broke. There was an explosion ahead. The enemy fell to the ground. The freedom-loving man approached him and handed him a card. It was an exchange card. The hero asked if he could see this color. The man raised his head, and before he fainted, he said that she was black. The observers began to whisper that the main character had become the owner of a black card. One of the guys shouted that his potential was rated very high, and that he surpassed his peers not only in strength, but also in influence. The girl approached the hero and asked why he hadn't shown everyone his card earlier. The hero ruffled the girl's hair and said that he wanted the enemy to swallow the bait. The girl replied that he irritated her, and besides, she needed to be more careful next time. A man with a box appeared in front of him. He bowed, apologized, and said that he had not previously known about his status, for which he had behaved inappropriately. He wanted to give him a gift, and besides, it was unclear how he could let his guard down. The hero noticed that it was a scale. It looked like the scales of the sun and moon demon. It looked like he was lucky today. He took the box and showed the man the list. If anyone was going to sell these materials, he would like to be the first to know about it. The man said that it would be done, and the hero and the girl, the magician, headed in the other direction. The sorceress hesitated for a moment. The hero noticed this and asked what happened. The girl said that she needed to go home for a short while. The guy said he would miss her. After these words, the girl kissed him on the cheek. She said that the kiss was a reward from her, and ordered him not to even think about other girls while she was gone. The guy was embarrassed, but he was pleased. The system congratulated him on successfully obtaining the purification potion and the experience points that were due to him. The guy picked up the flask and said that thanks to the 80% extra experience, he managed to complete the beginner level in just one day, so the 400 gold was well spent. At this time, near a town inhabited by elite monsters of the 25th level. As night falls, monsters become 5 times stronger, so it was necessary to prepare and arm ourselves. He activated the summon of the mage and the elf, as well as the summon of the puppet. As soon as the creatures appeared, the hero told them that they had only one task, the essence of which was to draw all the monsters into battle. The hero shouted at them to go forward. The figures began to move around the night town. The guy quickened his pace. Then he ordered the creatures to go to the central square. Besides, all the monsters had to be there. After that, he flew out of the window of the building, and the monster went after him. The hero kept his balance so as not to break when falling from a height. A magic net fell on the monster. The freedom-loving one activated the running shoes and the acceleration potion. His speed increased by 80%. Several creatures were caught in the magic net. The hero looked at them and thought that soon everyone would be there. Suddenly, he cast a spell that instantly created an ice wall. The next moment, he changed his weapon to a grappling hook. He snapped his fingers and said it was his time. At the same time, the first level quantum bomb was activated. It created an explosion that spread 10 meters, but the guy managed to jump to the side so that the shockwave from the bomb did not hit him. What remained of the entity's bodies lay on the ground. The guy said that the quantum bomb is a real weapon of mass destruction. Once he reaches level 30, the bomb will be more destructive. He smiled, clenched his fist in front of him, and said that his level should now increase to 40. Besides, considering that everyone was there was nothing to lose and it was necessary to act further. Freedom-loving has leveled up. The next day, the hero started the new day by looking at the level, which he raised to 25 yesterday evening. After adding bonuses from equipment, the strength attribute is almost equal to agility. The hero jumped from a height and said that he would have to report in 4 days, so the practice must continue. He had to spend some time in the leather workshop. The system congratulated him on completing the initial stage of studying leather goods. The girl handed him a book on intermediate-level leatherwork. A middle-aged man dressed in green appeared behind him and said that the boy had improved his skills suspiciously quickly, considering his young age. Several people stood behind and watched their conversation. The freedom-loving man turned around and asked who he was. The man introduced himself as the head of the city association and extended his palm for a handshake. Then he added that he had heard rumors about his abilities, so he would like to invite him to join his association. The guy replied that he was not interested, but the head stopped him with a phrase about how he was offering him the position of member of parliament on a permanent basis, and not just an invitation. The others began to whisper. The guy turned around, realizing that there were benefits to his offer that would save him a ton of money. However, he again refused, and the head opened his mouth in surprise. He became indignant and began shouting about the status and privileges of a member of parliament. The hero replied that this was not enough for him. The man was amazed at his audacity. However, that was the limit of what he could offer him, given the 2 skills he had developed. The leader didn't expect the champion to be so arrogant. The guy called out to him with the phrase that he had not only 2 developed skills behind him. The man asked again what he meant. He raised his voice and said that if he hit 3 skills, the chief was willing to give him the position of elder, with a lifetime discount of 20% in all stores. The guy paused. The others looked to see that his skill book was empty. The chief was surprised. and he suggested that the hero discuss a proposal that might be interesting to him. He said that they were coming to the association building, and he would give him a badge. This would give him a discount in all the stores. The guy asked the head what his relationship was with the Blacksmiths Association. The man looked away and said that the blacksmiths were not connected with his association, and besides, he would be more at ease not having any contact with them. Besides, their demands were unreasonably high. Unfortunately, he did not have a blacksmith master in his association, so they could not compare with them, the hero thought. Soon they arrived at the association's headquarters. They were already waiting in the conference room. The leader said that he was here today to tell them the amazing news that he had come with a new elder. There was a pause in the room. The elder herbalist objected, replying that their association was famous for its strict system of selecting members. The hero said that after such words, he is not surprised that the association of forging with them has nothing to do with it. The elder called the protagonist a brat and said that if he could pass his test, he wouldn't even say anything against it. The hero replied that it would be best to place bets. The elder offered him to pass the test. If successful, he would receive a large reward. The rest agreed that it was necessary to talk about skills. Besides, he was currently studying herbalism. The hero said that he had already developed all skills to an intermediate level. The elder said that this could not be. The elder approached the chief and asked why he had not reported this earlier. The chief replied that he wanted to tell them about it personally. The hero extended his hand and said that he was ready to cooperate, so it would be better not to waste time. The chief replied that there would be no problems, especially if he answered all the questions. Those present opened their mouths in surprise. The hero hesitated and smiled. Then he said that he had hoped that the topics would be more difficult. The elder stood up and said that he was ready to keep his promise. He handed him the fruit of skill, which was worth 1,000 gold. The hero bowed and extended his hands. He smiled and said that it was a very generous reward. The rest remained silent. Soon he set out to carry out the mission. The guy replied that the rewards were good. He already had the elder's cross on him, which classified him as an elder of the association, and he said that these materials would be useful for further elevation. He stood in front of the entrance and said that because classes would start tomorrow, they needed to hurry. The game reported that he had received several skills, which he managed to improve to level 4. It turned out that his system had improved. A status window appeared in front of the hero. The hero looked at the stats and said it was a pretty good boost. The guy said that if he rushed, he might make things worse. Then he touched the portal and said it was time to return. Soon, at the academy, the guy stood and thought about the reason why there were so many students and parents. The students recognized the main character. One of the girls shouted that such a handsome man deserved attention. She handed over a piece of paper and said that he was her idol. The rest of the students recognized the class leader and started shouting. The main character hid in the bushes. The head of the academy found him and said that he was very glad that the hero had returned so soon. The guy turned around and said that there were too many people he found. The director said that they were applicants. They found out that he was studying here, so they also decided to enroll in this particular institution. He scratched his beard and said that the number of students even exceeded the number of applicants. The manager said they had a gift for the guy. Suddenly, the sound of a firecracker was heard and confetti flew out of it. The main character stood in bewilderment. In front of him stood the management, who stood in front of a sign that said that they wished them all the best and the brightest. The guy smiled and told them to keep up the good work. The manager said that he was going to the capital, but had nowhere to live yet, so they bought him real estate, after which he named the sum of 20 million. Then he handed him the tickets. The guy was delighted. The leader told them to come back as soon as possible. If he got into trouble, the university would always help. The guy bowed and said that he was very grateful for the work. He would try not to ruin his reputation. Then he said that he would look in on them as soon as he returned, at this time at the Oracle Academy. Soon, in the cafe, a girl was sitting. Next to her was another one, who said that this was clearly someone new. She said he was a real celebrity. It was worth looking up information about him. The girls crowded around him and started saying that they were his handlers. All that interested the hero was where exactly the main building was. They got his attention and said they were taking him there. The blonde, green-eyed girl said she would give him a tour. The girls said that they were really annoyed that she took away such a handsome guy. She then said that once she reached the gold level and the third transformation, she would officially be able to pursue higher education. The first class is levels 15 to 25, the second class is levels 26 to 28, followed by the third class. This was level 29th, and in the final year it should have already risen to level 30. If they fail to do this, they will not see higher education. The girls said that they had arrived. It was necessary to insert their information card into the machine. The system automatically reads the information about it. The guy inserted the card into the machine. Authentication has been completed for the first-year students of the Oracle Academy. The rest stood nearby, their mouths open, discussing how people like that were accepted at all. The girl replied that she would walk him to his neighborhood. The guy smiled and said he could handle it himself. She grimaced in displeasure at being refused. At this time, in the vicinity of the Oracle Academy, the hero found a place where he could stay, at least for a while. A supreme sage appeared before him. The hero thought that he had not expected anything else. Only here could one meet a representative of the fourth transformation. The old man asked the hero if he was a first-year student. The guy replied that he was hired because of his transformation. Then he asked the old man who he was. The sage asked what his number was. The guy answered. He turned to the main character and asked his name. After that, he let him go. The hero said that the old man looked strange. The man remembered his number. A girl appeared nearby and brought him some medicine. At this time, at the Oracle Academy in the Secret Kingdom, the entrance exams are coming soon. A man with an eye patch announced that this year the competition would be difficult. It was the director. He said that his academy wanted to see a protagonist among its students. The director said that he had the highest scores in all parameters. The man in the suit thought. The hero replied that it turned out that the very champion of the province was in front of him. He was interested in which of them was good. The hero replied that they felt as if they knew each other. The guy replied that he would find out more about him, and he would show everyone what he was capable of. The hero asked if he could stand up to him. The guy looked at him carefully and then frowned. The system reported that they had entered a secret kingdom. The Monastery of Death, it was called so, because it was located in the library and cemetery area. The level was difficult, 20th or maybe 30th. Since his specialization is considered hidden, the hero is set to the highest difficulty. They opened a new zone, which was called the Arsenal. It belonged to the church. The guy was standing in front of the cross. Then he said that he opened a level 40 map. Monsters appeared in front of him. He decided to pass by. Today, the first-year students went through the Monastery of Death. She replied that someone definitely couldn't pass, especially since, at the end, they were faced with the final boss of the 28th level. The director crossed his arms over his chest and said that they should look at their indicators. A wind mage appeared in front of them, who was able to complete the mission by 40%. One of them said that the secret kingdom would pass in 2 hours. The information widget showed that he had completed the mission in record time. The guy in the suit and with the beard said it was time to change strategy. Then he asked whether he was able to pass or not. The main character's information window showed that he had passed a more difficult zone. The man said that in any case, he only had to go through the first 2 zones. Such a breach of discipline could not be allowed, and his results had to be annulled. The guy asked why he shouldn't report to the rector. The man looked at him carefully, thinking that it would take him 30 minutes to get to the rector's office and back, and then they couldn't help him in any way. He walked into the secret arsenal area. Despite the difficulties, he was able to move on. The guy saw something that looked like a ghost. When he got closer, he saw a huge amount of explosives in front of him. It was time to act. He saw a room full of monsters in front of him. The hero activated the ice wall. The hero thought that the ice wall was a huge surprise. The guy activated the ice barrier, which was able to protect him from the blow. Someone entered the room and said that he was ready to tell him something. In front of him was the head of the Oracle Academy. He belonged to the 4th circle and had a level 73. Then, he caused a serious disciplinary violation. The exam should have been held in the first 2 zones, but he spent it on them. The man turned to the rector and asked how they knew. Besides, he couldn't know how to get into the arsenal, and according to the rules, he had to be punished. The man raised his hand and a golden glow appeared around it. The man shouted that they had decided to give him a privilege that could only be given once every 5 years. The privilege allowed students to pass through the secret realm without receiving any damage. The director of the academy said that it is useful to be ambitious. The main character understood that he could do it in just 8 minutes. Now a tough battle awaited him. The hero entered the hall. In front of him was a weapons master, a level 35 elite boss. The hero looked at the knight who appeared in front of him and thought that it would definitely not be easy with such an opponent. Besides, it's a sneak attack. He definitely won't be able to warn. And besides, he's immune to many attacks. The guy said that the battle would not be easy, after which he activated the ball of nothingness. The ball flew straight at the enemy. It was necessary to inflict a wave of damage. When the blow reached its target, the knight received critical damage. He rose into the air and said that he had waited too long for this battle. Then he activated his boots and a move called the Gallop. However, he felt sorry to just waste such a valuable artifact as the Sphere of Nothingness. In addition, moving at high speed will be impossible. He delivered several pressing attacks. The enemy said that the hero interested him and it was his turn. the master of weapons was seized by a state of rage. He delivered an endless blow, which turned into a whirlwind with acceleration. The hero realized that he had a couple of seconds. He winced at the fact that his health was only at about 50%. There was no time to wait. The freedom-loving one rushed into battle. He then grabbed the flask and took the primordial vitality pill. This helped him restore about 600 health points. The buff worked, and he quickly regained his health. Then he used one of his techniques. The system reported that he had successfully defeated the weapons master. Then he saw a notification informing him that even if he died in this test, he would not receive any damage in reality. The hero thought that it could have been better. At this time, the progress information was updated on the monitor. The main character successfully took first place, thanks to his speed. One of the representatives screamed in surprise that this couldn't be possible unless he had used the privilege. The man with the beard screamed that the highest level of relations, even in 20 years, he had not managed to achieve this. The man with the armband said that, being only at level 25, he decided to challenge the level 40. He glanced at the screen and said that if the boss wanted to keep an eye on him, then so be it. After all, he also wanted to see what he would do when he met the strongest boss. The main character thought for a minute. When he entered the building, there were several people in cassocks with crosses on their backs sitting in front of him. There were two final bosses in the church. One of them is the commander of the Scarlet Crusaders, and the other is a priest who stands somewhere behind the first. The commander sat on a throne. His name was Mogni. The freedom-loving man smiled and threw the ghostly cloak over himself. With its help, he managed to kill the servants. He wasn't afraid that he would have to face several bosses at once. At this time, the chained man awaited his fate in the cell. The hero came to him and asked if he had a desire for revenge. The man raised his battered face and asked if he could help him. He made a few movements and cut the chain. In front of him was not just a prisoner, but a former commander of the Scarlet Crusaders. Once, he stumbled, and for this, he was forbidden to appear on these lands. In the past, it was the commander who was the hidden NPC of the game. The hero had the choice to kill him or save him. The man was seriously injured, so he could not expect his former strength from him, but he had the skills of a priest, so he used his healing ability. The wounds on the commander's body began to heal. He looked at his hands and could not believe that after so much suffering, this was possible. He bowed to the main character and thanked him for healing, of course. After that, he would help him in any matter. The hero asked him to watch his surroundings so that no one would harm him until he dealt with the Crusaders. When the freedom-loving one threw off his cloak, the Crusaders immediately noticed him. He called out to get their attention and started running. The Crusaders immediately followed him. He had to activate maximum speed. After some time he landed. He had to activate the Watervine staff. Dozens of Crusaders appeared before him, ready to fight at any moment. The observers in reality began to shout in unison that his combat techniques were perfect. He didn't even want to close his eyes for a moment so as not to miss anything. After that, the mobs would definitely die. As many as 5 dozen level 37 Crusaders. Besides, he was doing very well. A magic ball appeared in his hands. Holding a weapon in his other hand, he materialized a ball of nothingness. The passive attack from the ball of nothingness hit the Crusaders right in the direction, and they were defeated one after another. The observers discussed how he managed to knock everyone out with one ball in just 15 seconds. Someone suggested that maybe it was a matter of talent. Before them was a natural-born warrior. The hero finally remained with the main enemy. The commander's eyes blazed with fury. He became combative and began throwing threatening phrases in his direction. The hero said that a man who was mired in darkness could not teach him anything. He quickly seized the initiative and activated a heavenly attack. Then he used a series of blows. The men couldn't believe it took him only 30 seconds to take out the boss. The hero was ready to attack again. He began to materialize balls for a passive attack. They flew at the enemy and caused a lot of damage. Many of the attacks were pressure attacks, which took away the enemy's health. The boss was angry and said that he would not allow him to deal with him so quickly. The boss applied pressure. The system immediately informed the player that he would not be able to move for 60 seconds. It was much more difficult for him to deal with the double boss. The boss turned out to be a girl. She used the power of resurrection. The hero, in any case, would have encountered a double boss, level 38, and at the same time. At this time, the commander, whom the main character freed, was flying towards the enemy. He managed to interrupt the resurrection. The commander replied that he had not thought that he would meet this couple today, and besides, he had been really looking forward to this moment. The hero smiled as there were about 10 seconds left. It's good that this character came at the right time. The girl screamed that she would kill him. The commander said that he had no chance. Soon the effect wore off. He didn't think the commander would be so useful to him. He will have to change his plans It is obvious that the world and processes have changed. The observers were indignant. Many opened their mouths in surprise. They could not believe that a first-year student could behave so masterfully in battle. The man with the eye patch rejoiced that he had not been mistaken about the freedom-loving one. At this time, a guy came out of the portal. He was glad that no one had beaten him to it, and he cleared the cemetery and the library in just 1 hour and 38 minutes. However, no one paid any attention to him. He didn't understand why it was so quiet around. Suddenly, his eyes widened. On the screen was the main character, who had passed the location with the church. Soon, the stone with the records lit up, and information appeared on it about who won the championship, of course. It was freedom-loving. The sage saw this from the window of his office, and thought that he had never met anyone who could pass the Scarlet Monastery while being on the 25th level. The girl came up to him and brought medicine for him. The old man asked how much longer she would be on the continent, and the girl replied that she would be on the continent for another 10 days. He began to ask her about her fiancé. She was embarrassed. In that case, he had a great candidate. He held the main character's file in his hands and said that he was in a leading position. It would be great if his girl found out who this player was. Suddenly, she jumped up and said that she would figure it out herself. The old man understood perfectly well that she had a lover. She ran out of the building to catch her breath. The old man shouted to her from the window to be careful and not run into any bad guys. It was important not to let yourself be deceived. The girl understood that there could be plenty of such people. She looked up, wondering if freedom-loving missed her. The only thing she wanted at that moment was to see him. At this time, the Scarlet Monastery with historical events was updated by the Traveler. The level at the time of passage was 25th. The passage time was a record. The guy is back. They met him at the portal and began to congratulate him in their eyes. He looked like a real champion. The guy who came back first could not understand why this provincial guy became a champion. The man with the eye patch intervened and ordered everyone to be quiet. First of all, he wanted to congratulate him on completing history judging by his results. He himself had the right to choose the place where he would receive an education. At the present time, he had not yet fully understood the essence of the academies. He did not understand what level of teaching they had. He smiled and said that he was ready to listen to an offer from any academy. The man said that the doors of the military academy would always be open to him, and besides, the magic academy also invited him, as did the command academy. Sometime later, in the student canteen, everyone dined peacefully. A guy with tickets appeared in front of the blonde with a bob. He said that he had spent a lot of effort to get them. He was a representative of the student council and disciplinary inspection in his 3rd year of study. The girl looked away. Despite his strength and family status, she understood that in front of her was a smug idiot. She didn't understand how to escape from him. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed a familiar figure. It seems the girl recognized the freedom-loving one. Suddenly, she stood up from her seat and said that she had things to do. The guy said that it would be better next time. When he saw that the girl had moved to the table with another guy, she began to wonder what kind of relationship she had with him. The girl smiled and said that she was glad to meet him. She was wondering if he remembered her. Then she said she heard how great he did on the last test. The guy with the tickets was unhappy that he was ignored. He approached the main character and ordered him to stand up. He then said that his championship does not allow him to do whatever he wants. A junior must respect his elders. As the head of the disciplinary committee, he has every right to guide him. The hero slammed his fist on the table. From the force of the blow, the tray with lunch flew straight into the guy's face. The one sitting nearby said that he was really cool, since he did such a thing on the first day. The student council representative was in shock, with lunch running down his face. A second later, he was overcome with rage and rushed at the main character with his fists. The hero blocked the blow, and the enemy destroyed the entire table. The girl got scared and screamed. The hero said that his hands slipped and headed towards the exit. The guy started shouting that he would take revenge on him. Soon, they returned to the classroom. The teacher asked everyone to open page 265 and look at the trajectory of the Berserker's movement. The class was taught by a 3rd-rank teacher from the military academy before that. He was a dean, so he did not consider himself a simple teacher. The hero sat at his desk and thought about something of his own. The information presented was too old and conservative. He was not particularly interested. Obviously, this specialization had many other useful skills that were not used at all. He closed the book, slammed his hand on the table, and firmly decided that he did not want to follow such rules. At the same time, he didn't intend to waste time either. There were too few people in this world who could teach him anything. He stood up and headed for the exit. The teacher said that he'd been teaching for more than 10 years, and for the first time someone dared to leave in the middle of the lesson. He did not understand what was going on. The protagonist was about to leave the classroom. The teacher suddenly appeared in front of him. He said that no one dares to do that. The protagonist bowed his head guiltily. Then he raised his finger and said that it was necessary to stop holding him back. The man winced. Another student said that he was too strong, but the teacher had more experience than him, so they would not allow him to be rude. He said that it was necessary to apologize to him. During a routine inspection of him by the discipline department, they found him about to leave and was suspected of insulting a teacher. 3 guys stood behind him and told him that he needed to clarify the situation. The guys surrounded the main character. The one who caught him in the school cafeteria said that he was now in his hands, and no amount of genius could save him. The teacher ordered them to stop. The hero said that he never thought that the academy would sink to such a level. The man shouted at him and demanded an explanation. The guy said that since he wanted to, the thing is that the course he read contained a lot of mistakes and was too conservative in many places. If everyone were to study according to their lessons, he was afraid that it would not lead to anything good. The teacher said that he expressed his opinion. Then he yelled that if he showed any concrete examples now, he would quit and never teach again. The guy replied that as soon as they said that all branches of the berserker must match in the ratio of strength and physique 3-to-1, he said that he would now show him new ones. The guy picked up a piece of chalk and walked up to the board. The man said that he sincerely did not understand what was going on there and what the matter was. The teacher just said that the attack speed attribute should give way to the critical hit attribute, and that was the only way to increase damage. Here he had another set of formulas that refuted that point of view. Every person has the ability to think for himself. What he just said is not necessarily the true knowledge about the so-called practice. He smiled and turned to the teacher, asking if he had any questions. The man didn't understand how the newcomer could be so smart. One of the guys said they were in the student union and had received instructions from the dean. He was suspected of openly humiliating the #1 person among the freshmen. It was necessary to go with them. Somewhere nearby the word no was heard. The head of disciplinary supervision insulted the main character, and the academy suspended him from work. The teacher just resigned and left. It turned out that the main character is a unique person. Apparently he has a rather unconventional way of thinking. The man in black and white said that in the future, it would be better not to be such an upstart. The man with the eye patch said that he shouldn't worry because no one would do anything to him. The director understood that perfectly well. The hero began to remember. The guy thought that there were quite a lot of people with that last name in the world. He didn't even know that it was a coincidence. At this time, the head of the Oracle Academy saw him. It was the same sage he had met before. The man recognized him. The guy smiled and said that he was very lucky. A golden field appeared around the man. The player has activated a power. The sage was impressed. He said that he had already heard about his academic performance, and he would not ask why he was doing all this. And he was not going to dig into the past either. He just wanted to ask him for one thing. If he wanted the hero to become the head teacher of the most special course at Oracle University, he would want him to agree. The guy was surprised that he was willing to take the risk. The guy said that he had chosen him and was ready to give him the Shanfang blade. And besides, he didn't want him to help him for free. The sage replied that he was proposing to discuss the conditions, and if he could fulfill them, he would try very hard. Besides, he needs some treasured intermediate drawings on the grass. The man replied that he had given him 10 million if anything was needed. He could allow him to spend it as he saw fit. The hero's phone rang. He picked up the phone. They were calling him to tell him 2 pieces of good news. The voice on the other side asked why he was silent. The guy said he had never been like this before. The hero replied that as soon as he reached level 30, the swordsman replied that he was looking for an assistant wherever he wanted. He was interested in what the problem was, but he still asked for the address. Soon the main character. The hero smiled. After using the card, the system notified that the student had 50 game points. The guys decided that they should surprise him. Soon he found himself on the 3rd floor and became extremely interested. All these drawings are presented separately. The psychotropic drug could improve mood by 5 points. He also had access to a lava potion and an ice spear, but he realized that he hadn't gotten anything useful. He thought that he needed to improve some things to reach rank 4. Something distracted him and he cursed in surprise. Various potions appeared in front of him. He chose the power of purification. Then the guy turned to the purification system and said that he wanted to transform it. The potion periodically affected the owner's body, eliminating all abnormal indicators. The guy said that at least now no one could secretly harm him. The main character said that it was necessary to look at what the player had learned during this time. At this time at the academy, he called, then said he needed to go around the building and would come as soon as the meeting was over. The guy said he wasn't ashamed to behave like that. The hero saw a player ahead who had already won 11 victories in a row. If anyone else wanted to challenge him, then they are welcome. The guy said that anyone who could defeat him would get the entire bank. In front of him was a level 30 academy graduate, an ammunition expert. The hero thought that he deserved to be called the best academy. He also wanted to become as fast and strong as possible. The player next to him said he came for the money. The hero shouted for him to shut his mouth. Everything is written in the rules. The guy held the card and said that even 400 million would be enough. The guy in front of him looked thoughtful. He organized a competition to get a reward for attracting assistants to complete the awakening task. The guy replied that he accepted the challenge. The opponent was very strong. He would have had a hard time. The hero said that he would be able to see something like this. The battle began. A bunch of blows flew towards the hero. The guy gritted his teeth and thought that he couldn't hold it back. He clenched his fists. The hero thought that he was about to lose. The iron grenade can deal 700 units of physical damage at the point of throwing and travel for 3 seconds, with a range of 30 meters. It was impossible to use such objects. An explosion thundered in front of him. He said the enemy had tasted the grenade. The guy held a map in his hands and said that he was the new leader. The rules were the same. Those who had enough courage could rise. The protagonist grinned. He turned around when someone called him. The guy said that their academy is not a place where all sorts of scum can hang out. He has such a face as if he doesn't respect their academy at all. The hero said that he was not a student at the academy, but today was an open day. And besides, did he really need his approval to laugh? The guy said he didn't think he could piss him off that much, and he had to get on stage. The hero squatted down and said he would bet 1,200. He then handed over 600 coins and a card to a room worth 2,000. Several guys said he didn't look rich at all, and he'd never seen so much money. The guy with the crazy look said that since he was so willing to lose money, he would accept his bet. He clenched his hand into a fist. Then he asked where he was. A moment later, he struck him. The ribs of his skeleton were destroyed. He fell to the ground and began to choke on blood. It was unclear what happened. The professor said that things were bad, and it was better to just go to the arena. The academy professor was level 57. It was necessary to understand what kind of trifle this was. The boy approached the professor and said that his son had just taken part in a training match. But someone had seriously injured him, and he just needed to take a look. The man in the white shirt stood up and said that no one should touch his son. It was completely unclear who he was, and how he managed to knock him out with one blow. He was too strong. He had never seen such strong people before. The protagonist extended his hand and told him to give him the money. The boy had blood running down his mouth, and then asked if he could wait a few days. The main character stepped on his chest with his foot and asked why he had no money. The boy shouted that he needed to wait for his father because the local professor was here. The main character turned to him and asked how strong the academy professor was. The others started chanting that he would regret it. He needed to get out of here. He was definitely not welcome here, especially when the duty officer came. He would get into trouble. The hero looked at the crowd and asked how sure they were of this. The fair-haired player said that the bet here was 3,800. Perhaps someone could beat it. The main character said that since he no longer had any money, he would lower the bet. He said that he would bet only 300. If they won, the money would belong to them. The hero looked carefully at the figure in front of him. The others said that they were saved, and besides, he was very strong. Suddenly, the body fell to the ground and the others stepped aside. The man said he had 4,100 at stake. He immediately asked what family he was from and what was going on. Everyone turned their attention to the professor. It seemed he had come to stand up for his son. A wonderful show awaited him. The boy still had blood running down his lips. The professor shouted that no one had the right to cripple his son like that. The hero said that his son now owes him money. Then he said that if they give him money, then they will let him go. The man attacked him with his fists. The hero asked how he dared. The guy started discussing how the professor was 20 levels stronger than this guy. A guy came up to them and said that he was really popular. As the swordsman walked further, one of the boys said that the man had injured 7 students as well as the professor, and had taken 26 million. So justice must be restored. The professor tensed up, then said that they had misunderstood something. So it was better to resolve the feud than to escalate it. So it was better to leave it in the past. The professor gritted his teeth, unhappy that he had not been able to let off steam. Besides, he wouldn't leave it that easily. And besides, we still needed to meet. The guy said that he arranged it, and besides, he himself does not understand who is actually creating the problems. One of the guys was surprised. He didn't know where they were going. At this time, in the conference hall of the Blue Sky University, the man said that the list of assistants for the awakening ceremony has already been compiled. Does anyone have any questions? The professor said he thought that with his talent and potential, it might be irresponsible. He didn't know who hurt his son. The man said he didn't agree with them. He was present at the college and saw the student's strength firsthand. He was an exceptional talent. The professor shouted that he was so unusual that he could help with the second awakening on the 25th level. Then he said that his principle is to respect the student's choice. He bared his teeth in a smile. The man clenched his fist and said he accepted the terms. The man sitting opposite replied that he would also accept the bet in that case. Soon the main character and the swordsman stopped at the entrance to the labyrinth. The hero said that obtaining the item was enough to consider it a success. And he had an idea. The swordsman was surprised and asked what exactly he had come up with. The boy told the swordsman to keep a distance of about 15 meters from him at all times, but not to get too close. The entrance to the cave appeared. The swordsman followed the main character. A monster appeared before him. It was a level 34 elite boss. He commanded to destroy them if there were invaders. The guy felt nervous. The observers couldn't understand how it was possible for him to attract so many mobs at once. The professor said that he was not going to trust a foreign student. Besides, such a person could easily be a spy sent by the Oracle University to deliberately sabotage him. After the exam was over, they were supposed to catch him and demand an explanation from the Oracle University. He looked at him intently. The head of the academy sat in front of him. He hoped that the old man was not lying and would show them the real thing. The main character said that now is the time, and he rushed further into the catacombs of the caves. The phantom cloak's invisibility effect has been activated. There were animals in one of the caves. The swordsman looked at them. As expected of him, he was even able to come up with such a disgusting method. This was the first time he had seen such high control. The guy didn't understand how he suddenly disappeared and what he did. What a clever and brilliant move. The head of the academy was ahead, pulling the mobs, distracting them, maintaining a safe distance. He ordered them not to engage in combat. The leader said that when the time comes, the hero just needs to be out of sight. He thought that heroes are really brought up from a young age. The cooperation between them is simply magnificent and unprecedented. One of the guys said he was starting to understand him, since his only goal was to get the disc from the final boss. The swordsman said they could completely skip all the small enemies and mini-bosses along the way. The hero said that the next boss can't be skipped because he drops a key item. The swordsman asked why he was checking him and whether he was not behind the stone door. The hero replied that he would be a complete fool if he decided to fight alone, and he told the hero that he was just showing off. The swordsman replied that he had not been taught this. The observers looked at the swordsman and the main character. One of them pointed at the swordsman and shouted for them to look at him. The swordsman began to move part of the object in front of him. The structure began to change position, and a glow appeared in the middle. A staff began to float out from there. He stopped and began to watch as if spellbound. An elite-level boss appeared before him. He said that no one steals the creator's secrets and lives to tell about it. One of the observers suggested that it was possible to open the door, but it turned out that he had not seen such a strange way to open it for many years. The swordsman said that this was a great opportunity to test his current level. After that, he rushed at the boss. He then used the village ghostblade technique. Next, he used the village ghostblade technique. As expected from the most talented blade master, he was able to cope, which was appreciated by one of the observers. The protagonist said that he was a second late with the second strike of the ghostblade. His combination could have been better too. The observers began to discuss their conversations. The swordsman used the extracted blow. The blow sent him flying to the side. The boss activated the title talisman's soul strike. He then landed several critical hits. The swordsman ran away from the blow, clutching his sword tightly. Observers appreciated that he managed to increase his damage by as much as 20%. One of them said that they needed to tell them that this was the first student in the country. The man's mouth opened in surprise. Then he struck the boss. The hero understood that he felt someone's presence. The man was glad that he had managed to make the task easier for other students. The manager looked at the screen carefully. The swordsman said that he not only improved the Blade Master's combinations, but also found a hidden mechanism. The guy was holding a fragment of the Taurus, a key piece to the final boss. They crossed another cave. The hero said that the path to the cave was too narrow. It looked like they would have to fight their way through. The swordsman said that when it came to damage, he couldn't compare to him. He shouted that now everything depended on him. The protagonist activated the Void Sphere. Then he materialized a ball of emptiness. When it came to damage, the swordsman said that no one could compare to him in terms of damage. The man said that there was a chance to convince him to transfer to another school. It was simply a crime to let such talent go to waste at Oracle University. One of the observers folded his arms and closed his eyes. Several enemies appeared before the hero and his friend. A stocky warrior with a fire hammer appeared in front of him. He was level 36. The hero turned to the swordsman and asked what he knew about the abilities of the fire hammer. Then he said that this was an opportunity to test his skills in time. The boss said that this is the kingdom of the gnomes, and there is no place for outsiders here. The next moment, the hero was given an effect with incoming fire damage, and it was increased by 150 units. The passive ability was activated and the effect was removed. Then he used the dancing staff and heavenly retribution. The swordsman called him a real beast. He did something incredible with his skills as a battle mage. The next moment, a fire nova was used. The protagonist then said that it was now his turn to enter, as his older brother had taken a 10-second break. Then the swordsman yelled at him not to do that to him, but the enemy did not retreat. The hero dealt several attacks to the enemy and did not allow him to use the fire nova. The swordsman fell to the ground. The main character said that sometimes you need to push yourself. Otherwise, he will never know his limits. The swordsman shouted that he was a vile bastard who was deliberately teasing him. The spectators stood up from their seats, finding it hard to comprehend that this guy's talent and fighting instincts were simply terrifying. The hero scattered several enemies. Then he said that he had an even cooler move and offered the swordsman to learn it. The swordsman replied that he was talking to you while fighting the boss. He was unhappy that the hero was now not even helping him and was just teasing him. In fact, the instant debuff of the fire hammer could be tracked. If his reaction was fast enough, he would be able to dodge. The hero asked him to pay attention to the moment when he raised his hand and saw something special. The creature stood and looked at them. The swordsman received a fire damage buff. The system reported that 5 layers of fire damage buff were applied to them. Incoming fire damage was increased by 750 units. The swordsman said that before he raised his hand, he was slightly pulling his right hand back, and the protagonist looked at the swordsman and said that it would be a good idea to use a strike to counter the debuff. The creature with the hammer raised its hand up. The swordsman successfully managed to parry the blow. The system reported that 6 layers of fire damage amplification had been applied to him. Incoming fire damage had been increased by 900 units. The hero ordered him not to be distracted and to continue training. The swordsman began to count the seconds. He thought that he had used the technique too early. He needed to remember the feeling. The observers, at this time, sat in their places, discussed the hero, and did not understand how strong he was. The system informed the swordsman that 10 layers of fire damage amplification had been applied to him, and incoming fire damage had been increased by 1,500 units. The hero shouted to the swordsman that this was his last chance, and he shouldn't be blamed if he didn't remember later with his current debuff, and didn't kill him with one blow. The swordsman tensed and lowered his eyebrows. A second later, he was already flying towards the creature. His sword sank into the ground, and flashes of fire erupted around him. The fire damage boost was ineffective, but the protagonist still smiled at the fact that he managed to use such a complex move. The hero asked the swordsman what exactly he was happy about. The protagonist materialized the spheres and smiled, but the system reported that the fire enhancement would be ineffective. The guy caused an explosion of blinding signs. Everything around was covered with pink-purple energy. The creature with the hammer fell to the ground. The hero asked the swordsman how he felt. He replied that he was much stronger than him, and he could not cope with his crazy skills. But now he was ready to easily cope with someone at his level. Observers were surprised that he managed to cope. Soon, they came to the room where the final boss was waiting. It's time to open the door. The door swung open. They needed to find out what awaited them. The hero turned to the swordsman and asked what their strategy was for this final boss. The swordsman replied that the hardest part was dealing with the smaller monsters during the boss fight. This boss would revive 5 statues every 10 seconds to fight. When his health drops to 50%, he would revive all the statues in the room according to the normal battle strategy. They would split the duties. One would kill the boss, and the other would clear out the smaller monsters. He had a better plan. The swordsman was surprised when he realized that they were talking about murder. The hero said that he did not understand what exactly would be needed for forced murder. The swordsman thought about the possibility of controlling the rhythm of damage. He told the hero that he understood exactly what he meant. And besides, it was a bold plan. The hero raised his sword and said that it was time to begin. He activated the soul of the sword, the blade breaker, and the mercy of the crusader. He taught all his life, and only then realized that a man who can do everything, like a tramp, can be really strong at the right time. The hero and the swordsman stared ahead at the boss. The guy said he would focus on applying boss debuffs. The boss used an electric flashbang explosion that was pierced by a bullet. The blow reached its target. Bossa shouted that no one dared to summon him just like that. Besides, his level was no less than 38, and his health was 22,000. It was necessary to stop the boss statues that came to life. The hero focused on them. This was an important factor to kill him quickly. They needed to put as many vulnerable debuffs as possible to get the damage that was enough. Other classes might not cope. He understood that perfectly well. The guys managed to take off a small portion of health. The swordsman said that such an attack is not enough to take off so much health. The hero said that there was no need to be upset, because their damage would increase significantly later. Several attacks reached the boss. The swordsman smiled and said that it was amazing. Even his damage was increased by it. The hero replied that he should not stop attacking. The boss activated the summoning in the name of the creator and summoned the slaves. Observers said that the damage might not be enough, and their plan was too risky. A boss with that much health can't be killed so easily. The professor grinned and thought that freedom-loving was just continuing to pretend. It seemed like it was time for his return. The protagonist used the energy of the spheres again. He did not plan to retreat. A bunch of attacks from destructive to deadly flew at the boss. Dirty people. The great race of Titans should definitely condemn them all. The boys stopped fighting for a moment. Pieces of debris fell from the sky. The swordsman said that, as expected from him, he always created hopeless situations. The hero replied that life is more interesting with a little chaos. The leader said that since the move had already been decided, they should settle it among themselves. The man fell to his knees. The professor began to ask for forgiveness and said that he was wrong. He had made a mistake and was ready to be demoted in rank with a salary freeze for a year. The manager said he was interested in what was going on with the incident at the arena that had happened a few hours ago. The professor did not immediately understand what he meant. Then he shouted that he was busy taking care of a child who was born. And besides, he had elderly parents. He asked the director to show mercy. The observers understood that if someone lost, he had to pay for it. The manager told him to submit a resignation letter. Two men took the professor by the arms and led him out of the room. The man begged for mercy, but it was too late. The system congratulated the hero on successfully completing the second awakening mission. He was successfully promoted to a holy sword and received 20 attribute points. The hero received the hidden class feature, Spellcaster. Thanks to this, the individual rating was raised to a high rank, and the platinum treasure chest was upgraded to diamond. The system raised it to level 27. The swordsman asked how he liked the rewards, and then boasted that he had received a platinum chest and a promotion to level 31. The hero smiled. Finally, he had access to strength stat points. This wave of improvements would boost his combat power. He wanted to open the diamond treasure chest as soon as possible. The system congratulated him and said that they had received excellent equipment, poisoned shoulder pads. The hero rejoiced because the item of the second awakening was available to him. He understood that if this skill could be coordinated with the void sphere or quantum bomb, it would be perfect. The swordsman understood that they had become rich this time. He had received another high-level item. He was amazed that the equipment and item that was available to the hero was simply incredible. He completed his second awakening. He didn't even have one. The swordsman said that he was glad that he had reached level 31. It felt like he had officially graduated from the Blue Sky University. The hero said he would continue once he dealt with his second awakening. At this time, the boys walked and discussed the senior student and the level 25 monster. Observers said he had become even stronger. The hero said that the purpose of his call was to convince him to transfer to his university. The man said that this was indeed his goal. He believed that he was aware of the power of Blue Sky University. Earlier, at the entrance exam, he tried to recruit him. He said the principal had agreed to accept any terms he could offer if he joined his university. The hero tactfully said that he had to refuse. He then said that since he had chosen the Oracle University, then he would never change his decision. He thought that the management already knew about his decisions. The director stroked his beard and said that they would not insist. Besides, he had a plan that could benefit both of them. At this time, in the examination hall for the second awakening of the Blue Sky University, the others discussed the fact that the director had personally invited him to become a temporary teacher. He would stay at the Blue Sky University for 10 days. The guys stood and looked at the indicators. The rewards included specific rare materials. There was a 100% guarantee of successfully passing the second awakening. It was necessary to understand what would happen. And besides, he wanted to know the results most of all. The main character was visited by a guy who introduced himself as a berserker. He took out the spirit of the space cicada that they requested yesterday. He said hello and called him a temporary teacher. He wanted to know when he could start the exam for the second awakening. The hero said that the spirit of the space cicada was first class, and it would be impolite to refuse. He turned to the berserker and said that since there was no one else here, it was worth starting right away. Then he asked whether he believed in it or not. Berserker said that the teacher misunderstood him, and besides, he was simply afraid, and this could be unnecessary. He had already failed half a year ago, lost 4 levels, and it took him a long time to get them back. His talent is not very good. Even the experts he hired could not help. The hero said that he worries about the opinions of others. Berserker said that the map he chose was Demon Mountain. Its difficulty was a little higher. He asked to support him later. They were supposed to help him. The hero asked him not to worry and said that he always keeps his word. The system has shown the current secret area. Everyone stood and looked at the indicators, impressed by what they saw in front of them. At this time, the 39th level demonic dragon turned out to be the final boss of the Demon Mountain. The Berserker was surprised. The system congratulated on the new record in the secret zone of Demon Mountain. The total time was 1 hour 35 minutes. In addition, the individual rating was high rank, 6,000 experience passed, and a diamond chest was obtained. The hero smiled and said that being an assistant was useful in more ways than one. Not only could he get materials to upgrade his weapons, but also experience and treasure chests. He just didn't know if he could get experience by going through secret areas in the future. The hero was in no hurry to open the chest of Starlight. There were still many secret areas to pass through. He was ready to open them all at once. It would be more exciting. The current progress was 100%. The system congratulated him on his successful completion. The guys were puzzled as to how everything had turned out this way. He also needed to hurry back and collect materials. The hero teleported. There was a guy with him. He began to thank the teacher for pulling him out for the second awakening and asked him to accept his bow. The hero said that he was receiving money, and therefore there was no need to thank him. Then he said that they would definitely see each other next time. Everyone lined up correctly. The teacher said that it was necessary to enter by the number that he would call, and besides, it was not worth blaming him for being rude to those who cut in line. Berserker said that the teacher had returned. The hero said that his office began to look like a hot pot store. Soon, an expensive car appeared. This is the Blue Sky University limousine. Something important happened today. Most likely they came to challenge him. At this time, the director appeared and said that his university and the Blue Sky University had never interfered with each other. He said he had not received any information. Several guys in suits appeared in front of him. He was worried that they would send someone at such a critical moment. The freedom-loving man turned to the director and said that he had returned. The director did not understand where he got the university's top-level limousine from and what was going on, because he could not just switch to their side. The freedom-loving man said that the man next to him, they must know him. He came to give them a lift. The guys were perplexed as to what kind of cooperation they could be talking about. His student is outstanding. They should appreciate him properly. The director asked how they could miss such a grand event. The hero wanted to talk to the president. The guy said that in just 10 short days he helped graduates get promoted with a success rate of 100%, reaching a quarter of the annual graduation rate of the Blue Sky University. The wisest leader said that he had already discussed everything with the president of his university. The guy said the president was absolutely right, but also because they were going to form an alliance, the president had instructed him to deliver a message. The old man thought about it. He understood that a first-year student, who is a class teacher, mentors other teachers at his university and becomes a visiting professor at another university. He wanted to know what the main character thought about this. The guy replied that he didn't have much time, especially to deal with academic reports. The man in the suit exclaimed that they had not taken that into account. And besides, there was no need to make any reports. It was just a nominal position. Then he said that his salary would be like other professors at his university. The hero thought that now Oracle University and Blue Sky University would become his backyard. The hero smiled and said that then he was ready to agree. A man in a business suit walked out of the building. The elder asked what exactly he planned to do next. The guy replied that he could take the time to perfect the details for the teacher training class and also prepare the teaching materials. Then he said that the next day he was ready to go to the continent for the final push. The elder asked what his current level was, and the hero shared that during the time he spent at the Blue Sky University, he had managed to reach level 29. The leader grabbed him by the shoulders and said that it was very good that it turned out this way. He reminded him that before leaving he was at level 25, and now he had already risen to level 4 in a few days. With such a speed of improvement, he would definitely take part in the inter-university tournament that would take place in 3 months. The hero asked again what tournament they were talking about, and the old man said that it was an annual ranking competition for universities. The normal category is open to those who are at the 3rd awakening or below, while the advanced category is open to those who are at the 4th awakening or below. In the advanced category, all participants must be either teachers or students of the university. As for the final rankings of the tournament, they will also directly determine the rankings of the universities. The Oracle Academy sage explained that with his current speed, he would be a strong contender in the normal category, so he would finally have a chance to shine. The guy smiled. He understood that the inter-university tournament this time would also be an excellent opportunity to make a name for himself. Soon in the thunderous city, on one of the streets, the hero pointed his finger and directed his gaze forward. He received a message from the sorceress. She called him a fraud and said that she even came early to find him. But he was not there. She was interested in where he went. The hero replied that he had important things to do, which was why he was so late. The girl said that she was currently on a quest in the Ridge Mountains, and that she would soon reach level 27. But that place was very far from Thunder City, and she would not have time to return to see it. Besides, the speed of his level is really fast. The guy asked if she had found the hidden task. Besides, she was interested in how he managed to find out. The girl called the freedom-loving a swindler, looked at the widget and asked him what he would do if he knew that her family was going to look for a mate for her. Then she said that he was really very outstanding and also very handsome. The guy replied that he was free and simply wished her happiness. The girl said that she had not agreed before, but now she decided to go on this blind date as soon as possible. She understood that this guy was trying to play psychological games with her. This time, she was ready to fulfill her wish and go to her grandfather as soon as she returned. The girl said that even if the other party showed interest in her, she would not agree. The hero said that the girl was very trusting. He even wanted to tease her a little as soon as he said something nonsense. She took it all personally. He only teased her a little. He was met by the director of the academy. He invited him to sit down and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The freedom-loving man asked whether they had managed to collect the materials he had requested. The man with the mustache replied that they could be sure that he would not neglect any task assigned to him. He held in his hands a box in which were 4 items. All of them were from the list he had left after the auction. In front of him was a frost spring, a strange demonic mushroom, blood jade, and a holy flame of moon shadow. The hero thought that he had managed to get a very rare item. It was a surprise for him. He replied that their house was not as powerful as he had hoped, and besides, he had done his best to gather them. The hero said that with his ability to get 4 of them meant that he was not idle. It was important for him to understand how much he wanted for these items. The man explained that he had spent a total of 1,000 gold coins on the materials, but since he had caused the delays, he was willing to give a 20% discount. The hero replied that, given his goodwill, he would also recommend him to his superiors. He picked up the chest. Behind him he heard thanks for his favor. The man called him sir and said that it was an honor to work for him. The freedom-loving man said that if he was not mistaken about the holy yin-yang silk, then this place should have it. But before going there, he needed to go to another place. Soon, he found himself outside the Thunder City. He found himself in one of the stables. He needed to get to the branch of the Dark Brotherhood in the Thunder City through this cellar. First, he needed to get the killer token. The Dark Brotherhood is an organization of assassins on the continent of the Apocalypse, and every awakened person could come and apply to join the ranks of the assassins. In order to join them, it was necessary to pass several tests. The killer's mask does not provide any special characteristics, but hides all personal information about its owner. As for the ranks in the Dark Brotherhood, there were only 8 of them, from highest to lowest: Tian, Sha, Di, Jue, Qi, Mei, Wang, Liang. Most people get stuck in the lower 4 ranks. Only experts with 3rd awakening or higher have a chance to advance to the upper 4 ranks. There were a lot of people gathered in the hall. They were all wearing masks. Some had gold tokens. He greeted the masked blonde and said that he was applying to join the Dark Brotherhood. The girl looked at him. Those who stood nearby watched attentively. They did not expect to see the main character here. The girl replied that the registration fee would cost 1,000 gold coins. It was necessary to take a participant's badge and go to the testing hall, where he would be met. Everyone stared at them. The beautiful girl reported that the guy in front of her did not pass, and also said that the next one should move towards her. The boys didn't understand why she was so strict. Suddenly, she appeared behind them and said that if they were smart enough to talk nonsense behind her back, then they should be strong enough to fight her. She had a whip in her hands and pointed her fingers at the place where they needed to go to take the test. The boys got scared and started asking for forgiveness. She gave them 1 lash with the whip and said that she would not do everything herself. At this time, one of the players was defeated, even despite being level 38 and having decent combat strength. The girl called them weaklings, who couldn't even overcome the 20,000 threshold and show any fighting power. Suddenly, she ordered that they be taken away somewhere far away. The guys began to beg for mercy, but it was completely useless. She saw a freedom-loving man and asked him why he wanted to join the Brotherhood, especially since he was from the vagabond class. He understood that he would not have another chance. The girl explained that even if he hadn't gone through the second awakening, they wouldn't lower their criteria just for him. The hero began to activate his abilities. The combat power was more than 30,000. The girl was very surprised. The hero only asked if these characteristics were enough to pass the test. It seems she underestimated him. She said the test tested strength, agility, fitness, and spirit in that order, then warned that it was possible to die during the test, so his level would be lowered in the process. He was curious about what would happen next. At this time, at the gate with teleportation, a blonde approached the girl and asked her sarcastically why she hadn't found that same candidate since she had already been there. She smiled and said that she would first look at the results of the one who had just appeared in front of her. The guy found himself on a beautiful beach. He said it was an independent place outside the secret worlds. The next wave was supposed to arrive in half a minute, so the guy had to prepare himself. He had to be ready for the wave to attack. He needed to use skill upgrades and elixirs. The first stage was to test his strength, and soon he saw a wave in front of him. Since aids were banned, this test was meant to assess his strength and his skill. Very good. He hadn't been at full strength for a long time. He used sword transformation. The wave height was comparable to a small tsunami. They didn't have high expectations from him. The guy used a bloody blow and a destruction technique. The sword cut through the wave with incredible speed. The system reported that they had cut through a 1,000-meter high wave with one blow, and the assessment of how he had passed this part of the test was excellent. The gate on the left leads directly to the next stage, which was supposed to test agility. The origin of the stages without a break would improve his game assessment. He needed to make a decision. The girls saw that the color of the portal changed. Red meant an excellent mark. They were curious how he managed to do it. Then the lady asked the girl next to her what grade she got when she took the test, and she replied that she got a B+. She teased her that the best assassin in the city could have gotten a higher mark. She replied that she only took the test when she was at level 32. She assumed that the hero most likely had a high level, otherwise the system would not have been able to give such a rating. Then she looked at her carefully, and thought that even when she took the test, she got a minus instead of a plus. But for the close combat class, this stage was the easiest. She hoped that he would continue in the same spirit. The main character moved to the snowy mountain to pass the agility stage. The guy understood that the rule was very strict. It excluded the use of the shortest route. Almost 2/3 of the summit was covered in snow, which greatly affected his movement speed. He took the elixir of agility, but fortunately he had a high agility stat. There was no ban on its use at this stage, so it was not too difficult. The elixir of high-class agility has taken effect. The guy understood that he had to take advantage of the 10 seconds before the avalanche started. He had to run as far as possible. The guy turned around. He raised his staff into the air. An ice wall appeared in front of him. He looked up and thought that the ice wall could only last for 2 seconds at most. He needed to move faster. He didn't care how fast the avalanche was. It would never be faster than free fall. If he doesn't take steps to slow down, he'll be crushed into a patty. He raised his hand and changed the shape of the spear. He managed to activate the axial vortex. He smiled and thought that this snow-free zone would prevent a second avalanche from starting. The guy got caught on a branch with a rope. Then he landed softly on his feet. When it came to speed, he never lost. The hero replied that although he knew the specifics of the evaluation system, according to the standards, the evaluation should be the best. The assassin who stood next to the lady asked who this guy was and where he got such characteristics. The lady replied that it looked like he was the one she was looking for. The girl thought that this guy was in trouble because he would get too much attention from the lady. At this time, the stage of physical fitness testing came, in the underground lava cave. In addition, he experienced damage from the environment. The burning state was applied. The hero realized that he was losing health even from simply being in this place. He looked around. This place was definitely suitable for preparation. Before, he wanted to understand whether his health would drop when he entered the lava zone, and what will happen when it touches the surface. There was little time. He landed deftly on the ground. At first he didn't notice that anything was happening when he stepped on the ground. The hero activated the aerial state. The path acceleration effect was activated. He consumed the highest level dexterity elixir. It was necessary to understand how far he could jump at his maximum speed. He made several jumps in the air. Then it began to move over the lava. The system reported that the environmental damage had increased. Stacks of the first and second level of burning state had been applied. The guy said that a jump of 600 meters was a very good start. Umbrella of the light stream of 1,000 blades. He activated the ice wall and jumped into the air. He managed to land on the ice block as if on a surfboard. The ice melted quickly into the lava. There were about 700 meters left to the destination. He needed to reach the goal, so he changed weapons. He decided to shoot with a howitzer. He managed to use the mechanic's signature skill, which was summoning. The air mesh went forward. The guy flew down and landed successfully on the ground. He smiled. He had lost 200 health in total. The system congratulated you on passing the physical training stage. The assassin shouted that 5+ was not the limit. Could the legend about the highest grade really be true? And did it really exist? She asked the lady who he was. The girl replied that she didn't know his name. Besides, he was on the 29th level. Before the entrance, he had a high power indicator. The girl was surprised. She felt his superiority. She said that higher-ups should know about this monster. The lady said that she needed him. If she reported him, they would take him away. Besides, she had waited too long. She wanted to know if it was true that only the awakened were allowed into this place. The lady closed her eyes from such a number of questions. She said she would pretend she wasn't here today. The hero found himself in a large library. At this stage, he had to pass a test of spirit or wisdom. The system explained that when he reached a crossroad, he would be able to use the power of the spirit to sense the right road. The bookshelves in the right direction would be full of books that would direct him on the right path. The stage of spiritual strength depends on spiritual strength. He needed to feel it first and understand what kind of space is in front of him. He realized that in front of him were the test guides. The hero felt mental fatigue from using spiritual power for the first time. His spirit is on the same physical level as physical power, just a blank slate. This stage puts forward a strict requirement for spiritual power. If he has not reached the required threshold, it may take a long time to get out of this labyrinth. The creator of this stage most likely did not expect this trick to work. The ghost cloak has activated the invisibility effect. He could walk through walls, and the invisibility effect from the ghost cloak had a bug. With it, you could ignore the area. The system reported that the guy had leveled up. Passing the test gave a lot of health. His last obstacle had reached level 30. Before changing his class, there was one thing left to do. He needed to obtain the sacred silk. The system informed me that I needed to complete a secret intermediate level area alone with a high rating. The rest were surprised that someone would get such a high score. Candidates were ordered to lock up those who had not yet started taking the test. One of them shouted out that he didn't understand why they were being locked up. The lady understood that she would have to arrest them without reason. The girl said that no one should blab about today's events. If they do, then they should not blame her for being ruthless. Also, it was necessary to release them a little later and give compensation of 100 gold to each, after which the main character came out of the portal. The girl congratulated the hero as soon as she saw him. The hero smiled and said that his lady was too kind, and besides, he was just lucky. She saw that he had a gold token with a high rank. The girl said that with his level of training, she had no doubt that he would become her colleague. The hero thought that the girl in front of him was very unusual. The girl handed him the form and said that if he wanted to take on the assassin's mission, he just had to go to the mission hall of the second basement. She said that given the strength he had shown, he would advance to a high rank within 2 years. The hero was delighted. The girl stopped him. His help was needed. Thanks to his exceptional talent, he wanted to share this information with him, but he could not tell anyone about it. The hero promised to remain silent. A long time ago, she accidentally discovered a mysterious cave, inside which there was an ancient altar that no one had yet discovered. The guy realized that the problem was in the altar. He said he respected her, so he shared information. And I thought that there were only 2 places that matched the description. The altar could only be activated by 1 person, and the recharge period would be 3 months. The guy said that the altar could activate several people at once. The colleague replied that, as expected, he had justified her respect for her. Soon they arrived on a drifting cloud stream. There was an ancient altar behind this waterfall. She would guard it, and he just needed to go in and complete the task. The guy asked her not to worry. Then he said that during the previous test, he was delighted with the good results for a while, but then he started to get very nervous. They were sure that the demonic beast was not too strong. The girl said that he had good reason to worry. She will give him a rescue tool to take with him. Then she handed him an azure pearl. Its activation would temporarily increase his health by 300 units. He took the pearl in his hands and gave his word that he would not let her down. After that, he left. He needed to continue on his way. The hero said that this was an azure pearl, an excellent item. Usually only a newly minted rich man could get it. He didn't plan to activate the altar, but since he was here, there was something he needed to do. The system activated the leper mask. Putting it on one could get the appearance of the dwarf race for the next 30 minutes. The dwarf said that the demonic beast must guard this ancient altar. He thought that he couldn't let him take advantage of this. A huge monster that looked like a rat appeared in front of him. The gnome greeted the stone rat. He asked if he was stuck here. The creature nodded. The gnome said that he was lucky that he met him and materialized food. The rat looked at the food with pleasure. The gnome said he had more. If that's not enough, he's ready to look around. The gnome said that this time, he would need to learn the skill of the second awakening in advance. The system reported that for the caster class, they had already learned all the available skills of the first awakening. They could learn the first skill of the second awakening from any class. The dwarf said that the available skills were Tombstone, Violent Breakthrough, Black Hole, then said that it was time to play with otherworldly items. He chose to learn the Deadly Wave. While using this skill, he will emit waves of deadly continuous energy that will deal continuous damage. The gnome said that when his system is broken, it will be necessary to transform this skill into a passive one. The assassin girl stood there and thought about how half a day had already passed since that guy had come in there. Why hadn't there been any noise? The girl thought that this couldn't happen if he had been killed. There would have at least been a cry for help. A glow appeared around. The dwarf said that the stone rat supported the seal that was outside. He realized that the altar no longer had power. The monster opened its mouth and squealed. The gnome smiled. The girl who was waiting for him became worried when she heard the noise. This bastard was too cautious. He finally took action after half a day. The gnome turned to the rat lying on the ground and said that since the altar had already gone out, it would probably take several months before it gained enough energy. Then he said that there was a person at the entrance who was on the 45th level and was awakened. She tried to kill him, so he had no choice but to enter his cave even if they fought together against her. The rat sighed heavily. The dwarf whispered in his ear that he now had a plan that would help us leave this place safely. He screamed that the stone rat was trying to eat him. The girl saw him and said that she could even deal with a level 40 demonic beast. The lady screamed that the entrance seal had been removed. She rushed forward. The gnome saw this. He told the rat that they had worked well together, but the bad woman had already arrived, so it was time to activate the seal. She screamed that she didn't understand who did it. She was filled with anger. She had spent the first 6 months preparing for this ancient altar, and in the end, someone else had gotten it first. She didn't understand where the gnome appeared in the cave from. The girl grabbed her neck. She was upset that the seal was missing, and she would have to return in 3 months. Suddenly, the girl fell to the ground. It turned out that the seal had reappeared. She understood that she was trapped. There was no way back. She was doomed to die of hunger. Her hands grabbed the dagger. She pointed it at her stomach. If she had to die like this, then so be it. She screamed that it would only end when one of them died. At this time, the gnome sat and watched as his new rat friend finished his food. He wanted to show him a trick. The main character grabbed a piece of food, and the creature began to protest. The hero grabbed the sword. He said that if he didn't want to live, he would give him a chance, and he set off on his journey together on the rat. The hero said that he was walking too slowly. He said that he would give him more food for dinner. The rat began to squeak and move forward at a faster speed. The free spirit thought that in the Apocalypse continent, when an awakened reaches level 30, he automatically gains monster taming skills. He liked that the rat cooperated well. Today he went to the Spider Canyon. There was a level 40 boss there, a spider girl. He got off the rat. The guys didn't understand how he managed to subjugate a level 30th creature. The hero stood in front of the cliff and held a rat. Then he gave the order for them to wait for him. The path further on was too narrow. The hero thought that there was someone in front of him. At this time, the heroes were running from the monster. The hero said that the person standing in front of him is 1 level below him. Although he couldn't deal much damage to the fire spider, his evasion and movements were truly outstanding. It will be difficult for him to evade such a powerful boss. A fire appeared in front of him. The hero blocked the attack. The guy recognized the main character. Then he said that he knew him. The hero realized that he was being followed that time. There were quite a few college students with him who were also able to get enough money to pay for their education, all grateful to him for allowing them to follow him back then. The hero left him and said that they should talk about this later. He used a double and full punch. The guy was surprised that the hero was so strong. He tried to teach him to be a better tramp. The hero jumped into the air. The spider immediately attacked him. The hero used a bandit cut. The guy was surprised. Then the spheres flew at the monster. The hero said that it was worth using the suppression of blinding marks. The system reported that blinding signs were suppressed. The guy didn't understand where such a crazy attack came from. Unlike emitting blinding marks, which did not deal damage immediately, it seems that luck was on his side. He was able to obtain the sacred silk with 1 kill. Another hero yelled that he was an expert, and he said he did a great job. The hero said that he needed to discuss the situation with him. The guy smiled and said that he was an expert in the tramp class. The hero understood that his level was rising quickly. And besides, he had only recently entered university. He was lucky. He had recently received the necessary equipment, so he leveled up faster. The hero remembered the real Pearl. If he wanted to be his student, then there shouldn't be any problem. He asked to find him after waking up. The hero returned back. A man in a suit approached him. The main character clarified who was asking, and for what purpose. In the president's office. They met him, asked him to go into the office and sit down. The man introduced himself. He was the president of the Capital Management Association. The main character sat down in the chair opposite him. He was embarrassed that he was staring at him. The hero asked what exactly he wanted to discuss. The president said that he learned that he had reached level 30 and sent him to tell him something. The guy tried to open the box. Then he asked him to convey his gratitude to the elder. Soon they reached the second awakening class. The hero had a request. He told about his special mission and asked if the school had the authority to prohibit the broadcast. He felt sorry that he had gathered all the teachers and students from the entire school for a group lesson. The man asked if he had an assistant. The hero said that he passed the second awakening exam alone. A portal appeared in front of the director. A man with an eye patch walked into the office and got scared. The sage stood with a pruning shear and said that it was good to be young. The man wanted to tell him something. He said he didn't want to show the exam to other students, but he thought about it and agreed. The director replied that everyone has their own secrets, and for the sake of such talent, they would make an exception. The director's granddaughter approached him and said that it was time to take medication. The man with the eye patch said she was very beautiful. He laughed it off and started to leave. The director said that the guy he wanted to introduce him to was back. The granddaughter said she didn't want any blind dates. The man said that he had already made an agreement with him. She will have to meet him. At this time, the main character was moving on a rat across a deserted plain. In his hands, he held an important item. In order to awaken this time, he needed to go to the City of Deserts. He absorbed the skill fruit to increase all of the awakened one's stats by 5. A status bar appeared in front of him. He felt that his body was full. It was time to become a legendary soulbinder. He turned to the rat and said that today he would be with him for the last time. Once he successfully clears this kingdom, he will be free. Monsters started chasing him. He was cursed with shadows, limited abilities, electrical weakening, and a burning state. He ordered the animal to look and jump in front of him. He did it easily. Then he said that it was necessary to get to the stone wall on the other side. The rat let out a shrill squeak. In front of him, he saw monsters. One of the creatures was in a robe and looked frightening. The guy drank the elixir of life of the highest quality. Cleansing recovery complete, all debuffs removed. But if he wanted to get a high rank, he needed to clear all the mobs. At the same time, he could complete the mission of 100 kills. He said that there is a martyr Tekka right in front of the boss, and he ordered the rat to stay on the high ground. The guy jumped from a height. Everything was like in his past life. Scarabs in the desert are neutral creatures. If you don't attack them first, they will simply look for food on the sand. The hero held a jar in his hands when he encountered neutral creatures. It was best to deal with them all at once. He placed several of these jars around the perimeter. He needed the martyr Tekka to enter the scarab territory soon. Now the fireworks had to go off. He held the red button in his hand and waited. The explosion did not take long to come. Smoke and earth rose into the air. The hero opened his umbrella. The system reported that he had eliminated the level 36 boss. The creature lay before him and looked dead. A guardian sword, considered legendary, appeared in the air. He was glad that his attack and speed would improve. Once upon a time, in a desert city, there was a true legendary weapon called the Glory of the Ancestors. One part is the guard's sword, which is now in his hands. The hero said that if he got it, he would easily pass through the secret kingdom. They needed to move on. The guy yelled that there was a stone camp ahead and it was necessary to lure everyone. Monsters were waiting for him at the entrance. The rest began to run towards him. An elite, level 36, Sand Executioner Devil appeared before him. The hero did not get off the rat. The devil saw him. The hero grabbed the monster by the hand, and he began to attack. The others immediately rushed at him. Soon he reached the dungeon. One of the prisoners said that 5 of them came to the Sand City for adventure, but unfortunately they were captured. He said he would easily free them. They began to express their gratitude as soon as they were freed. The monsters were ready to punish people for escaping. The girl got scared and said that they were finished. Another one said that they are on the 40th level. If they guard the stairs, then everything might work out. The warrior asked the main character to help them, and thanked him. The battle began. He materialized a fireball. The team leader shouted that they couldn't hold him off alone. The monster attacked the team leader. The warrior shouted towards the main character and began asking for reinforcements. He was surrounded. The warrior cursed. He didn't want to die there. The hero pierced one of the monsters with a spear. The light pierced several monsters. 2 more survived. The warrior looked at his weapon with resignation. The hero pointed a gun at him. The warrior tensed. The hero used the blind mark suppression. He managed to clear the entire space. 5 people are actually traitors to the human race. If he had not helped enough, they would have died too early, and the blade of retribution would not have fallen after their death. The main character said that he had just received the blade, but was already ready to merge it with the sword. The guy watched as the legendary weapon began to glow. The blade, which was called nothing less than the glory of the ancestors, dealt basic damage. The protagonist said that all the weapon characteristics were furious. Soon at the lake, which was located on the top of the hill, the main character threw the sword over himself. Before the final boss, only these 39 mobs remained. They were considered the strongest. He smiled and said that he should use them to sharpen the sword. At this time in the mountain wheel, the hero began to move at incredible speed, then activated the effect of ancestral glory. Just a couple of simple swings and 24 elite mobs are already killed. He looked at the sea. Luckily, there was still the final boss left, the 9-headed snake. Otherwise, he would have been bored. The main character looked at them. The 9-headed serpent was a level 40 elite boss. Some dog dared to bark at him. He said he killed the leader of the 9-headed snake tribe. The hero shouted at him to go to hell because he was a pathetic ant. Then the guy took a few steps. The guy took out a staff. Then he made a few swings around himself. The snake said that he had the glory of his ancestors. This could not be. The hero rushed forward and said that the wave was deadly. He then activated a technique called Ascension. The hero rushed at the monster. He began to make as many blows as he had the strength for. The snake screamed. The hero soared into the air. The load from constantly activating the killing wave is quite large. Maybe after he transformed it into a passive skill, it will be easier. The system congratulated on the successful completion of the mission, and all passive skills were improved to level 5. They needed to understand what class the Soulbinder belonged to. The plan was to excel in all the Second Awakening classes. If he continued to advance in this manner, in his completed form, the hero could become proficient in all classes of the Fifth Awakening. The guy raised his finger up and decided that he was interested in finding out how the Soulbinder class would develop further. And in the end, he was able to break through the abyss and kill all the demons and monsters. At this time, everyone at the academy was gathering on the stadium grounds. Many were rushing to take their seats in the stands. The man with the eye patch told everyone to move. At this time, near the trailer, the guy was thinking that the director was too cautious. The guy said one call was enough to scare the director. A thin TV presenter with long legs came out of the trailer. She was the best and recognized as the most beautiful TV presenter in the country. The woman was going to interview at the Cloud Hegemon University. She turned around and said that it was time for them to start. The TV presenter greeted all viewers and said that this was the place to watch the exam. The guy was holding a device in his hands. The presenter looked at her colleague and thought, "What a boring interview. Not many people will watch it." The girl was distracted by the car. Several expensive executive cars appeared at the exam venue. 2 cars stopped next to each other. The man with the mustache and the man in the suit said they had come to attend a student's graduation. The TV presenter watched the men talking. At this time, in the conference room of the Cloud Hegemon University, the director of the University of the Celestial Hegemon sat in his office, worried about what exactly the Oracle University was planning. The guy in the suit said that he knew that the main character was the provincial champion of the city. He said that his class was a vagabond, so they didn't accept him, so the Oracle University will most likely use him to write an article about them. The main character said that he did well on the entrance exams. The director looked down. Perhaps because of this, he was trying to promote his university. The director replied that all the universities were on friendly terms, and since quite a lot of universities had arrived, there was no need for them to be rude. He told the guy that he would go on behalf of the head of the academy. Then he asked him to take that boy with him. Besides, he returned yesterday. The main character remembered the box that the Elder Qin gave him. He hadn't opened it yet. The man said that as expected, he could now open it. He needed to see what was inside. The hero opened a small box. Inside was a high-ranking skill book, even passive skills. The system notified him that he had received a high-ranking passive skill. The hero lowered his eyes. The guy started to smile, but it was too big a gift for him. He opened the stats and decided he was ready to add the first 20 points and increase his spirit. He didn't want to be that exhausted again. The hero decided that now he needed to deal with 2 new passive skills. The first layer should be given to the killing wave. The system congratulated him and successfully changed the killing wave to level 2. Luckily, this passive skill does not have a permanent effect. It was based on the development of his passive skills. The system congratulated the player on the successful transformation. The hero said that this passive skill is very useful. A status bar appeared in front of him. The freedom-loving man said that he did not expect it to increase combat power. At that moment, the bell rang. The sage stood before the bells of the academy, which rang 9 times. He succeeded. It was an unusual case. At this time, the system reported who became the main record holder. He was level 20 of the second class. The man thought that the oracle bell was brought here by the first-generation director. It rang every time a student achieved a record. In recent years, the bell rang only a couple of times, and now it rang 9 times in a row. He thought that the number of heavens and earth started from the first and ended at the 9th, showing the very peak and the strongest person. The hero overcame the gate. Journalists and reporters appeared in front of him. He tried to understand why so many people had gathered. Journalists decided that he had succeeded, and besides, he was the youngest graduate in the history of the country. The TV presenter was also surprised. 2 men in business suits approached him. One of them said that he had arrived as soon as he heard the news. The dark-haired brunette said that he had to tell the main character that the director was sorry that he couldn't come because of an important meeting. Then he continued that the director of the Blue Sky University, who was in the Fourth Awakening, would definitely have visited them if it weren't for important matters. At that time, there were about 5 million viewers at the country's main broadcasting station, which was an absolute record since the founding of the capital's television station. The man who was the president of the country's main broadcasting station. He said that they should have known about such an important event. They allowed the capital's TV station to gain an advantage, just like that. At this time, a sage appeared. A man with an eye patch said that the director had something to say. The sage said that he set a record for the country, so the oracle bell had already recognized the record. The hero understood that the bells were the best proof that he was the best. The live broadcast continued. He wondered why he suddenly started shaking as soon as he heard the bells, whether the legend was true. The presenter said that all viewers should have learned about the oracle's bell. The man with the eye patch said that legend had it that the oracle bell was created by the first headmaster of the university and had a magical ability that could determine a student's potential. The number of calls showed how quickly the record was reached. Until today, the biggest record was 6 calls. This record was personally set by its director. The TV presenter approached one of the directors and said that his potential was greater than that of a person in the Fourth Awakening. The man replied that he was a respected person who had no reason to lie. The man with the mustache looked attentively at everything that was happening. Then, he asked the main character to answer the question about his exam completion time and grade. The guy said he had a high rank, but he didn't keep track of the time. He was slightly puzzled. The man with the eye patch said that they were a bunch of stubborn people who didn't want to admit their mistake. He knew he had to see what happened next. The freedom-loving man said that he was alone today and had no helper. The broadcast continued at this time. The fair-haired blonde thought that he was very handsome and attractive, but his talent and strength were even more amazing. The girl firmly decided that she definitely needed such an outstanding man. At this time in the shower, the girl thought about how she wouldn't have a blind date today, then said that she should have already challenged the Second Awakening. She began to resent the fact that she had followed her grandfather's advice. The girl said that this would not work. Let him fail. If this happens, she will not have to go to him. She didn't want to go on a blind date. She wondered why so many people were watching the broadcast. There were more than 10 million of them. Suddenly, she saw the freedom-loving one. The guy stood in front of a huge crowd. The man with the eye patch said that everyone already knows the results. At this time, the blonde hoped that everyone would applaud the great contribution. The protagonist thought that he looked pathetic. For the sake of the revival of the great Oracle University, he could only sacrifice himself. The blonde looked at him carefully. The guys looked at her and discussed her beauty. Some appreciated her figure, some were delighted with her face. The girl held an armful of flowers for the freedom-loving one and said that he was the pride of the university. She didn't know what to say next. There was still hope that it was true and he had not made a mistake. Then she asked him why he was here. The girl rushed to the main character, called him a scoundrel and hugged him. She told him that her grandfather wanted her to go on a date. The old man thought that the main character was a scoundrel and he had not finished with him. The broadcast was not interrupted and comments poured in one after another. The hero thought that he needed to stop scolding him. This was a live broadcast. He couldn't lose his reputation. The girl was distracted for a second. The director said that most likely some kind of malfunction occurred. The student's graduation ceremony was officially closed. It seemed like the crowd was only getting bigger. The guy ruffled the girl's hair and asked why she was about to cry. He winked at her and thought that she knew how to make fun of him. Besides, she won't bother you anymore. He took a few steps, and he stopped to the side. The blonde said that whether it was high rank, talent, figure, appearance, background, everything was superior. It seemed that she had no chance left. She thought that from now on, she would simply be a disgrace to the university. Suddenly, she lost consciousness. Blue sky, magic of the spirit. All the best universities of the country were gathered in one place. It seemed that the ceremony was only a teaser. The press conference was the main event. The man with the eye patch said that the director of the university oracle was here. The main character waited to see what would happen next. The presenter didn't understand what was happening. The presenter said that the main character is in the center of attention. The hero thought that during the previous entrance exam, no one was sent to college. Such an outstanding student. The oracle fell into the hands of the university. For them, it was a great success. The director began to communicate with the head of personnel selection. The director adjusted his glasses and said that they were wrong. The HR manager approached the director and said that all this was in honor of the main character. Just a show. Most likely they were trying to become the best university again. The director said that this was a good analysis of the situation, since they were trying to take advantage of this opportunity. The management decided that from this day on, Oracle University and Blue Sky University would form an alliance. The director said that the universities would carry out mutual exchange of aid and would exchange resources. The Oracle Academy director said that in addition to creating an exchange program between students, they also opened a department for the qualification of teachers of both universities. And they unanimously decided that the protagonist would be the director of this department, temporarily. A second awakening student who just graduated will teach teachers from 2 universities. It was funny. The manager in the suit replied that the Oracle University was behaving very ambitiously. He wanted to know what the alliance was about, and why everyone had suddenly gone quiet. The man with the eye patch stared at him and said that his friends from the Heavenly Hegemon University were greeting them. The man wanted to check with the director whether he had heard correctly. And besides, the student of the Second Awakening was the director of the Department for Advanced Training of Teachers. The sage looked at him. The president began to shout that the main character did not have enough qualifications, especially to lead the classes. The hero said that what they wanted to say was that in order to occupy such a position, knowledge from the University of the Heavenly Hegemon was needed. The man explained that the teaching profession is the foundation of the country, so allowing a Second Awakening student to train Third Awakening teachers is unreasonable. He understood that they just wanted to conduct an experiment on their own students. The man thought that the student would definitely teach the teachers, and that was exactly what they would not agree to. Besides, the main character would still remain a student to him, despite his achievements. It seems that the Oracle University is ready for anything during a crisis. The freedom-loving man said that the university was prepared. The president replied that no test was required, and that the university had installed an arena. At this time, the owner of the arena appeared. The president said that the graduates were still not being educated by the university. The men explained that there was a difference of 10 levels and the Silver Moon class. The hero said that he agreed to accept his challenge. The astonished journalists did not understand that he had actually agreed. And besides, there was still the possibility of mediation with the Oracle University, which was a difference of 10 levels. At this time, the conference was almost over. Everyone was invited to follow into the fighting ring. A man with a scar that crossed half his face approached the director and said that he heard that they were organizing some kind of competition. It was a member of the committee. The men looked at each other. They did not expect to see a representative of the Management Association headquarters. The president hesitated and said that they had organized a friendly duel to test the students' academic performance. The elder said that he was going to express his position on this issue today. This meant that they wanted the protagonist to lead the students, and the head of the university, the Oracle, to achieve glory for the entire country. The leader stood before the elder and said that their university would not disappoint the association. The hero glanced towards the president and thought that he knew exactly what was going on. The elder said that the Oracle University was not bad. They were willing to wait for achievements. Then he said that he had things to do and needed to move on. One of those present in the room said that he heard the main character mentioned. The president reflected on the fact that the association supports the main character. One of the observers was surprised. He received a text message on his phone stating that it was imperative to form an alliance with Oracle University. The blonde man with a mustache stood up from his seat. From this day onwards, the Magic Spirit University joined the alliance. He didn't expect that the Magic Spirit University would also join them. If the Management Cooperation Association showed their position, of course they would follow. Therefore, their university would also like to join the alliance. Everyone who was in favor raised their hands. The director did not understand when the Oracle University became so close to the association. The HR manager said that if they could defeat the protagonist and prove that he was not that strong, so that he could not become the director, and the problem with the alliance would immediately disappear. He ordered them to watch and do everything to defeat the main character. The protagonist asked if they were the owners of the arena, as it was necessary to move on to the battle faster. The arena owner looked closely at the head of the personnel department. The man was clearly deep in thought about taking on some of the responsibility. He said he was ready to go along with this and share the responsibility. The arena master thought that this might be his advantage. At this time, the president grabbed the microphone and said that a level 40 silver moon with perfect skills would be afraid of a vagabond who was 10 levels lower. The main character understood that he had to move into the ring. At this time, those present at the stadium were discussing whether it was true that the universities were at different levels. Live stream traffic exceeded 60 million. It was necessary to monitor the server. The rest of the observers in the stands knew they had accepted the challenge. The owner of the arena came out to the main character. He understood that this time he had dug his own grave. He introduced himself and said that he didn't like to offend the weak, so it would be better for him if he asked to replace him. The hero said that for this reason he would fight the master of the arena. The presenter said that fighting with someone who is much higher in level is very brave. The owner responded that he respected the management association, so he gave him a chance to leave. But it seemed he didn't need it. The competition would consist of a one-on-one duel. They could use any weapon, but it had to be remembered that killing was prohibited. The arena master announced the start of the fight and activated the silver moon, which granted invisibility. The hero said that the silver moon skill is a very lackluster skill. Because of this skill, both became invisible. The hand pointed to the lightning that struck the arena floor. Then there were several more such lightning bolts. The guy was surprised and asked what speed awaited him. The man said that he was very sorry that he could not see them, because they were both invisible, and it was unclear how exactly they found each other. The sage said that the use of concealment is indeed wonderful, but for the audience it is a minus. He said that he was ready to help them, and a golden dome appeared around. The owner did not understand how the tramp, who was 10 levels below him, not only saw through his concealment, but also caught up with his speed. The hero said, as expected of a level 40 silver moon, his speed and instincts were quite passable. The player used a destructive dash. The system then told him that he could use his weapon to attack the enemy from above. There was a whistle in the air, and the owner of the arena fell to the floor. The hero used soul capture. This kid was tough. He couldn't let him control him anymore. Then the merging of shadows appeared. He counted to 3. The owner had to take a drug that increased his health level. It was difficult for him to withstand such combos. He thought that he was too carefree. The hero did not understand how the owner used such tricks as creating shadow clones, as expected from a genius tramp. The shadows rushed at the protagonist and shouted for him to die. The man with the eye patch said that his attack power had increased 5-fold. The protagonist said that it was unimportant. Black liquid dripped across the arena floor. The main character had a dagger in his hands. He didn't understand how this could happen. The hero said that he had a skill called acoustic location. He had already fixed himself on his real body, so these clones were not a threat to him. Acoustic location is not only important in games, but also very important in the apocalypse. Especially in his previous life. He had already perfectly converted his experiences into part of his instincts and reactions. He could naturally use acoustic location to seize opportunities during battles. However, it was a supreme skill that would only belong to him. It was impossible to copy. The man shouted that he couldn't be copied since he was just a level 30 vagabond, and besides, he didn't have the right to do so. The arena master forced him to use this move. Then he must be willing to accept the pain of death. The hero turned towards him. The sonic attack used the caster's blood as a means to activate all the energy in the body, allowing one to move at high speed and attack enemies in front with extreme destructive force. The president risked lives. The hero decided that it didn't matter how strong he was, because the fatal blow would then end everything. The man asked why he didn't stop the fight. The sage decided that they were late anyway. It was the fault of the Oracle University that they were too weak. Besides, they couldn't afford for him to be injured. They had to finish it now. The sage said that he would complete everything. The opponent said that a mere second-level awakener used his strongest attack, showing his pitiful skill to the expert. The arena master's eyes lit up as he prepared to strike. The man watched. Even with a beginner's shield, he was able to parry the blow with a perfect block. What kind of frightening reaction he had, he didn't understand. The man didn't understand what an ideal block was, and besides, it was a coincidence. He should have succeeded. He couldn't believe that he could consistently make perfect blocks. The observers were amazed by the intervals of the acoustic attack strikes. They did not understand how such a level was subject to people. The giant currents of wind behind him were the best proof. The hero said that the reflected energy does not affect his health. but the pain his body is experiencing is definitely real. The guy said he had a good time, then he hurried to get out of there as quickly as possible. The arena owner gritted his teeth. The main character told him not to get up. The man said he had had enough, and things had gone too far. Besides, if they weren't convinced yet, they could have sent someone else. The hero said that the announcement and the winner of the battle between Oracle University and Heavenly Hegemon University had been clearly determined. The others were sure that what he just said was too cool. He was able to defeat a second awakening opponent with a difference of 10 levels in a duel. Plus, he was too strong. The old man was delighted. He could not believe that they had actually won. The men praised the director and said that he had shown courage, and that they had been able to turn their backs on them. The guy with the mustache was in today's deal. Looks like they got all the gains, no losses. The hero stood and looked at the protagonist. If they had missed the time, then they all should have been fired. The man in the suit said that not only had they insulted the management association, but they had also lost the duel, and it looked like their best days were over. The hero said that if the director had any other tests for him, he could have told him about them right away. The man in the suit said that they would meet soon and headed in the other direction. The man said that it had been many years since the Heavenly Hegemon University had humiliated itself like this. And by the way, the man didn't understand when the university had become so strong. The director said that for the Department of Advanced Training, he needed to think about what their university could do. The sage said that they could discuss this issue in person. He ordered the protagonist to come to his office later, as he needed an explanation. The protagonist looked up at him wearily. The presenter said that tens of millions of viewers watched the live broadcast, and they would like to ask the hero a couple of questions. The guy said that the director needed to discuss an important matter, so he couldn't give an interview now. He looked at the reporters. The TV presenter frowned tensely. Hundreds of comments continued to fly in live. At this time in the director's office, the hero said that he had come. The freedom-loving man was puzzled. The sage said that he needed to prepare some snacks and discuss some things. The main character met a girl. The guy looked at the door. A tree was visible in the distance. Everyone gathered in the director's office this time. The elder wanted to talk about his daughter. The sage said that he needed to stop joking, and besides, he had already completed the second awakening, so he was not clear what to do next. The hero said that he would take care of the advanced training department for 3 universities before he left, which the men didn't need to worry about. The man said that he needed to create a squad at level 30, and also create a guild at 35. Now the guy had 4 people, but they were ready to develop quickly. This was too little. At least 5 people were needed. If he did not have a suitable candidate, then a selection could be held at their universities. The hero said that at the moment, they confirmed participation from the Blue Sky University. The director's granddaughter was also considered. The guy told the director not to worry, since he could join him at any time. The only thing was that he could no longer allow him to experience losses. The blonde guy with the mustache also had a couple of future talents at our University of the Magical Spirit. They could discuss it after he created his guild. The hero wanted to know the scale and power of the guilds in his university. The hero said that it was necessary to set a schedule for creating the guild, otherwise it would take him too much time. The elder said that the guild leader is an oracle, the protector of his university. The man with the eye patch said that he would soon enter the 4th awakening. The hero lowered his head and thought that the director had a completely helpless expression on his face. The man in the business suit said that he was the junior vice-rector in the history of the university, an oracle if they wanted to talk to him. They should be afraid. The hero said that it seemed like it would be difficult for them to explain in such a short time what was happening. The director said that if he gave him this token, there would be a chance in the future. At this time, the director's granddaughter returned. She brought the main character a glass of water. The wise man and the blonde man with a mustache said that they had finished the discussion for today, and it was necessary to finish it at the next meeting. 2 men in business suits headed in the other direction. The girl and the guy remained standing in place. The guy didn't know what to do. He was embarrassed. Then he turned to the girl and said that the ladies should have gone first. Besides, he didn't expect that they would be in the same university. Before that, she had returned here, but then she didn't know about it. After that, Grandpa forced him to go on a blind date. The girl didn't expect it to happen like this. Then she called the guy a scoundrel. The men asked the director. They wanted to know how she smiled and stared at him. Besides, it would be better for him to tell him right away. The man said the director had a good relationship with his granddaughter. At this time in the director's office, the men laughed. The director said that they needed to stop showing such disrespect to them. The men said goodbye to the director and said that the old man needed to be left to rest. At this time, near the residence fountain, the old man said that this time he needed to stay on the continent longer. Besides, this girl was able to stay with him for half a month. He was already happy about this. Soon she would reach the second awakening. He needed to help her more. The hero said that the director shouldn't worry. He could take care of her, and he had already resolved the issues with the mentoring class. The sage said that he was handing over his treasure to him. The elder told them to calm their temper. The elder said that they needed to go further, since the instructions were not enough. The girl called out to her grandfather. The hero said that they needed to move on. Outside the City of Thunder, the hero said that he had not visited the continent of Apocalypse for a long time. She smiled. A notification appeared in front of him that he had finally returned. The guy saw that they wrote to him as soon as he appeared online. The girl did not understand who could have sent him a message, and most importantly, why he had such a strange expression on his face. She was afraid of being deceived. The hero said that there were too many questions, and besides, they needed to go to the tavern in the City of Thunder and have a drink. He was ready to introduce them to two people. The girl was very interested. At this time, in the tavern of the City of Thunder, the girl was curious about who exactly they were meeting. The guy replied that they were meeting his good brother, who would be his guildmate in the future. The guy said he wasn't ready to pick on her, but as a man, he should have been more diligent. The hero turned out to be a swordsman. He said that he was soon ready to reach level 32, so he didn't need to work anymore. The swordsman said that it was necessary to hurry and perform the second awakening. Suddenly he realized that the hero had already completed the second awakening. The guy suggested that he do a little boxing. The girl did not expect to be called a daughter-in-law. At this time, another guy appeared in the room. He said he was very surprised that they had a water festival. The swordsman asked who it could be. He realized that at this moment, everyone was in place. Besides, today he gathered them to tell them that he was planning to create a team. The Great Master wanted to create a guild. A guild could only be created from level 35, and for this, you needed at least 5 people, and there were only 4 of them. The swordsman said that even if he said it, he still wouldn't listen to them. If someone really didn't want to, then there was absolutely nothing wrong with that. It was unclear who could dare to do such a thing. The swordsman said that he would not surrender to the guild alive. The hero asked if he was afraid that this could affect his reputation. The swordsman did not understand what was being discussed out of indignation. He slammed the bottle on the floor. The hero said that he would not hide it. Since there were certain disagreements between him and his academy now, the academy already considered him a thorn in their side. If he wanted to join his team, then he had to completely sever ties with them. The guy asked, and didn't misheard, if he was a great master. The guy had a drink and said he had a chance. He shouted that he agreed to join. The hero said that from today on his team is officially created. In the future his guild will be called the Eternal Summit. This guild name is the same as in his past life. The next target was the Bloodfang Fortress. The swordsman said that the Bloodfang Fortress was an arena for players that allowed awakened between level 20 and 50 to freely fight against each other, where they could obtain rewards and resources, and also train their combat abilities. The guys said that there were so many dungeons near the City of Thunder. He didn't understand why they chose this place. The hero said that this would help to get through the second awakening as quickly as possible. The guy said that they were ready to take revenge together. The swordsman said that since they were now on the same team, they needed to treat each other like family, which meant that his daughter-in-law was being bullied. At this time, in the Bloodfang Fortress, the hero said that he forgot to show them something important. But first, the protagonist wanted to know how much money each of them had. It seemed that he didn't have enough money for the registration fee. The guys told how much each had, and the hero, in addition, spent all the money on creating the umbrella of 1,000 blades. The swordsman said that this young master had great wealth. The protagonist said that he apologized. He had to take their funds. He then said that even if all the money was added up, it would be enough for a mid-level arena. The hero commanded that it was necessary to look around and move forward. At this time, in the hall of the Bloodfang Fortress, the girl pointed her finger at him and said that he had a great device that could protect their lives at a good price and a fair deal for young and old. The man thought that they might take all his money. There was a pile of jars and bottles in front of him. The main character said that he recognized him. The man replied that he had a premonition. He looked like a well-known swindler who was involved in some dark deeds. Besides, it had nothing to do with his character. He just liked to deceive others. The protagonist said that he would set up shops to deceive newcomers. It seems that their new teammates will have a new target. Of course, first he would need to suffer from his loss. It would be better if they could shave his beard. The man said that the guy could come up and choose. The hero asked how much the elixir would cost. Then he picked up the flask to take a closer look. The hero asked how realistic this was. The man said that this is exactly what he meant. He is sincere to young and old. The hero asked how much he would sell the elixir of invisibility for. The man replied that it was only 80 gold per bottle, which was a bit expensive, so the hero tried to lower the price. The man began to praise the advantages of the item. His team was unsure if they should make this purchase, considering he only had 100 gold. The guy said that if he wants to buy in bulk, then he will think about lowering the price. The hero smiled and said that he wanted 4 bottles for each. They agreed on 70 gold pieces per bottle, 3 of which were counterfeit and 1 was real. The guy said that he was still a little worried that it might be a fake, so he asked if he had been deceived. The man replied that he should not worry, because if there were quality issues, he would compensate them tenfold, and items like the invisibility elixir could be checked for authenticity. The hero said that they should drink 1 elixir to show that he was not lying. The man said it was not a cheap item, and it would allow him to advance during the duel. The merchant replied that he would first test the bottle he had bought, and not the one from his stock. The guy agreed that if the elixir was real, he would take responsibility for it. The merchant was dissatisfied, and the main character and his team looked at him attentively. The merchant said that since they insisted he could not stop them, he chose the flask that he had marked in advance. The man drank the elixir and said that in a second he would become invisible, so he should not regret it. The merchant said the elixir was real. He wasted 70 gold pieces. The team understood that he had already drunk the elixir of invisibility. The guys began to be indignant that the elixir he sold was fake. The merchant didn't expect them to catch him, and besides, he chose the right one. The hero said that he most likely knew which flask he needed to take, so he used this method to get out of trouble, and besides, he was too inexperienced. The swordsman said that the merchant clearly had such a plan, so he made them worry. He was wondering how he was going to buy 4 bottles of elixir, especially if they cost 70 gold per bottle. The guys saw him running away, and in the process he shouted that he would not give them the money, but they could take the things they needed from the counter. The swordsman said that this pile of fake goods was not worth even 10 gold pieces. The rest did not understand how to react to this. The hero caught up with the merchant. He said that he was not giving up. Besides, it was not worth going so far, because in the fortress of the Bloodfang you could only kill in the arena. If they killed the player, the guards would immediately send them to prison. The merchant had a doomed look. He said that he had no money, only his life. He could only give it to them. The main character said that life suits him as payment. The merchant said that he would really kill a person outside the Bloodfang fortress, and he became indignant. The hero replied that he needed to sign this contract. The man did not understand what he was talking about. He opened the scroll and saw that it was a slave contract and they wanted their body. The merchant said he had no other choice. The merchant said that he was ready to sign the contract. Besides, he was hungry and hadn't eaten anything hot for a couple of days. The hero threw him 200 gold, then told him to go register for the fights. After he won 10 matches in a row, then he would be able to find him. The team was surprised by such a large number of victories. The guy from his team was perplexed. The merchant thought that they saw right through him. People crowded around the check-in counter. The protagonist said that they could achieve the goal. The freedom-loving one said that they needed to save their strength and use it in the arena. He understood that there was no longer any point in wasting time on registration. The swordsman said that he would support the team leader regardless of the outcome. The merchant asked how many consecutive victories he had set as a goal for himself. The guy just smiled and said that he would not participate in duels. The freedom-loving one said that he would participate in the duels, and, as the team leader, of course, he would provide moral support. The swordsman said that everyone would risk their lives in duels, and he would just sit and watch the show. The hero smiled and thought that today they would not eat meat. And besides, he needed to earn some money, otherwise everyone would be hungry. The middle-level zone of the Bloodfang fortress has opened its doors for another battle. The enemy said they were at the end of their journey, so the boy said he should just admit defeat. The rest stood and watched the fight, each of them waiting for their turn. A girl approached the main character and offered him to get acquainted with the available games. The guy replied that he only needed to place a bet on his victory. The girl asked how much he would like to bet. The hero replied that he had 700. The girl handed him chips of the required denomination. However, they were suddenly distracted when someone from the crowd said that he was a newbie. The hero thought that after deducting the registration fees, he didn't have much money left, and he felt sorry that he could only win this much in the first round. One of the opponents in the arena won and moved on to the next level. The spectators were surprised. He was almost out of strength, but he was still able to win. The hero was informed that he was lucky. Their chips had doubled to 1,470 gold. He smiled contentedly as he managed to earn some, and it occurred to him that he could tell that the Poison King had a stamina limit, making it clear who had won. The main character refused to cash out his winnings. He needed help placing the full bet. The hero smiled, such a big bet, and he didn't even flinch. He began to watch the fight. He was interested in how he could use a counterattack. To the main character, they won again. The number of chips now equaled 18,000 gold. The girl approached the main character. She wanted to know if he wanted to make a bet. The freedom-loving man smiled and said that he needed help with withdrawing money. Besides, it was time to leave, as the singles matches had already ended. The hero saw a guy from his team and asked how many rounds he won. He asked where the records were. The guy asked him how he felt because he was too weak. The hero patted him on the shoulder and told the boy not to despair. The freedom-loving man stood in front of the boys. The swordsman smiled, raised his hands, and said that he had not lost anything in this round. So he was very proud of himself. The girl replied that they could achieve the goal, although not tomorrow. The merchant grabbed his head and said that this old man was full of strength and ready to demonstrate the result. The swordsman was surprised that someone could win 10 times in a row. He approached the merchant and said that he used some secret technique, so he was obliged to teach him how to do it. The hero smiled and thought that he might find it unreliable that he was the strongest among them. He just liked to fool around. The merchant asked him to give him one pill and put it on his account. The hero said that he was deceiving him again. The team members were unhappy. The freedom-loving man said that the success ratio for today's mission was 3-1. A team member asked what they would like to eat. The merchant grabbed the boy by the shoulder and said that the boy simply left him no choice. The hero noticed them and thought that he wanted to disgrace him, and he also thought that he was ready to show him real suffering. At this time, everyone came to room 301. The hero said that since everyone had come, it was necessary to begin analyzing their battles. He needed a recording. The merchant asked the swordsman where he got so much money. The protagonist went to the casino while they were fighting to replenish resources, after which he threw a bag of gold on the table. The swordsman said that they even knew how to gamble. The merchant said that he would have to teach him. The protagonist said it was time to get down to business and look at his notes. The merchant took out his rapier and was ready for battle. It was necessary to say what they thought. One of the team members said that he is really strong and only thinks that he can only deceive people. The hero said that the counterattacks were good, but his reaction was a bit slow. Once he met a class that specialized in agility, then he would have no advantage. He wondered if he could convince him otherwise. The merchant replied that he would not be able to do this in any way. Everything would have to be taken seriously there. The merchant said that he could not take anyone seriously, but if they really did this, he wanted to get a reward. The freedom-loving man replied that if he defeated him, he would break the contract and would have to shave his beard. The merchant replied that he did not understand how he could defeat him. The hero said that they should open a private arena. An hour passed. The merchant had to shave his beard. The protagonist said that starting tomorrow, before registering for tournaments, everyone will train with him for 2 hours. He then said that the training fee was 300 an hour. The merchant was outraged that he was the only one who had to pay. The hero smiled and then asked how much money he had left. He thought that with such prices, he would be able to pay off his debts. The swordsman screamed. A large one-handed sword appeared in his hands. The system reported that from the team of Eternal Peaks, he completed 10 victories. The hero grabbed the dagger. One of the team members stood in front of the opponent. He joined the tournament for the 3rd time. Although he lost, his results are constantly improving. At this time, the girl, she attacked the main character. The girl said that her opponent is a killer who has won 9 times in a row, and both candidates are aiming for 10 consecutive victories. The onlookers crowded around the screen. As soon as they saw the main character, they wanted to know who he was betting on this time. The hero looked down. The croupier entered the room and announced that he had made only 56 bets in the last couple of days. The man who appeared at that moment said that of all the games in the casino, this was the most boring. He asked the dealer how things were going, and the girl replied that his teammates had joined the singles tournaments. The girl screamed that 10 consecutive wins was a special level of difficulty. The girl bowed and said that he shouldn't worry, and besides, she definitely wouldn't let them win. The man said he hoped they would not disappoint him. Due to the powerful attack, the killer lost consciousness. The girl was delighted, and the system reported that the winner now had 9 victories. The merchant turned to the main character. He said that one more victory and this girl could begin to prepare for the second awakening. The merchant said he noticed that his opponents had changed a little since yesterday. The hero replied that he too, because he was too important a person, officials. The lease could no longer sit quietly. The system reported that the second awakening ranger with a title of 100 victories in the arena was coming out next. A blue-eyed blonde appeared in front of the girl. She called her sister. The guys who were watching her said that she was a candidate of the arena. A queen with a title of 100 victories. This girl was able to defeat her. The blonde said it would be better if she just gave up. The pink-haired sorceress said that she was excited. The guys smiled and said that they needed to place a bet. The merchant said that we need to not let the guy down, and still make money. The hero decided to bet 20,000 gold on winning. One of the guys said that he should think carefully, since he was betting all the money. The other ordered him to shut up, because his training fee would be doubled. They started discussing his possibility of working at the arena. The guy said that he was afraid that they could lose a large sum of money. The dealer said that the guy had just bet all the money he had won before. But more than half the people in the casino had not followed him this time, so the odds were pretty high. The manager asked the dealer if he had bet everything. The blonde said that the boss shouldn't worry, since the queen had won 100 victories for their internal team. The man shouted that they had fought 3 times before. Then the boss called her an idiot. At this time, the match with the queen for 100 victories began. The pink-haired sorceress headed towards her sister. Sister said that she didn't see any improvement, and besides, she used the same first blow. The blonde didn't expect a spear to be pointed at her. Suddenly, the girl recoiled from the blow. She thought that this girl was changing blows too quickly. The sorceress flew up from behind. She couldn't dodge because she was about to get hit with a combo. Then she pointed the gun and fired. The bullets headed towards the pink-haired girl. The girl said that she did not understand why she was able to achieve this on her own. The blonde thought that this girl had changed. She couldn't just play with her anymore. She had to retreat and take advantage of the distance, and she couldn't let her get close to her so easily. She screamed that her sister would receive a triple shot to the head. The sorceress used a combo of 2 moves. She had to dodge the last bullet. Besides, she could use this gap to counterattack. The blonde started attacking again. In addition, she used a golden body. After activation, the user immediately found himself in an invulnerable state for 1.5 seconds. Everything happened exactly as that scoundrel said. The sorceress successfully attacked with her staff. At this time, the blonde fell to the ground. She stood up, blood running down her lip. The blonde asked her sister not to kill her. The girl said that she could admit defeat, and she grabbed the gun, and she didn't expect that in such a short time she could grow so much, and said that she was jealous. The blonde said that she would never forgive her for losing. The guys who were nearby saw her and said that her rival had not even entered the second awakening. The boss sat with a glass of wine and called the employee an idiot. She is so kind-hearted but too naive. It looks like she won a bet today. He said that Bloodfang Fortress would gladly accept all his coins. The hero said that this was the end. He was only worried about money. The merchant said that it was too mean, just looking at the arena. And besides, it was not what he expected. The protagonist said that this was a useful lesson. The blonde said that she didn't need to fight anymore. Even if she could withstand the damage from the poison bullet, the poison would deprive him of his fighting strength. The blonde pointed a gun at her and said that she was too naive, and she also admitted that she was too talented, and she also envied her speed. Several bullets flew at the sorceress. Suddenly, her pendant lit up. The scoundrel told the truth. In this world, there are more bad people than good ones. The blonde screamed that this was impossible. Observers estimated that even before completing her second awakening, she could possess such an accessory. The girl started screaming that she would kill the girl. The sorceress rushed into battle. The new twist was that she actually had such an accessory. The hero said that the gathering had already been decided, so there was no point in watching, and it was simply necessary to prepare for the celebration in advance. The croupier girl bowed and said that the outcome was decided, and besides, they had lost. The system reported that the winner had been determined. The girl completed a tournament of 10 consecutive victories, receiving a reward of 1,000 gold. The merchant appreciated the jackpot they had managed to hit. It was a big win, so the arena would like to offer them a free black card. The guys who were standing nearby said that he had some acquaintance in the company. He couldn't win every time just like that. One of them asked them to get out of the way. Arena guards appeared ahead. One of the 4 captains of the guard said that he should have watched his manners. One of them approached the protagonist and said that the manager of the Bloodfang Fortress would like to talk to them. The merchant said that because they had won a lot of money, they were now being dragged to this place. The hero said that they wanted to cause them problems. But in the end, they made an offer. He thought about what the manager was planning to do, but with his ghost cloak, he could easily escape. He didn't understand why they took the leader. The team member sat down on the couch next to the swordsman and said that their leader would be assured of safety. The swordsman replied that the arena staff would not do anything to him, not to mention that he would be fine. The swordsman looked at him and said that in that case, he was ready to look at it. They should have come to his aid. The swordsman moved forward in front of the team. He then said that they were ready to head to the upper floors of the arena. The guy said that they found them in this very place. The swordsman screamed. A girl, a croupier, appeared in front of him and said that they had invited his leader as a guest. The team members didn't understand what was happening. They were asked to sit down. The boss said that he was ready to introduce himself, as he was the manager of the Bloodfang Fortress. The main character was offered a drink. The merchant was afraid that the freedom-loving one had taken such a sip so boldly, because they could be poisoned at any moment. The hero replied that in that case there was no need to worry, since his level would not resort to such a trick. The guy was holding a glass in his hand, and he said the winner takes it all. The boss noticed that this guy was a great talker, and with a few well-chosen words, he completely washed his hands of the murder. The hero said he heard that several major arenas were under investigation. The boss said he was not impressed with what he had to offer him. Since the hero understands him, he decided to be frank. The hero replied that as long as he was paid, no one was scary to him. The boss said he needed to get 100,000 gold from their rival arenas. It could be split 3 to 7. The boss said they would provide everything needed. He thought he had nothing to lose from such a deal. The hero replied that after hard work, he would only get a third, so that wouldn't work. He would divide it all. The boss said they would have to prove their worth. Then he said that they valued the two of them very much, but it would not be so easy to snatch the gold from their clutches. He handed him a gold token and said that he should reassure him of their capabilities, which was why he might need them. The boss didn't expect to see the regalia. The hero replied that he was ready to negotiate these conditions with him. The guy handed him the card and said that the 50,000 they promised them turned out to be about 100,000. Then he said that he had never been known for his patience. The hero smiled. The boss took a sip from his glass. The guy then approached the boss and asked him about the risks. The boss said that they could complete the task. The trader said they risked their lives in the negotiations. The team stared at the manager. The hero calmed his boys down, seeing their anxiety. The boss confirmed that their concerns were unfounded. The merchant said he was willing to talk to them along the way. At this time, in room 301, the swordsman said that they would fight to the end. The sorceress said that they could put the money aside. The hero said that they had 2 more weeks to prepare, so it was necessary to disperse. The hero replied that they needed to level up quickly, as there was a lot of new things ahead. The hero ordered a team member to go to the Dark Brotherhood department and receive his assassin rank. The point was to achieve 100 victories. The hero gave him 10,000 and told him to buy a weapon. The merchant intervened. He wanted him to pay him for getting him out. He immediately reminded us of the sum of 9,000 gold pieces. At this time, in the City of Thunder, at the Prairie Stable, the guy saw a nice horse. The hero wanted to know the cost. The seller said that he would not be able to afford such an expensive animal. A girl greeted him and told him the price. The hero immediately bought a horse. The system congratulated him on the purchase of a high-class horse. The guy understood that with the animal, he would be able to transport everything. At this time in the City of Thunder in the Professional Association, the hero was welcomed and was able to complete his second awakening. The guy said that collecting these materials was difficult. The man said that the materials were for his use. It was unclear who he planned to address. The hero named the elder. He explained that the president must have known him. The hero wanted to know what kind of crisis it was. This was related to the leadership of the Blacksmiths Association. The man saw the hero off. The hero thought about the materials for the 1,000-blade umbrella. Most likely he would have to find an elder. A chest containing 4 types of treasures opened in front of him. The hero said that all the equipment was of the second awakening, and all the items were of level 40. He saw a level 50 accessory. The first 5 pieces of equipment have already exceeded their expectations. A chest of starlight treasures opened before him. There were 2 flame rank items in it. It was an epic rank item and a 3rd awakening accessory. The man shouted that someone was asking for trouble. The hero stopped the guy with glasses. Then he asked the boss what happened, and he explained that he had broken the fishing rods. The guy ordered him to take his hands off him, but the hero only squeezed his hand tighter. Then he said that if he saw him again, he would break his arm. A girl appeared behind him, ready to exchange contacts. She ordered him to stay away from her. Besides, she had nothing to do with the incident. She insisted that he must leave. Then she said that no one dares to humiliate her family, and she will remember. The boss replied that this girl was making progress. The hero wanted to find some good items for fishing. A horse appeared in front of them. The hero wanted to get to the blacksmith's workshop. The guy with glasses introduced his family. The hero asked to convey a message that he was requesting a meeting. The boy asked me to pass something on to the elder from him. The corporation's eldest daughter became nervous when she saw them again. The guy opened the screen, and the boss said that he didn't give permission to disturb him. He said that the man asked him to give him the scroll. The blacksmith was very surprised. The girl said that he was still trying. The blacksmith did not expect to see him, and I was very glad to see him. The girl and the guy in glasses were very surprised. The hero said that the blacksmith had better get dressed. The blacksmith put the kettle on. He said that he hadn't been visited for a long time. The hero said that he came to prepare for forging. The blacksmith said that he had collected all the necessary materials. The hero said that he had collected the necessary materials. The blacksmith said that he shouldn't have tried so hard. He opened the treasure chest in front of him. The hero appreciated it, but said that it was not enough. The blacksmith asked what he had brought with him then. The hero smiled. He brought him the heavenly flame of the bloody sun. He also had a whistle. The blacksmith was very surprised. He said that such rare items are not easy to obtain. The blacksmith said that the country was lucky to have such a genius. He said his forging standards had improved. The hero knew well what they were capable of. The blacksmith put up a sign saying that everything was closed for today. The guy had to apologize. Another introduced himself and said that he had come to the blacksmith for help, and he handed him the bag. The guy said he could pass it on. The blacksmith heated the furnace. At this time, a guy burst into the house and said that a young man from the Heavenly Peak City Blacksmith Association had arrived, and his father had sent them a letter. The blacksmith took the letter. Then he said that the young man should have waited for him. The hero asked what happened. He said that he came to the best blacksmith. The blacksmith said that every day he dreamed of participating in the creation of the thousand-blade umbrella. Even if he was still strong, they were still in the rank of a vagabond. The protagonist showed him the emblem of the elder of the professional association. The blacksmith was very surprised. The blacksmith was surprised that such a young player had the elder's emblem. The hero wanted to discuss relations within the association. That year, on the Apocalypse continent, the Heavenly Peak City Blacksmith Association was famous. He named one of the best blacksmiths on the continent. The master highly valued his talent and accepted him as a student. He turned out to be much more capable than he thought. As a result, during the great tournament that could decide the future of the blacksmiths, he substituted the materials, so the blacksmith failed. After that, his master's son, his younger brother, created the same item as him, so he accused him of plagiarism. From that time on, his name was no longer listed in the Blacksmiths Association. In fact, if he was persistent enough, he would probably prove that his forging skills were much better. The blacksmith said that he was strong, and he shouldn't get involved in this matter. The hero said that when his guild has its own base, professionals in their field will be a good support for him. The blacksmith said that he understood that the hero was not just an ordinary person. The hero said that such talent as that of a blacksmith should be appreciated. The blacksmith raised his finger. A deep thought came to him that until the wound in his heart was healed, he would never become better. The hero agreed. Then he took out a drawing and said that it was part of his weapon. He needed to add auxiliary materials. They needed to be added as shown in the drawing. The blacksmith asked him not to worry. He had been waiting for 3 hours already, but he didn't understand why the elder hadn't come yet. The blonde said it was a world-class masterpiece. The guy asked the young man not to worry. There was a blow behind them. Dust began to spread around. The young man's mouth opened in fear. The aura that was around him was too frightening. The hero opened the umbrella and said that they had done a great job, and the second stage 1,000 blades of glowing light umbrella was ready. This was necessary to sharpen the weapon and unlock all its abilities. The blacksmith was not going to waste time. As soon as he saw the weapon in front of him, he said that he had done just fine. Then he thanked the guy. The hero said that he needed a degree if he wanted to get promoted. The blacksmith said that his guess was correct. The hero was delighted. The young man looked out from behind the curtain and addressed the blacksmith. He fell to his knees in front of the blacksmith. The guest said that he was forced to contact them. The blacksmith gritted his teeth. The young man asked to save his father. The blacksmith said he needed a plan. The young man lowered his head. Then he said that he had a big gift for the Blacksmiths Association. The guy was delighted. The hero said that it had already been decided. He had 2 weeks to prepare. At this time, the swordsman and the merchant were discussing the number of victories that were needed. The swordsman saw a suspicious figure in front of him. In front of him was someone wearing a demon killer mask. Suddenly he took off his mask, and it turned out that underneath it was the face of a team member. The swordsman hit him and said that he didn't dare scare him like that. He said he noticed a badge that indicated a rank in the assassination organization. The swordsman replied that he should have spent more time at work. The merchant wanted to know if they had run away together. The swordsman looked at the merchant and said that he was not afraid of problems. The merchant turned to the young man and said that while he was missing, they had to suffer in this place. Then he called the main character a brat and said that he could become a good teacher. After these words, he turned his attention to the team members. He did not understand why they were silent. The merchant turned sharply from the blow. Suddenly, he had to turn around sharply and shout that someone was asking for trouble if they dared to approach him. It turned out that it was freedom-loving. He came back again. The team members were glad that their leader had returned. The protagonist said that it was time to show himself and shake up the continent. At this time, outside in the city of Sky Peak, The guys were racing on horses. The swordsman was eager to find out why they were going to this city. The second task is to help his old friend get the post of president of the City Blacksmiths Association. The protagonist replied that he would take on this task himself. They headed forward. Soon they found themselves near the arena of Mountain Fog. The freedom-loving one said that it was necessary to form a temporary team. The guy came up to the counter, said hello, and said he wanted to create a temporary team. He handed him the coins, and the arena employee asked the name of his team. The freedom-loving man smiled and proudly said that his team was called Eternal Peaks. At this time, Team Heavenly Triumph was standing nearby. One of the team members asked the team leader what kind of name this was, and why Eternal Peaks sounded so arrogant. The guy in armor and with an eye patch said that these small teams weren't that capable, and their names meant nothing. The swordsman said that if they started a conflict, they could kick them out. They were explained that the team levels were divided into black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, and diamond, Star Kings, 8 levels in total. The arena staff continued that this division was also used on the continent, so the protagonist's team was at the black iron level. If they wanted to rise to the bronze level, they needed to earn 100 victory points. And each victory would earn them 10 points, and each defeat would take away 6 points. The protagonist replied that according to this scoring system, they could advance to the bronze level if they won 10 rounds in a row. He handed over a bag of gold and said he would like to bet on his team winning the next round. The employee said that the hero can only bet on winning, not on losing. The hero said that back then he and his guys wanted the other team to be their rivals. The employee said it was against the rules, and they were at bronze level. The hero handed him another 500 coins. Then he said that what he wanted would cost him much more. An announcement was made over the loudspeaker that a team match was about to begin. The merchant was not going to tolerate insults. But then the swordsman intervened and expressed his concerns that they were acting riskily. At this time, another team headed towards the main character. The fight was about to begin. If any of the participants did not arrive within a couple of minutes, their team would be declared the loser. The enemy team's commander said that they needed to finish the battle in about 10 minutes. The main character was wearing a creepy mask with horns, laughed and said that 10 minutes would be enough. There were observers sitting in the stands, and someone sitting there asked who would fight whom. The freedom-loving team was at the 4th level of iron. It was necessary to remember that they had recently completed the second awakening. The other team was bronze. It had an average level, which was slightly higher than the others. The commander chuckled smugly and folded his arms across his chest. The start of the battle was announced over the loudspeaker. The battle was supposed to start in a couple of seconds. One of the opposing team members turned to his leader. He asked why there were only 3 opponents. He was worried that they might have someone with the invisibility skill, because according to the rules, there should have been 4 of them. At this time, the swordsman prepared to attack. They had a useless vagabond. He should have been invisible too. The captain of the opposing team rushed at the swordsman with shouts. The swordsman rushed to attack. The captain gritted his teeth as the thought occurred to him that he was too strong for level 33. Right there on the other side, a sorceress attacked at high speed. Things weren't going well. They were ambushed. The merchant held an artifact in his hands that was filled with energy. He said that now it was necessary to prepare to meet the most terrible. He activated the corrosive rain. The captain shouted that corrosion dealt dark elemental damage to the target over time, and this ability could be stacked up to 5 times. The enemy pulled out a Gatling gun, whose name was Berserker, and said that he would shoot them. The main character snuck up from behind. He kicked him. The enemy dropped his weapon and flew forward. The red-haired girl fell to her knees at this time. Shots rang out all around. They got caught in their rhythm. The captain shouted that it was time to get ready. He said it was necessary to use a combination skill. The merchant said that it was necessary to break their formation. They couldn't afford to use such a combination skill. The enemy said he would not allow them to interfere. The captain raised his hand with the sword and activated the combination move that the team had acquired. He attacked them and told them to go to hell. The swordsman cursed. He decided to use his weapon as a shield. The freedom-loving man arrived in time and opened his umbrella, which successfully repelled the attack. The captain of the opposing team did not understand how he managed to repel the attack so quickly. The swordsman said that this new weapon that he and the elder created was very cool. At this time, the magician fought with all her might. The captain of the opposing team could only watch as his guys were being beaten. He didn't like it very much, but there was nothing he could do. Suddenly, the main character said that he was ready to teach him a lesson, and then hit him. Without removing his mask, he said it took him just 4 minutes and 10 seconds. The system congratulated the team of Eternal Peaks on their victory. The observers were surprised. Many stood up from their seats. Everyone was interested to know who was under the mask. Many thought that they were assassins. only they had the ability to hide their identity. The protagonist returned to the reception desk to place his bet on his own team again. The employee was surprised that he didn't even plan to rest after the fight. The freedom-loving man said that there was no need for this, and that it was necessary to hurry. The system congratulated his team on their victory. They received 60 points and 800,000 experience. Moreover, 10 wins in a row could raise their level to bronze. Evening came and the lights came on in the hall. The team walked down the corridor. The merchant turned to the hero and praised him for having managed to earn money in such a short period of time. The protagonist poked his finger at the system notification, and he received a message informing him that he was expected at the Lunar Hotel. He turned around and said he needed to go to the Blacksmiths Association to sort out some issues in the next few days. The swordsman wanted to know if he could take someone with him for this, and if his guess was correct that it was about getting the position of president. The boy told the leader that he could go on his own and not worry about them. The hero said that they would split up and continue. By evening, the freedom-loving one arrived at the place. He walked down a long corridor in brown tones. Soon he stopped at the right door, knocked carefully and said that he had come to see the elder. The door opened and a familiar face appeared. The man with the beard was clearly genuinely glad to see him. At this time, in room number 1001, the protagonist turned to the elder. It was not worth revealing his power to them yet. He said that if he went directly, they would be able to capture and lock them up. The elder exclaimed that this would not work if the Blacksmith Association found out. Then you would also be involved in this. The hero said that the Blacksmith Association was just a bunch of unawakened people. The elder lowered his head and said that he could go, but he had to promise that if the situation did not go as planned, he would leave there immediately. The freedom-loving man raised his palm and said that he simply decided to help, and besides, his family would remain under their leadership. The hero said that the two of them should rest for now. They had to wait for good news tomorrow. The elder replied that there was no need to worry, since the association did not yet know what kind of monster they would encounter tomorrow. At this time, in the city of Skypeak, where the Blacksmiths Association was located, the hero thought about the association. The freedom-loving man turned around and said that he was here to take part in the exam to become a blacksmith. The guys standing nearby were surprised that this guy was going to participate in the exam for high-ranking blacksmiths. A guy approached the hero and wanted to ask him a question. He wanted to know what rank he was, and it turned out he was indeed of middle rank. The guy said that he was qualified enough to take the exam. Soon they found themselves at the site of the exam for a top-ranking blacksmith. Soon, it was the protagonist's turn. The man with the scar was surprised that such a young vagabond had already become a mid-level blacksmith. He told him to come through and take a seat. The man looked closely at the main character. A guy in a shirt came up to him and said that he needed to go into the room and check if the blacksmith was there. The scarred man stared at the paper and thought that if he was lucky, he might be able to get two skilled people to associate with. The hero looked at everyone who had gathered. They were clearly unhappy that such a young participant was trying his hand at the exam for top-ranking blacksmiths. One of the blacksmiths said that he was surprised that young people were allowed to take the exam. The blacksmith introduced himself and said that he was of the highest rank, and that next to him was a member of the association who would be an observer at the exam. He appeared to announce the details and rules of the exam. In the first round, within the allotted time, they will need to select the necessary materials in accordance with the selected criteria and create a drawing within the allotted time. The hero was immersed in thoughts about the fact that the association of blacksmiths, at first glance, was not so bad. The blacksmith asked on the spot whether one of the blacksmiths, the guy who was standing next to him, answered that he arrived in the city 10 minutes ago. He should be here soon. The blacksmith replied that he would give him no more than 5 minutes. The hero did not understand why they had not yet started the exam. One of the candidates approached the representative. The red-haired guy said that he was delayed at the banquet. The blacksmith asked him to take his place. The hero cast a disapproving glance, considering that the latecomer looked very young. They shouted at him from behind to take his place quickly and not delay the exam. The blacksmith looked at the boy and immediately saw his talent. The representative announced that the task for the first round exam was to develop a blueprint. The completed weapon must have an item level of 50 or higher, an attack power of 150 or higher, and the weight must not exceed 3 kilograms. He addressed the candidates and announced that the exam was about to begin. The representative wanted to give more details about the task, since he had personally chosen this task, so it was necessary to tell what he expected. The red-haired guy smiled and began to look at the materials. It's good that his father taught him everything. The hero looked at the materials. The representative said he would be replacing this guy. The red-haired guy said that it was all thanks to his father's help. The freedom-loving man grabbed a pen and began to work on the drawing. The blacksmith replied that the requirement for the drawing was accuracy, not speed. The hero replied that it was the first time he had taken up the drawing so seriously. It had turned out well. Now he needed to find materials. The red-haired man crossed his arms over his chest, asking how the guy could become a mid-level blacksmith. He doesn't even know that the fire ancient and the spirit stone have contradictory properties. The hero thought that some fools were starting to talk nonsense. He grabbed the gold in his hands and said that he did not dare to scold him. The blacksmith ordered everyone to be quiet and not to disrupt the exam. The representative said that he would soon begin evaluating the work. The blacksmith said that the drawing was drawn too carelessly. It was a maximum of a C+, so he dismissed one of the candidates. The blacksmith got to the red-haired impudent fellow. He said that the design and combination of materials were successful. The guy was unhappy that he was given an excellent minus. The blacksmith said that he did not dare to judge the work of others. Finally, he got to the main character. The blacksmith was surprised by the choice of material. He became angry at how he was catalyzing such a huge amount of gold and how the spirit stone would contradict him. The hero said that it was necessary to add sulfur sand as impurities were removed. It was necessary to increase the temperature. The red-haired guy was unhappy, and he said that an ordinary person could not do such a thing. He began to shout that they were simply feeling sorry for him. In front of him was a very beautiful blade. The drawing was very well made. Even he could not have made such a drawing. The blacksmith replied that only thanks to this drawing he would give him an excellent plus. If he could give him a higher grade than an A+, he would do so. The hero replied that this was just flattery. It was the Blacksmiths Association that always stood for justice. The red-haired guy yelled that it was impossible to secretly help another participant, and that he would complain to his father. The representative replied that after all, it was a public exam, and if the senior found out about it, it would be bad for both of them. The hero turned to the blacksmith and said that giving a 5+ only for the drawing was strange. He asked him to make a decision after the next round. The red-haired guy said that at first he thought he had some skills, but he was just an idiot with something wrong with his head. The blacksmith replied that he would not judge this round, and in the second round he would have to prove to him that he could create a weapon using these materials, otherwise he would suffer the consequences. The hero replied that since the assessment of the first round was complete, the second stage of the exam should be started as soon as possible. The representative responded that he should announce the first round, which would be completed. 90 participants would be disqualified, and 12 people would pass. Candidates who have been disqualified may leave the venue at any time. If they want to observe the process, they need to move to another area. The participants crowded together. They wanted to watch. The representative pointed to the screen and announced that they were now ready to move on to the second round of the exam. Within 3 hours, the candidate would have to create a weapon. As for the candidate who would win first place, the Blacksmith Association would immediately award him the title of representative and reward him with gold. The second round would officially begin. The guy with the eye patch said that he sees that the hero is spying on him and will not let him steal his work. He regrets that his methods are too complicated. The hero grinned and said that he wouldn't have to change much. The men discussed the second round. Only a few hours were given for this, during which time it was useless to change anything in the drawing. The representative clenched his fist and said that they were too kind to give him a chance. The hero looked at the drawing. It was a knife that was extremely well designed. He smiled and picked out a piece of metal that would suit him. The red-haired man said that such a large piece of ancient fire gold was not for everyone. He put the metal in the furnace. The temperature was almost reached. It was time to start forging. The freedom-loving man raised his blacksmith's hammer. The observers were surprised. The representative said he was a rare awakener, so it was no wonder he was being so lenient with him. The blacksmith's hammer struck the metal. The hero began to forge. The red-haired guy said that he used the 4 forging techniques method. The others saw that he was about to throw the wind spirit stone. The hero said that the 1,000 blows of the hammers were over. The final step had come. A blue light appeared in the furnace. The object was glowing and ready to explode from its internal glow. The guy with the bandage said that he wouldn't succeed, but he didn't expect him to be able to become a blacksmith. The representative assessed the new forging method. It seems that he has invented too much for himself. The hero is almost finished. Very strong vibrations began to spread around, which were inherent only to the masterpiece. Finally, he grabbed the weapon, and he raised it up. It was his achievement, and apparently, it significantly surpassed everything. The blacksmiths were amazed that someone could forge the treasure. At this time, the elder of the Blacksmith Association was pleased that someone had appeared who was able to create a masterpiece. The president of the Blacksmiths Association showed up to see the new genius. The representative and the blacksmith opened their mouths in surprise. The freedom-loving man held in his hands an epic masterpiece of such an epic level. Especially during the exam, no one could have achieved it. The guy shouted that it was impossible. Observers said the skill in forging was clearly superior to anything they had seen before. The blacksmith shouted at the insolent man that the red-haired man was disgracing the Blacksmiths Association. The guy started shouting back that he had personal reasons for protecting the main character. At this time, the elder appeared in the room and ordered to shut the mouth. He waited for him to calm down. The hero saw the main culprit who framed the elder. Both bowed and greeted the elder. The red-haired boy said that his father came just in time. The elder looked at the main character and said that he was just a young man. The hero said that the elder could give a couple of pieces of advice. The elder was surprised and wondered who taught him. Then he praised him for his achievements. The blacksmith approached the elder and said that his information stated that he had found no information about this man. The freedom-loving man smiled broadly and said that his master was not so famous. The elder replied that the reward would only be given after the association had discussed everything. The hero said that he could convey a message from the association to his master, but he could not guarantee that the master would give his consent. The hero waved his hand and said that since the association had recognized his result, in a couple of days he would come to pick up the certificate and award, and with that he wanted to say goodbye to them. The red-haired guy said he was not ready for his father to let him go just like that. He was definitely covering for him for his own selfish reasons. The elder approached the blacksmith and thanked him for his services. Then he called out to his son. The guy wanted to know why the first place was given to the boy. The hero of the Blacksmiths Association belonged to his family. Suddenly he hit his son in the face, and he ordered him to be silent. He started shouting that the president was already old, and that his post would soon be handed over to someone else. The elder asked him to be patient for a little while until he took his place. He narrowed his eyes and said that an investigation was needed. The boy obediently agreed with his father. At this time, in a hotel called Luna, the hero met with the master, who praised him for being able to forge such a masterpiece, especially with the help of materials that were created during the exam. The blonde thought that for a 20-year-old, he had enough qualifications to pass the advanced blacksmith exam. The hero stood in front of him. He said that he could no longer contact him. The young man said that during the exam, his creation had already alarmed the leadership of the Blacksmiths Association, so recognizing his results was not so difficult. The hero said that if that was the case, he was ready to conduct an investigation. The blonde folded his hands in greeting and said that he was ready to go through all the tests, if only everything would work out. The freedom-loving man said that time was short, and it was necessary to get down to business. 2 days later, the freedom-loving man said that he should receive his 10,000 gold as a reward for first place. The blacksmith said that money was more important. The hero said that he is a pragmatic person. The blacksmith said he was ready to take him to a meeting with the top officials of the association. As soon as the protagonist joined the association, getting a certificate or the previously promised 10,000 would not be a problem. The hero stopped and looked at the manual. The elder stood up and asked what agreement he and the master had come to. The boy replied that his master had refused to meet with him. The elder grinned. The freedom-loving man lowered his head. The elder was dissatisfied. The blacksmith who was conducting the exam asked if he was really an elder of the Thunder City Association. The hero took out a cross, which proved his membership in a professional association. The elder said that he was interested in why exactly they came. He wondered why he hid his identity. Moreover, he must clearly understand the relationship between them. 2 bald-headed musclemen appeared behind him. The elder looked at him. The master still had to show up. The elder recognized him as his disciple and began to rejoice. The master called the elder shameless. Those present were very surprised that the one who had been expelled from the Blacksmiths Association still dared to show up here. The master screamed that someone had stolen his work and slandered him. The blacksmith approached the master and asked if it was true that this was all because of the relationship between the teacher and the student. The elder said he was affecting the association's reputation. The hero said that since he was saying that he was more talented than the elder, it meant that his forging method should have been figured out after so much time, so he offered him a competition. The elder was outraged. He was not going to put up with the fact that in front of him was a scoundrel who was expelled from the association, and the other looked like he was a spy for the association. At this time, the president appeared. The elder greeted and bowed. The president said that it had been too long since he had interfered in the affairs of the association. The elder tried to explain, but the president stopped him. The master called the president by name and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The president pointed to the main character and said that he wanted to know about this man, especially since he was the elder of the professional association, and he was interested not in revenge, whether he was sent. The master said that the guy in front of him was his student, thanks to whom he had risen to the rank of a scientist. The two behind the elder began to whisper. The elder yelled that everything he said was not just to gain sympathy. The master said that he had no evidence, and besides, he could only blame himself. But he didn't come here to swear. He just wanted to participate in the examination for the rank of a scholar. The elder began to shout that he had no right to bring a stranger here. The hero frowned and replied that they had evidence. The master was surprised by the student's claim of evidence. The elder said that no one had the right to interfere in this. The president slammed his hands on the floor and said that the elder did not have the right to give orders yet. Then he turned to the guy and said he was ready to look at the evidence. The observers looked at the elder. They understood that they had no merit in the field of blacksmithing. The elder began to shout that one drawing was not proof, even if he had the perfect forging method. There was a pause in the air. The president said he clearly wanted to start a riot. Two knights in armor grabbed the guy by the shoulders. The freedom-loving man said that considering ourselves heroes in such a situation is not particularly fair. Suddenly, a column of energy appeared around him, scattering them in different directions. The red-haired boy saw that the guard had fallen unconscious in front of him. The elder shouted that this guy not only had amazing skills, but also strength. The hero turned to the elder, asking if the president could handle such an impressive elder. The president said that they all needed to calm down. Suddenly there was an explosion. The elder understood what kind of force he would have to face. Everyone stopped for a minute. The hero looked around at those around him. The thought came to his mind that this person's strength was similar to that of a fourth awakening expert. One of the observers said that stealing your own student's work was too much. The elder began to demand that the teacher and student help him regain the president's favor. The president replied that from today onwards, the City Blacksmith Association has revoked the membership of the elder and his son. They will no longer be allowed here. And in addition, the master will become a candidate for the next president. The elder was grabbed by the arms and led away. He screamed that no one could do this to him. The president turned to the master and said that they had underestimated him, so they would allow him to take the scholar rank exam. The master couldn't believe that he deserved this post. Someone from the council said that with a president at the level of a scholar, the association would prosper. The president turned to the main character and said that he appreciated his plan with the drawing. The guy hesitated, but smiled. The president replied that he was already old, he didn't have much strength, maybe he could last another 6 months, and then he would have to retire. The hero asked him not to worry. The president left the room, his only concern being who he could hand over the Blacksmiths Association to. The president understood that until the association was in the hands of a master, he would not be satisfied. A couple of days passed. The council members approached the master and informed him that their president would soon be leaving his post, so he was counting on the master. The master stood there, perplexed. The main character approached him. The master was eager to share the wonderful news that he had officially become a blacksmith of scholarly rank. The master took the boy by the hand and said that they needed a drink. The man asked him if he was leaving. The guy replied that business with the association was finished, and he would need to return to the arena to meet his teammates. The blonde man squatted down and said that their family was unable to repay the vital duty he had performed for his father. From this day on, if he had any assignments, no matter what they said, his family would do everything they could to fulfill them. The hero smiled and said that he was too polite, but he would need help. The freedom-loving man understood that the eldest of their family had already taken the post of president. The boys smiled at each other warmly. The blacksmith asked the main character if he had the means, since if he found his entire family, it would cost at least 20,000 gold. The guy replied that if he hired the future president, the master assured the boy that he was not giving up the post of president. And besides, he was a blacksmith of scholarly rank. The guy received a notification that there was a problem that needed to be solved. The hero only notified the others that it was time for him to return to the team. At this time, the others gathered. One of the men said that the members of the protagonist's team had destroyed 5 great arenas. In total, they had won about 85 victories in a row. The chief was not surprised that the city wanted to see him again. The guy approached the gate. 2 guards were waiting for him. One of the guards asked who was in front of him and what he wanted. The hero quickly scattered both of them and warned them not to let him see them again. The swordsmen discussed battles and counterattacks, and they spoke as if victory depended on him alone. The hero said that they were so good at fighting that they only deserved house arrest. A sorceress appeared in front of him. The guy replied that everything was fine with him. The team wanted to know what was going on here. The boys knew they couldn't lose. The hero replied that they destroyed 5 great arenas and placed bets in the casino, thanks to which they managed to win a huge amount of money. He hung his head and said they wanted to finish this thing with one match. The hero said that they had problems, And for them, this is a good opportunity. His attention was drawn to a man in a dark green frock coat. He was eager to meet the team leader. It turned out that it was the boss of the Misty Mountain Arena. A sphinx was sitting on his hands. The man said that they had been waiting for him for a long time. The guy turned to him and said that he was the team representative. The man with the mustache wanted to know what exactly they had ordered them to do. The main character did not understand what was being discussed. By betting on consecutive wins, then entering a tournament of consecutive wins, he suggested that they might deliberately destroy their arena. The man said he was afraid the arena might do something against them. The boss said he didn't care because they had damaged his business, so they would have to make up for it. The hero wanted to know what exactly the boss was offering. Because of them, the arena suffered many losses, but they also brought them enough glory. The boss said that they could cooperate with them for at least one match, and in addition, during the match, they would lose to his union team. So the 5 great arenas will not hold them responsible for what happened. The hero said that the conditions the boss was offering were very tempting. Then the guy said that he set one rule. Even before he assembled the team, he promised himself never to lose. The boss winced for him. This attitude was extremely arrogant. He said that they had better think it over. They could settle it peacefully without turning it into a blood feud. The boss got angry. The hero thought that the boss would not be able to do what he wanted. He hoped that he would not be followed as if he were a criminal. The man said it was very brave of him. The guy approached the main character and said that he behaved very coolly as a leader. The hero asked them not to worry. If they had proof that they had broken the rules, they would have already started to act. But they have nothing on them, so they just surrounded them and did not attack. The guy said that instead of risking his reputation, he would rather make a deal and win a large sum. The merchant said that since he understood all this, he could simply not agree to his conditions. The girl with pink hair turned her attention to him. The sorceress said that if he said not to lose, then they should definitely win, and besides, they would just follow him. The swordsman said that this was nonsense and all this talk was useless. The leader coughed and said that the main thing was that they had accepted the order on behalf of the Eternal Peaks, so they had to complete the deal with him first. The team member said that they had better go get ready then. The guy took a few steps forward. The boss said he didn't want any favors. The next moment, he shouted that they would have to fight. The boss was furious for him. A couple of wins are not a sign of invincibility. He walked forward angrily. At this time, the deputy leader of the 40th level, the Soul Tamer, appeared and came to the team with a message. The 4 participants were waiting for him in the room, interested in how the negotiations with the boss had gone. The deputy said that they did not agree to the terms he proposed. The girls said that they were all below level 35. One of the team members twirled the weapon in his hands, then said that they did not agree to hold a fixed match, especially in a place where they shared half of the winnings. One of the guys said that it would be bad to go all that way for a fixed fight. The deputy asked to show no mercy and kill everyone. The match was due to start in 10 minutes. If any of the team members did not arrive at the start of the match, they would be declared losers, and they had to keep track of the time. The freedom-loving man understood that he needed to come up with a strategy. The merchant wanted to know what his plan was. The hero looked at the team and said that before the match, they most likely watched the recordings of the fight several times. 10 seconds passed. The leader thought about the fact that there was only one recording from his battle, so they would have to improvise for this match. Here his team was the trump card. The boss's assistant noted that the arena had never been so lively. The guy whispered in the boss's ear that the Broken Dreams team had never lost before, and he also prepared a backup plan, so everything was decided. The freedom-loving man gave the command for them to move forward. The guy from the other team was interested in what strategy he would use. The girl used the wand and said that it had the ability to become invisible. The enemy rushed at the swordsman. He shouted that if he did not allow him to inflict damage from afar. The freedom-loving one said that they were indeed stronger than the previous teams, and it was time for him to start acting too. The enemy saw the team leader and thought that he was too fast, and his weapon looked too intricate. Could it really be that he planned it all this way? The sorceress was ready for battle. The main character attacked the enemy faster. The opponents began to shout that a member of their team needed help, but a poisonous net was already flying towards them. They didn't understand what kind of weapon it was. The hero shouted for them to get out of there as quickly as possible. The merchant cast the curse of suffering, and magical energy began to gather around him like a whirlwind. The enemy did not expect such an attack. The energy of the attack began to bind him. He reached out to the enemy, not understanding why they needed a target like him. He began to weaken and bent over in pain. He did not understand how he missed the moment that he was under control. The main character planned to defeat the others as well. Moreover, his team members worked so well together that they were bound to win. The opposing team member couldn't believe that they could lose for the first time. The boss didn't even let them watch the battle footage, but he knew they were still losing. The assistant noticed that he had spent a lot of money to make the purchase. One of the observers said that he did not understand what exactly happened. And besides, they had bet 3,000, and it was all in vain. The guy stood with his back to the leader and said that there was nowhere else to run. The leader replied that his control skills were too high. The hero smiled. He understood that he could control them with skills. These were bonus attributes and techniques of his weapon. He said that most likely they were waiting for his skills to run out, and they would have to surrender. The guy said that he didn't even know that was possible. The guy behind him replied that it was an enchanted weapon. When he used it, there was no delay. Besides, it could actually be a bonus attribute of the weapon. The guy said he didn't expect the new lineup to put him in this situation. He said there was no choice. The leader said he could use it. The enemy has activated the crystal's power. The swordsman opened his mouth in surprise. To them, it looked like cheating. The enemy team leader screamed as he found himself trapped. The hero took out his weapon, and his opponent tried to defeat him with a dagger. The freedom-loving man understood that this method of suppression no longer helped him. The enemy team has activated their shared power. The protagonist's team's merchant said that they could take control and restore their strength. The enemy, with burning eyes, said that they had information about their weapons. It was not worth expecting that they would be effective. The girl with the staff ordered everyone to take their positions. The hero smiled and raised his weapon, an umbrella, above himself. Most of all, he wanted to show off his new technique. The merchant saw the epic level magic staff in his hands. He knew it was an epic level magic staff. He knew how to use magic skills. The hero said that he knows many different techniques, so he is ready to teach them a lesson. The enemy screamed at the hero to leave him alone, and he began to defend himself. One of the opponents said that the blow was blocked and now it was their turn to counterattack. The enemy team leader said that a simple vagabond who had just gone through his second awakening could not use the chain reaction formation. The black hole sucked in enemies and also dealt dark damage to enemies. It lasted for about 5 seconds and immobilized all enemies. The free-spirited one said that the hardest parts of the chain reaction spell were the control during the casting of the spell, the means which was also the tool. The opponents were under the influence of magic. The boss started shouting for the team he was betting on to wake up because there was money at stake. Suddenly he started kicking his assistant for assuring him that his team would win. The protagonist's squad said that they were ready to deal with everything else. The observers were beside themselves, especially those who had placed bets and lost. The boys lay on the ground like trash. Those who were for the team of Eternal Peaks rejoiced. The hero was glad that the first battle of the Eternal Peaks was over. Soon they moved to another place. The team of the Peaks was hunted by guards. The swordsman turned to the leader and said that they had to somehow get to the city border. The thought that help would come soon got stuck in my head. The blonde guy watched everything while riding a horse. One of the guards said that these were people from their Bloodfang fortress. So they reached the border of Sky Peak City. The guard approached the leader and asked what they should do. He said that now they know that they were sent from the Bloodfang to settle scores. The swordsman turned to the leader. The blonde guy said that they received their letter. Besides, they were waiting for them here. The plans were to return to the fortress. The Lord was waiting for them. He asked the boys to go earn some money, but instead they started causing a ruckus once again. It was hard to believe that they had won 86 games in a row. The merchant turned to the leader. At this time, the boss handed the main character an envelope and said that he needed to hide somewhere 30,000 gold. The guy smiled. The boss said he could handle any problem, but clearly not this one. The boss said he told me to keep my head down and go make some money instead of stepping on the faces of the great 6 arenas. At this time, the boss's assistant came to him and said that they had problems. According to reports from the front lines, people from the Misty Mountain Arena, the Tailing Sky Arena, and other arenas appeared in the Thundercloud Wave Canyons. The boss couldn't believe they were here because of the Eternal Peaks team. The hero was surprised by their speed. The boss replied that he would overcome any trouble, but he could not do anything against the Union of 6 arenas. He then said that he made a promise and had to pay them back to try to get into the top 10 arenas next year. The leader replied that he didn't expect such loyalty from him. The main character wanted to propose something. The boss asked him to hurry up as they would be here soon. The guy invited the boss to join him once he created his guild and conquered the base. The boss said he wanted too much. Besides, he believed that he was sufficiently qualified, especially with his subordinates. The guy wanted to know what he was dreaming about. The boss said that he dreams of waking up whenever he wants and counting money. He pointed his finger at the guy and explained that now he would help him achieve his goal. The hero replied that if he followed him, then very soon he would fulfill his dream. The boss threw his hands up and said that he shouldn't give up everything and trust him alone. The hero's lips spread into a smile. The freedom-loving man said that he could show him that he was influential enough, and again invited him to join him. The boss said he would have to figure out if his influence was enough. The guy said he would help him deal with the great arenas. The boss replied that then he would definitely join him. The merchant told him not to rush into such statements. Besides, he might break his promise. The man wished the team good luck and said he was waiting for everything to be decided. He needed to discuss with his brother the further plan and the possibility of entering into negotiations, as well as compensating for all damages with money. The blonde guy said they just needed to pass this kid on. The boss was pleased that he had such a good idea. This time, it was still hard to believe that this time, he thought he could handle the 6 great arenas. The dealer said he felt like things were out of control. They could have just given him some money. It wasn't easy to make that much money on the last match. The hero looked out the window and said that it would be better for him to just wait. Then he would understand everything. In Thundercloud Canyon, the guard stood in the canyon, thinking about what to do about this problem. The boss explained that he originally only wanted them to ruin their plans. Who knew they would be so strong? Plus, he announced that he was a reasonable person who offered them 30,000, so they should take it as compensation. The arena boss said that this amount was not enough at all. He was scared when he heard the words that someone had to die. The next moment, he took off. 4 figures in black cloaks and masks appeared ahead. The representatives understood that this was an organization of assassins that actually acted as an intermediary, and some of them suggested that they could accept orders for more than just murder. The boss said that he was aware that the Dark Brotherhood was connected to this organization. And besides, if he was afraid of death, he wouldn't have been able to become the boss of the Mountain Mist Arena. The man in the leopard vest and tie caught himself thinking that the Dark Brotherhood alone could not solve this issue. At this time, representatives came. The elder of the Third Awakening Association said that he represented the professional association to settle the issue in the interests. The bosses understood the eyes. One of them asked who invited the association. They have no place here. The blonde man said that he was the elder of the Sky Peak City Blacksmith Association, an advanced blacksmith, and he represented the Blacksmith Association to settle this matter. The man wanted to know if the president was aware of it. The blonde guy replied that a few days ago the president left his post and went into retirement. He explained that they would now view the 6 great arenas as enemies that they would fight to the death. The boss didn't understand why so many organizations decided to stand up for just one person. It bothered him that just one guy had that level of influence. The man muttered through his teeth that the feud with the Bloodfang Fortress had only just begun. The boss said that the guy really was able to solve the problem with all the arenas at once. He was embarrassed that he would have to adapt to them. One of the men sat and watched what was happening. It seemed to him that everything was over as soon as the dust rose in the canyon. The man said the guy sent him a fishing rod saying he urgently needed help, so he ended up running as fast as he could. The freedom-loving man remained in thought. The merchant said that the boss was behaving in such a way that they had better be prepared for anything. He crossed his arms and said that everyone loves to brag, and their leader is no exception. The merchant saw the boss and realized that their affairs were really bad, since he came to settle accounts with them. The boss approached the main character and asked how he was doing. He gave a thumbs up and said he was a really handy guy. Then he smiled and explained that he had simply underestimated him. The team members were surprised. The freedom-loving man looked at the boss and reminded him of his promise to join him. The boss said that if the guy resolved the issue, he would definitely join him and keep his promise. Suddenly, he said that he needed to discuss something with him. The boss put his hand behind his head and said that joining him would not be a problem. The guy stood and looked at the boss. The man said that he gave his word and could not take it back. He then turned to the blonde and announced his decision to leave the arena to him. He had a feeling that together with the main character, he would be able to reach new heights. Some time passed. The swordsman from the Peak team was unhappy that he had to wait so long. The merchant said that the boss would not be able to work on par with them, so most likely, such a person would easily leave them. The boss apologized for being late. He had to transfer assets worth several million. The swordsman noticed the boss. The team leader announced that the boss would now be their manager and an official member of the team. In the future, they were all supposed to be teammates, so they all had to take a red packet and go to him. The hero grunted and announced his intention to discuss plans. An envelope with documents for a meeting with the mayor of the city of the spiritual moon, a place for registering a guild on the continent of the apocalypse, appeared in front of him. The boss noted that the leader had thought of everything. The men began to smile. The mayor's office of the city of the spiritual moon was responsible for resolving guild issues. The hero looked down, as expected from a candidate for a manager. This is exactly what he was waiting for. Soon, at the city hall of the spiritual moon city, he handed over his VIP pass and said hello at the reception. The girl was surprised that a guild of such a low level had to register. Usually those who had a lot of money did so. He needed to officially name it and submit an application. The girl wanted to know what region they would like to indicate as the initial base, he said. The Dark Forest. The girl replied that the Dark Forest was an abandoned base where many demonic beasts lived, and the transportation there was inconvenient, so she suggested that he choose another place. The guy thought that he was lucky that others hadn't taken over other guilds yet. The girl explained that membership fees would increase depending on the size of the guild. A notification about the creation of a guild appeared in front of him. When he returned back to the team, the swordsman was eager to know how everything went. It turned out that they had a guild crystal. Now all they had to do was go to the base and place the crystal to officially create the guild. The swordsman replied that the boss had gone to a banquet with people from the city hall and had not taken them with him. The guy thought that the boss could be a great help in dealing with the other factions. When he returned, he wanted to know which region he had chosen for the base. A crystal appeared in his hands, and everyone understood that he was talking about the Dark Forest. The boss explained that the zone was too poorly developed, it was filled with high-level monsters, no one would choose it. The man wanted to place a bet. A second later, he covered his mouth with his hand. Soon, they found themselves in a dark forest. The system congratulated them on their arrival at the center of power of their base. It was necessary to install the crystal. In order to gain ownership of this base, he must fight off 10 waves of demonic beast attacks and ensure that the crystal is not destroyed. The guild leader said that he thought it would be better to find out the number of monsters nearby first. The system suggested starting the mission. The hero wanted to start the mission right now. The forest began to come to life. The swordsman noticed that the place was mysterious and dangerous. The merchant looked at the leader and reminded him that they had no plan. It seemed like a major battle was coming. A pack of wolves appeared in front of them. One of them immediately pounced. The animal growled and bared its teeth. He was stopped by a pillar of light. The blonde boy greeted the guild leader as a representative of the Blacksmiths Association. The guy looked at the boss. He wondered who their guild's allies might be. One of the representatives of the association greeted the main character. The freedom-loving man apologized to the elder and said that he did not expect the president to send them here. The boss looked at them and thought that, judging by their behavior, they had also joined the guild. The boss exhaled because he didn't have to argue with anyone. Suddenly, wild, angry animals emerged from the forest. The sorceress said that there was no point in indulging in memories. Besides, the monsters would soon disappear. The guy coughed and said that starting tomorrow, the first group of members of his guild. The leader said that he would not say anything unnecessary. As soon as he developed his base, then everyone would be treated with dignity. From that moment on, the leader said that they should listen to his instructions. He ordered them to prepare for the first mission since the guild's creation. The main character announced the beginning of the battle. It was necessary to concentrate on the instructions. The battle has begun. At this time, in the forest, the three-headed predator jumped up and began to attack. The representative shouted for them not to be afraid. They needed to quickly get into formation and defend themselves. There was a sound of impact. The hero stood with a burning sword in his hands. He turned to the brothers from the professional association and said that they were responsible for the rear. It was just necessary to defend against small crowds. The rest could be entrusted to the combat team. The top team continued the fight. The girl said that 2 people should defend the south side. The boss also attacked the monster. He was ready to leave the western and eastern sides. There was chaos all around. The system sent congratulations on the successful defense against the first wave of attack. The second wave will arrive in 30 seconds. The boss said that with these monsters, everything is as easy as pie. The boar was already rushing towards them, and the system reported that there would soon be a second wave of monster attack. The hero raised his sword and shouted that it was necessary to continue the fight. The team defeated another monster. The system asked to give the base a name. The hero was glad that everything was over. The sorceress said that the leader chose a wonderful place. It took him a couple of minutes to name the base. A few words came to the boy's mind. Something like the Blood Demon World. He thought he could call it the Greatest Fang Fortress. His lips spread into a smile. It was necessary to call it the Eternal City. It corresponded to the name of the guild. There was no way to change the name of the base. The guild was currently at level 1. The system congratulated on receiving a basic forge, basic first aid kit, basic tannery, basic guild warehouse, basic kitchen, dormitory, guild mission board. The guild received about 1,000 units of wood, 1,000 units of stone, 500 units of food, 300 units of metal, 5 units of leather, 400 units of medicine. The guy said that it was necessary to expand resources and raise the level of the guild. The girl said that she felt like her stats were growing much faster. The hero thought that something was wrong in this place. As expected, the world tree was still in place. The tree of the world is some kind of unique object. The guy took the knife and said that it would help him with medical procedures. The blondie said that this treasure is specifically for blacksmiths. Based on his experience, this juice really does have medicinal properties. Besides these two benefits, the most important ability of the world tree is that it emits a breath of radiance that can transform the surroundings. The hero smiled and thought that in his life, this place was a hidden Easter egg in the game. Now this place belonged to him. The system had leveled up. She congratulated on the successful transformation of the new passive metal regeneration. Soon, everyone gathered. The hero forged weapons. He used a special elixir and said that everything would be ready soon. It turned out to be a spear of divine light. The hero, holding the new weapon in his hands, was interested in what they would say about it. The guy said that after he collected enough materials, he would help them forge a masterpiece-level weapon. The blonde said that it was indeed forged from elite-level black crystallized iron. The hero replied that it was all in the drawing. Then he turned to the team. He wanted to talk about this issue after the guys had rested. He smiled, because he understood that they would do the work themselves. The representative waved his hand at the hero. The hero did not understand what was happening and why another one had gone crazy. The guild leader was handed an elixir. The swordsman asked to bring people here to collect all these war trophies. He said that killing monsters here would be much better than in other places. The leader understood that if they continued in the same spirit, then in 6 months the guild would become much stronger. A month passed, during which time the guild collected a decent amount of resources. The hero said that they had worked hard over the past month. The guy decided that he could sell them for a good price. The blonde stopped the leader and said that he had a gift for him. They had been using the guild's resources to improve the weapon for the past couple of days, so they decided to create a robe for him. The robe fits perfectly. The sorceress became embarrassed, because as soon as he changed his clothes, he became even more beautiful to her. The blonde said that now he definitely looks like a real leader. The hero smiled. Then he approached the girl and said that he would return in 2 weeks. She raised her light eyes to him, and suddenly she kissed him on the cheek. And she ran away screaming for him to be careful. The swordsman said that he envied him. Soon, in the auction house of the city of the spiritual moon, the hero stood in line, as expected from a mid-level auction house. His popularity was a little scary. He decided not to wait and cut in line. Of course, some were outraged. The freedom-loving guy took out his VIP card, said hello, and said that he decided to sell a couple of items. The guy was asked to go to the VIP lounge registration area. The others thought that he was most likely from a very rich family. The entrance to room number 203 appeared before him. He found himself in a beautiful room. A stunning blonde came out to him, greeted him, and said that she was responsible for everything here. The freedom-loving man said that he came with a black card and introduced himself as the leader of the Guild of Eternal Peaks. He explained that he had some inventory that he wanted to sell, so he offered to look at the samples he had brought. The girl opened her mouth in surprise. No one had shown her epic-level items for a long time. The hero said that weapons and medicines, as well as other ammunition, would total about 100 units. As for the level, it was either the same or higher. The girl was surprised and asked again about 100 units. She said she would help him organize the auction. The guy was happy. The girl explained that a price limit would have to be set. She meant that with such high quality of goods, they should set a price limit. The guy said not to worry about it. The girl said that their goods were of a high enough standard that she would help them organize an auction. She was surprised that the guild member did not recommend making preparations. The hero said that he understood the rules of recruitment. It was just necessary to do everything in accordance with his instructions. The girl thought that she liked not only his equipment, but also him. At this time in the Hall of Adventurers, he looked at the screen. Everything was just like in the game in his past life. The hero thought that his guild, a first-level one, dared to collect a fee. People thought he had gone crazy. A first-level guild that had just been founded. It was most likely just about money. The guild leader winced as expected. Finding suitable candidates would be difficult. There was a player in armor standing nearby. It turned out that in front of him was an archangel of the Second Awakening. The others discussed how only a fool would fall for something like that. He shouted that if they were so cool, then 300 gold was not a problem for them. The protagonist stood nearby and listened to the archangel's threats that he would rip their throats out if they spoke without permission. The archangel asked if the guy wanted to challenge him. The freedom-loving one looked at him and said that he believed that he would find a worthy opponent. He felt arrogance from him. The guy said that in the game, in his past life, the archangel was in the top 3, and he developed a style called the attack tank. The hero understood that at level 42, he simply lacked good equipment. Now he just had to wait for tomorrow's auction. He was worried that the guild auction might be postponed. At this time, The second awakening blaster was scolding the first-tier guild for taking a place in the auction house. He shouted that the elder said that they would put the guild's goods up for auction. The girl replied that it was the manager's decision. At this time, the assistant for auction affairs approached the guild leader. The hero had to look at the plan that was drawn up for the auction. The man approached them and said that he came for an explanation, because a first-level guild had no place at the Fire Dragon auction. The auction was supposed to take place today. The assistant was surprised that she was even bothered with questions related to guilds of such a low level. The hero demanded an apology from his assistant. The elder intervened and said that he would explain everything. He explained that the Fire Dragon was a third-tier guild. It was unclear why they were included in the schedule. The girl turned to the elder and said that she was good at shifting the blame onto others. The men were surprised. She said she would report to the president. The elder accused the assistant of organizing a first-level guild. At this time, the president of the auction house appeared. He asked those present why the auction had not yet begun. The girl said that the president arrived on time. The elder told the president that the assistant had seized the first-tier guild's space for profit, and the president replied that it was his idea. The guild leader said he didn't have time to worry about corrupt bosses. He was wondering when the auction he paid for would start. Otherwise, he will have to go to another auction. The man said it was a mistake by their auction house, and he gave it to his assistant. The elder called out to the president. The president said that no one had the right to insult such a client. The men could not object. The president said there would be an investigation, and he ordered the elder to be taken away. He asked the rest to act in accordance with the rules. People began to gather in the hall. First came the dragon summoning sword. The people wanted to see the treasures. The hero was worried about the price of the products. The base price of the sword was 500 coins. People were surprised by this price. Trading began, and everyone started placing bets. And the sword immediately flew off the auction block. The auction host said that there would be more interesting items to come. Next came the magic staff. The price was 3.5, and the first bid didn't take long to arrive. Next came the elixir, then the blade. Then she asked everyone not to be nervous. People began to resent the fact that there was a price cap. The hero understood that epic weapons should not be given to everyone, and just like that, his attention shifted. There was an archangel in the hall. The hero wanted to do him a favor. Next, they presented a shield. But not everyone could buy the shield. Only those candidates selected by the seller. The archangel was among them, and he pressed the button to buy. The bet was placed, the shield was sold, and the auction is over. The hero earned 80,000 gold, and the assistant offered him 2 more auctions. The guy wanted help in exchanging funds for resources and dimension storage rings. The assistant was surprised by the quantity. The resources were beyond what was expected of such a weak guild. The hero replied that he did not want to reveal himself. The plan was to gather resources and level up. Soon, at the bar, everyone was discussing epic items in the auction. The weapon was produced in the Eternal City. The archangel heard the place where the weapon was forged. The guy stood up and remembered their location. The archangel wanted to take a look at the guild. The blade cut through the metal. One blow was enough for the epic shield to shatter. The Fire Dragon guild leader said that he spent a lot of money. He heard that the guild leader was only level 36. He appreciated the forging, but the level of the performer was low. He was angry. The guild member apologized to the guild leader. They had to make careful use of the guild base. The man said he wouldn't let me down. At this time, at the auction house, the assistant gave me the money and the card. The hero was pleased. He smiled and said he would be glad to cooperate. The city's auction house was always at his service. The freedom-loving man headed towards the fortress.